Oi, 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 oi! Oi!
Oi,
Oi, oi, oi, oi,
oi,
oi,
oi, oi.
oi, oi, oi!
Oh.
Uh,
Just I've been playing the new Pokemon game.
oh, it's released?
Yeah, I
That's
bought
nice.
it
How
last.
is it?
So, so it's an open world Pokemon game.
Open world Pokemon game, that's new.
I haven't really made it to the open world yet. I don't think I'm still in like the tutorial area, but I gotta say,
How is the
I don't-
fundamental?
I don't think Game Freak knows how to make large games. It doesn't run very well.
Oh no, that
It's-
sounds bad.
It's pretty stuttery at times, which is a little
Oh,
unfortunate, but you
No,
know.
I mean, there's not like a way to improve it since it's console.
Yeah, like I mean, but there's so many games like Breath of the Wild and stuff that run perfectly fine on the Switch and look 10 times better.
Oh no!
Like literally I walked up to a Pokemon and it was like a low poly version of itself. Like it was all like square, like I could see all of the edges and stuff of the polygons. I was
That
like, oh.
sounds bad, but
And then it popped into like the close up version. I was like, yikes. Yikes, guys.
Are we talking
Yeah,
about new Pokemon?
Yeah.
Oh,
it
it's
sounds
out?
better. But
Yeah, it just came out today.
Oh.
how about the game fundamental?
Shit.
Fundamental of the game is it fun itself, other than
I mean,
stutter?
it's Pokemon. Like it's been fun so far. But,
you know, there are a lot of Pokemon that did a bad way.
yeah, I guess so. I mean, I haven't seen too many like new mechanics, I guess, yet.
It's
But,
just the catching Pokemon, throw it away.
It's nice like having just like the Pokemon walking around and you can just walk right up to them, see what they are and stuff. Like that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is new. That is
And
new. It's not funny.
the funny thing is, like in the starting area, it's usually like pretty weak Pokemon, but they're all like really tiny. Like every
Oh,
Pokemon's like,
shit.
super itty bitty. I'm like, what? Oh, that's a Pokemon. I'll like walk up to it and like start a battle with it. Like, oh right, sweet.
Okay,
Is that a
once
leaf?
you
Nope, that's a Pokemon.
Yeah, like especially the bug Pokemon, they're just like so hard to see sometimes. I mean, they're like
Yeah.
they're still visible and stuff, but it's just like funny that they're actually to scale.
That is kind of funny.
Yeah, usually the Pokemon is kind of like like similar size. Looks
Yeah.
like similar size in the game, but
Right.
actual size might be fun.
Oh yeah,
Be
another
hilarious.
another bug that I've been kind of experiencing is, since the battles just like you don't go to a separate scene during battles. It's just like
It just
wherever you
starts.
walk
The
up, it just
camera
starts.
just changes.
So a lot of times when like if I'm like on a slope or something and I start a battle, like the camera will go underground. I'll just,
Really?
Yeah, I'll just like it's only when it like zooms in on the Pokemon who like you're fighting this thing or like you're fighting this trainer.
Oh,
But
no.
I'll just like see underneath the earth and it's just like oh boy.
Oh, come on.
That's
And then
bad.
there was one battle where I was just like walking through like this like really tight like corridor area in between like a cliff and a house because there's like Pokeballs everywhere that I want, like items
Yeah,
and stuff
yeah, of course.
that I want to pick up. So as I'm walking back, I didn't see that there was like just a random Hoppip there, and so I ran into it and started a battle. And since the camera didn't know what to do, so I was just looking straight at the ground. I couldn't see either of the Pokemon or myself. I was just
Oh my
looking at the ground.
goodness.
It's just like I could still like obviously the UI was still there and everything, but it was,
What is this? Early access?
it's kind of basically like it's pretty comical, honestly. Like it hasn't really bothered me. I'm just laughing most of the time.
It's just sort of like making fun of like how poorly finished the game
busted.
is.
Yeah, the game is completely busted, but you know, it's fine.
Has there been like sort of a public outcry about this at all?
I haven't really looked, but I think
Okay.
I
There
did
absolutely
see it, at
has
least-
been.
There
I
has.
think I did
Okay.
see
Oh,
at
yeah.
least like an article headline being like, "This game runs like shit" or something like that.
Wow.
I've been seeing
Yeah.
clips all over the place of how the game's been running.
It's just
Damn.
like I'm not even. The funniest part was when they're doing like near the beginning of the game. You're supposed to go to the top of this lighthouse, and it's like, oh, let's have your Breath of the Wild moment where you can see like how vast the like the air, like the world is, and like we'll have a person tell you about everything.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm
Old
like,
man
I don't.
plan.
Not sure if they were intending this to look like complete trash, but
Oh, no.
like
Oh shit!
the tree LODs like were the most distant versions, but I'm looking at them like
Oh,
in
like
a cinematic camera, so I'm just seeing like 2D
No.
like plain trees, and next to like normal 3D trees, and
Oh,
then
dude.
yeah, it was
I thought
pretty
like the LODs
my
would be the first thing they fixed
God.
from Arceus into this game.
No, they have not fixed that. In fact, I
Jesus
feel like
Christ.
it's even worse.
This is 2022, not like a 2002. And this is like a pretty like a big budget game since it's Pokemon.
I mean, yeah, I
can believe that.
don't really see much of an excuse for this.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
it's bad.
This,
but you
this
know,
is supposed
it's
to be like a AAA game.
I caught
Pokemon.
I caught a Pokemon that's literally just a flamingo, so you know, good game.
Seriously?
And its name is Flamigo.
Oh,
Oh,
great.
God.
Oh, is it really like
That's
Mexican?
racist.
I mean I don't know, but literally it is literally just a flamingo. There's no like
Old Flamigo.
yeah. It's pretty funny.
At least it's not like a trash can or anything like that.
Well, that's true, but it's just like what? How is this a Pokemon? It's just literally
I guess-
just an animal.
Let's
Well,
not
it
forget that
depends
we had a
on-
Gen 1 Pokemon called Krabby.
Oh,
and like Ratatat and Pidgey.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess so.
I was thinking about that as well. I'm like, you know what? Like those gotta pass. So it just means it's more about how does it fit with the whole collection of the like that area? Does it feel like it matches in with everything?
hello?
He's really thinking about it.
Oh, I was typing something and not listening. What did you say?
Oh, okay. I was just asking, does it feel like that Pokemon fits with like the rest of the generation, or does it feel like a lazy Pokemon next to everything else?
I think just design wise, it feels like the laziest because the other Pokemon so far have just been at least like take like Fido for example, which is like a dog made of bread essentially.
Oh, nice.
It's got like little like
like
little buns for ears.
Oh, that's, I bet he's got a nice butt.
So it's got stuff like that. And
Kick.
don't get me wrong, I'm using the flamingo Pokemon because it's like a flying fighting type.
So it's versatile.
Because it's flaming.
I'm gonna use it. It's just funny how like pretty lazy it is. I don't know if it evolves or anything because I haven't looked at.
I will be more forgiving if it evolves into something beyond Flamingo, because I like the idea of Pokemon that start out as like a familiar creature but become this like crazy thing. Like that I'd be into.
Yeah. So.
So Steven, do you recommend it? Because I didn't know when it was coming out.
That literally is just a flamingo, isn't it?
It is. Yeah,
I'll
look at
pull
a
it up,
picture,
Jared.
just,
I'll
just-
pull it up.
just-
I'd like to see it. Oh, for real?
yeah, that's it.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that's a little harder.
Holy shit.
That's a little harder to
Flamingo
stomach.
itself.
It actually looks
Flamingo
like one of those like
itself, yeah.
inflatable, like pool toys.
Yeah. There's
Holy
literally like
moly.
a cutscene at the beginning of the game. It's like this is the version you have. Here's like a cool like kind of cutscene for it.
Montage.
And it had like a bunch of those like flamingos flying. I'm like, wait a minute, was this
those
like National Geographic like that?
That's a
on,
flamingo.
Pentagon.
That's an animal.
And then I actually went and caught one. I'm like, oh, that's literally
Oh, that is actually just a Pokemon to them.
interesting. Yeah,
Interesting. That's interesting.
interesting. That's interesting.
Interesting. Yeah.
So Steven, should I buy this game?
If you okay, let me put it this way. It does have multiplayer, like co-op.
Okay. Does
Oh,
it
I
seem
didn't hear
like
that. I didn't hear
multiplayer will
that.
be fun?
I
Why
have
don't
no,
you bring that on
I have
Thanksgiving?
no idea. I don't
Why
have
don't you
no
bring
idea
that on
because
Thanksgiving and you can play it?
I have no way to.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like at least have it for at the minimum, like for Christmas, like when we're together.
Yeah. I think like if you enjoyed Sword and Shield, this will be just that with worse performance.
Oh, really?
That's
but
quite the
it
sell.
sounds bad.
Because a lot of people
It's at
actually really
least-
hated Sword and
It's
Shield.
Yeah.
It's at least fully open world instead of just one area being open. So it's got that going for it. There are definitely parts of the game I like design wise and stuff like that. I like how they did the Pokedex where it has like cute little pictures of all the Pokemon and stuff, like little like cool like photos of them essentially.
Yeah.
But that's just like a visual thing. It doesn't really matter. But I'm still pretty early in the game, and I've been enjoying it. I'm not disappointed in it. It's just like
Nothing's made you mad. You
it's still
like-
it's still a Pokemon game. So if you like Pokemon, I mean, I don't see a reason not to get it unless you just really don't. want
Okay,
to.
so the only thing I didn't like about Sword and Shield was just about how like hand-holdy and easy it was.
Okay, so that's still an issue.
Okay.
Because so I chose the water duck with the cool hair.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
And so I'm like, okay, so my rival's gonna pick the grass cat then because
Obviously.
it'll counter my water guy.
Yeah.
No, she picks the fire crocodile. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, whatever. It's fine. I'm usually like
Oh,
I
it
usually have
wasn't
type,
Sword and
I
Shield.
usually catch a new Pokemon with type advantage like fairly early on anyways, whatever. Not a
Yeah.
big deal. The first fight, literally your Pokemon, your starter at level 5 starts with, or at least mine started with water gun
Classic.
as a
Oh.
move. And I
So
was
you were
just
ready
like,
to just
oh, I'm like I could just like
rival
one shot
on
the like the first battle. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Hey, it's like a tutorial, right?
Yeah, and then
It's
it has that thing from Sword and Shield where it's like EXP share is always on sort of deal. So
I go back and forth on whether or not I like that because I kind of liked when you had to train everything instead of just being like everything in your party gets experience.
it makes it to where you don't need to grind anything, and also there is a thing that I think is kind of interesting where you can just send your lead Pokemon out, and they'll just go and like fight stuff.
I'm sorry.
Like they'll like run around while you're walking around like picking up things, but it'll go and just like auto fight things, and
Wow.
you get less experience, but
Attack!
it can kill stuff, but it can also like pick up items. But that's fairly interesting at least.
The in-universe sort of context of that is fairly hilarious. You imagine
Yeah.
walking around in like the Pokemon world and trainers are just like go and they just send their Pokemon off to randomly attack like innocent
scorch the
other Pokemon.
So there
Pokemon without master.
will be like a little gathering of these like really tiny birds. I'll be like, go Flamingo, go,
Oh my
and then he'll just
God.
go and start kicking the shit out of them. It's awesome. But I haven't
okay.
gotten any. I haven't gotten any like motorcycles or anything or whatever yet.
I was curious
So
if you started
it's,
with that.
It's still just like walking around or running around, fairly slow. But
Uh-huh.
I'm still like kind of locked in a like tutorial zone at the moment. It's kind of like White Orchard in
Or the-
Witcher.
Like the plateau.
Or yeah, kind
Or
of.
there's it even smaller than that.
It's probably about it's a little smaller than Plateau because it's basically just like, oh, get to the school, which is like the main, like you're a student at this like Pokemon school or something is like the
Okay.
story. So I think once I get across this bridge that I just got to, then I can actually go wherever. I don't
Okay.
think there's like as far as like gyms and stuff, it's supposed to be you can do it out of order or to what like you can go to any one that you want.
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
deal. And I expect there to be like maybe side quests or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
I haven't
I'd-
really-
I'd be interested
This is
to know
Pokemon.
if
Don't expect any Zelda.
Well,
I know.
out of
they
it.
had stuff like that in RCS apparently. So I'm not gonna like throw it out just yet. So,
Okay.
Don't
That's
you mean
what I was
worth it.
Arceus?
That's the most important
Oh
thing.
my god.
sorry, Arceus. But yeah.
Well, definitely give me an update on how the open world, like, does it feel like the open world actually does anything for the game? Because that's what I'm kind of interested in, since that's the big pitch.
I mean, you'll be
Yeah,
able
yeah.
to try it out next week.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Well, that is true. I was wondering, like, because now that I know you have it, like, I was thinking, maybe should I just go get it now and like start playing it? Because I've just been playing Fallout 3.
Nice.
But like, it might be nice to either have or just wait. Although, like, the idea of just like playing it on your like console for a few minutes probably wouldn't do anything to change my mind. Like, I either trust your opinion or not, kind of.
Yeah. I'll let you know. Like I'll play a little bit. I'll play more tomorrow, obviously.
Okay.
And I think
get-
I'll actually get to the open world. But for right now, it's just been basically like Sword and Shield with stutters. And I'm not trying to deter you from buying the game. I'm just being
You're just being honest. That's the most honest review.
I'm still having fun with it.
Okay.
If that's any consolation.
I hope the open world
Oh.
is not like a just empty and big hollow.
Well, that's what I
There
was.
are a lot of open world that do that.
Well, I think it's literally just going to be just big empty spaces with Pokemon in it.
Oh, that sounds bad.
So we'll see.
Pokemon.
Pokemans.
As
Yeah,
my
like,
mother
I
would
didn't
call
have-
it.
Oh,
All
my
right.
goodness. I didn't have an issue with Sword and Shield. I just didn't like how easy it was. And it felt like kind of like a brainless game. I could really kind of autopilot through the whole thing.
Yeah.
Which, especially in like a Pokemon game, like the whole fun to me was kind of the grinding
Yeah.
and having to
Yeah.
like think about what you need to catch and going to find that thing so you can achieve your goals to get around the region. So the idea that like the first Pokemon I get literally does everything, and all I have to do is just wander around and it kills everything without me even having to train it was a bit boring.
Yeah.
But if this game can at least offer something a little bit beyond that, I'd be interested to try it. Like I get that this is still them being cautious about expanding their
They-
gameplay.
They can only take baby steps. One step at a
Seriously,
time.
I
One a
expected a little
decade.
bit more.
Yeah, one baby step a decade, and then they're still like 20 years behind.
Damn.
Oh, what a shame! What a shame!
Shine.
But
Shame.
we'll see. Once I
Shite.
get into the meat of the game, we'll see how it actually is. But
True.
it's just been walking around catching Pokemon.
How long you
like
been
I
playing?
started it.
Pokemon.
Let's see. I played an hour last night,
Hmm.
like after midnight, which I stayed up late for no reason.
Classic.
And then probably 3 hours total.
Okay.
We played like 2 hours today before. But I could have gotten past where I am. I just was literally like combing the area looking for all of the items and just seeing what Pokemon I could catch,
Mhm.
sort of deal. So who knows?
You gotta catch them all, eh?
I do gotta catch them all.
I've literally never done that.
In
No.
my entire life, it's never even occurred to me to try. Actually,
No.
I
No.
don't know why. That just never
That
did
is
anything
not,
for me.
Not the kind of end game content little kid Jared was ever looking for. He'd beat the
Mm,
Elite
yeah.
Four, and
Yes.
then that was it.
That's why you are not master trainer.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean that's
You
probably
are
a
not
big reason
working.
why I fell off the series like Gen 5, and was like these are all the same, and then just stopped
Yeah.
playing them.
There must be cooler ways to sort of like motivate you to go and catch them all besides just fill your Pokedex.
Yeah, yeah.
And like
Get the
also
little
just
certificate
and
at the end.
making more like bite-sized achievements to that end, right? Like the fact that it's just catch them all, so it's like you either do it or you don't. It's kind of like a hard entry into that type of gameplay. So
And
if
I also have
there's
to
more
socialize to actually get them all. Fuck that.
I know having to trade just to
Dude,
get
no.
like some stupid thing.
pass.
I was like thinking when I played like early Pokemon series, I thought like it'd be cool to have the system like when you have certain Pokemon, there is some kind of like a relationship past tree or something. So you get this one Pokemon, and if you want to enhance this Pokemon, you gotta get this kind of like a same attribute Pokemon, like other, but like a same trait, and you can enhance both of them by their relationship, like a bonus or something.
What is this?
So it's like this. There is two Pokemon,
Yeah.
and if you catch one Pokemon, when you catch one Pokemon, if you wanna enhance further this kind of like a Pokemon, you gotta get this second Pokemon that is related to the first Pokemon. So because they are related in the system, you get the boost.
Well, like
kind of like a
they share a type, so the more you catch of a certain type, like it.
Yeah, some kind of
enhances
like
their
that.
individual
Yeah,
ability.
yeah.
I mean, anything. I feel like there's so much you can do.
I'll tell you one thing.
more.
The last thing that would entice me to pick up a new Pokemon game is to make it open world.
Well,
So
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I know this isn't gonna be a Jared game,
No.
but
That's why I thought it was funny when you brought up White Orchard. I'm like, that's the whole game to Jared.
yeah, I literally the last time I picked up Witcher 3, I for some reason got sucked into it. I started a new game and I got sucked into it and just like
Really?
100% cleared White Orchard. And then I'm like,
Nice.
all right, I'm done.
I did it.
And then I didn't play it again. Like,
Oh my god!
Oh,
there's so
so many cool little like
I mean, that's like
questions,
you-
places to discover.
I know,
You
and that's
finished
and
the
that's like
tutorial and
always
that's
the
all.
weird thing about my brain is that like I always enjoy the time that I spend with those games, and then I just
For a
stop
certain period
and
of
move
time.
on to something else. It's not like I'm still playing. I'm just like, this isn't as fun anymore. I just never boot it up again.
yeah.
Like I get my
And you-
fill and then I just do something else.
And you blame me for not playing enough Persona 4.
No,
Well,
I
feel
blame
like
you for
JRPGs,
watching season 1 of
Jared
Breaking
will-
Bad, enjoying it, and then stopping.
That is a crime.
It's not like there's
That is-
12 seasons of this show. There's like
5.
12 episodes and 5 seasons.
Yeah.
Hey, I enjoyed the first season. I loved it, okay?
Apparently not that much.
That's why I'm confused, Jerry. Because the first
Jerry, what-
season's the worst season.
It's not. It hasn't even gotten into.
Really?
Like,
Yes!
he hasn't even really broken bad yet.
You haven't
He
even
doesn't
gotten
break
out of
bad
White
until,
Orchard
like,
yet,
season
Jerry.
3.
Now, when Jared says it's the worst season, he doesn't mean it's a bad season.
It's still a fantastic season.
Else,
Yeah.
compared to
But
everything else
season
that
1 is
happened.
the
I loved
worst
it.
season.
Yeah. So
Mr. White, dude.
It's
I remember
if
that
you
quote.
loved
my
season
favorite
1.
thing that Jesse says.
If you loved season 1, it's the worst season. And it's still
It only
great.
gets better, Jerry. It only gets better. Come on.
Yeah.
I don't think the Reds will disagree with me on that, except for my wording.
No, I don't even disagree.
No,
with you.
I agree.
Like if you were to rank them all, it's not like the first season's not like the top season for sure.
There will be a news pop.
One of the few shows that
Gerard
actually.
just said Breaking Bad is like the worst.
Breaking Bad season
Oh.
1, worst season.
Hate it. Never gonna watch it again.
Didn't say
No,
that,
Breaking
just
Bad-
said it was the worst season.
I hate Breaking Bad. I don't know why people
Then it
like
okay, then it makes sense that you didn't finish it.
No,
But that's not what you fucking
I was
said,
following
Jerry.
I was following your word.
I almost
I'm just-
wish you would say I hate Breaking Bad, and that's
Then I
why
would
I didn't
understand.
finish it.
Then I would understand.
But hearing you say
No,
I
I
loved
fucking
the
loved
first season, and then
Yeah.
I stopped.
That's the problem that we have.
What?
Excuse me?
I believe it was
Excuse
not.
me?
Only the first season was released at the time I watched it, and like I was like thinking like when they finished all the season, like I would watch it again, and I never did try that later.
Well, I got good news for you, Jerry.
No, that's not.
They finished
that's
all
your
the
saying,
seasons.
not my saying. I never said that. I never
This
said
is not.
that.
This is not an accurate representation of me.
It doesn't represent me.
This is out of context.
Oh, there is something that I want us to review, and I intentionally didn't go and look at a trailer of it.
Oh,
I saw it just passively yesterday. I saw like advertised to me that there is a Santa Claus TV series now on Disney Plus with
Saw the trailer for that. It looked horrible.
it's
I
the
know.
Santa
Can we-
Clauses, isn't it? I just
we
Yeah.
watched the
scrolled
trailer
past that.
because
Oh
because
no!
I
Santa Clauses.
I
haven't
just
seen-
randomly
no.
I just randomly scrolled through Twitter like maybe 20 minutes ago, and I
Yeah.
saw like the Santa Claus, and I was like, oh, I guess it's that time of
Oh,
year. They're just like advertising the trilogy or something on ABC
yeah,
or
that's
whatever.
what I thought too.
But you saying it's a TV show now, like
It is
all the
a
things
t-
connected
it's a
in my
TV
brain, I'm like,
series.
oh.
And I saw like in the like thumbnail of it or whatever, like there's like maybe they're kids. I don't know. Steven says he watched the trailer, but I would
I
like
think
to watch
I think
the
I
trailer
saw Tim Allen in the
together.
thumbnail.
Tim Allen is in
For a
it.
brief moment. It is Tim
and
Allen, yeah.
Yeah, it's still Tim Allen,
Oh,
but
boy.
it. Ooh,
Oh,
Is it exactly
boy.
what I think it would be?
yes,
Oh,
Perfect.
no.
it's Santa Claus 3 for like an entire season.
Oh my! And probably with like lower budget and stuff for the.
Probably. Yeah.
Oh no.
All through the house, not a creature was
Oh, we'll be watching Violent Nights.
We'll watch Violent Night. Hey, it's got Harold.
Okay.
or Kumar.
Oh God!
Look at it.
No!
Oh no!
It looks better than 90s.
It
It
did!
did look better in the 90s.
Calm down, no.
Who are you?
I'm Santa Claus.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
To adults, they stop believing.
Oh no, there's my magic
No,
meter.
the
Oh no,
magic-
it's just like Elf.
Oh
Kids
my
stopping
goodness.
believing in
Good of
Santa
Christmas.
Claus?
I'm retired.
I believe.
Wow, I didn't know you could do that.
I think we've seen
Charlie.
Charlie's looking so old.
I'm making a list
Yep.
of things I want to do, like meet a crossing guard.
Wow.
Dad!
Sandra, they warned you this is what I look like here. It's Dad, me.
So why are their kids so old? Does that make
Go ahead and
sense?
set a coffee, put a little peppermint
I
in
think
there.
so.
I think.
How long has it been since Santa Claus 3?
Like 20 years?
Has it been
Santa
20
Claus
years
3?
since Santa Claus 3?
No. No, it's been like
No.
maybe like
When did 3 come out? In the 2010s?
Family.
Hold on.
shit. Has it been that long?
I swear it was before 2010.
Enjoying Christmas spirit. When the last of the light goes out,
Santa Claus.
Oh, God.
2006?
Oh,
Yeah,
my.
okay. then.
I mean, it's been
Guy,
That's like over 15 years almost, I think.
16
Okay.
years.
Yeah, so they're
Alright.
teenagers, so
Okay.
it tracks.
we're going.
Oh, oh my
The
God!
reindeer! Oh my
The dancing elves, baby.
Why? Oh no.
Christmas
It looks
is trouble.
good.
Oh no.
Holy shit.
Bernard looks like
Man.
he's died or something.
Oh, Bernard.
Oh,
Well,
poor Bernard.
I was actually really curious if they were gonna do a Santa Claus 4, so
Well, here it is.
You got the
here it
next
is,
best
extended
thing.
into a series.
Oh my God.
I mean, you got to know that people are gonna eat that.
Oh,
up, though.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Look forward to that.
Now, Violent Night, I am looking forward to seeing together back in Michigan.
Hell yeah.
That'll just be a fun theater movie.
Absolutely. Yeah, Jerry
Jerry
hates
hates
Breaking
Oh,
Bad.
I don't.
He only
No,
watched the
Breaking
first season
Bad.
and then he stopped.
And then yeah, he.
I do not hate Breaking Bad. It's just Jared's like accusing
I don't know.
me.
Like, let's look at the evidence.
Jerry,
How
Jerry,
many-
what's your
how
favorite
many
season of
seasons?
Breaking Bad?
Fourth season.
Oh, really? Really? First
How do you think it
season.
compares to the last?
If I hate the Breaking Bad, I wouldn't even finish the first season. Okay.
don't know.
Don't you guys all have like some kind of like a series that like you finish the like a couple of episodes and you intend to watch it again, but you forgot about it, and
The
it's
Good
been
Place.
so long that you something like
no.
that.
You do
something
have
like
to
that. You forgot about it, and you just
There's only 7 episodes in season 1.
yeah,
Oh, come
it's
on.
It's not
funny.
even that
And-
hard.
And,
Oh, come
and each
on.
episode is like the movie level of
40
episodes.
minutes.
They're only
It
40
drained my
minutes.
energy, okay?
Oh, Jerry.
Because this is too serious. Like, and there's
Just say you
one more
didn't
list,
like it.
here.
It'll make me feel better.
I don't.
I need you to say you didn't like it. Just say it.
I loved it.
You're breaking
I
Jerry
absolutely
now.
loved it. And also, maybe there's like a psychologist thing that I kind of hated that this kind of like decent man. I mean, he's a man, like going to corrupt way, like going some kind of like a side way and getting into the shit like deeper and deeper. It kind of like stressed me out. I enjoyed it, but at the same time, it kind of like stressed me out. At the same time.
You're like the 4th or 5th person that I've heard give that exact same argument of just like, I liked it, but it was emotionally draining and stressed me out. And that I can understand.
That's what weak-willed people say.
People incapable of love. That's what they say.
But Jerry, if season 1 stressed you out, then maybe it's not
then
the
buckle
show
up,
for
baby.
you.
Please hold
Buckle
on. It may not be for you.
That is.
I gotta watch
Season
it.
1 is
I
also
gotta
the
watch it.
tamest season, yes.
Absolutely.
That was?
Hmm?
Damn.
Uh,
Damn.
oh,
What's going on?
it's flipped. I was gonna ask why is that upside down?
Yeah,
I
it's
just
the same thing.
my 2 brain cells just like fired off and connected. I'm like, oh, clever.
Because it's split, Steven.
That is
I get it.
An apt.
I'm also noticing that we already have Denzel Washington on the board
We
without
do.
even watching one of his movies.
There he is.
For now.
When I thought about this, I was like, we could just duplicate that, and then that would be the perfect image for Deja. Look, don't even have to try. Now, Jerry, explain
Jerry
why you
Washington.
have a new name on Twitch.
That's not that
changed it.
easy to do, is it? Can you just like go into your
And he-
settings and
it-
change it? Or do you have to
and
put
he
in a
can't-
request?
He can't change it back now.
Oh, seriously?
Well, why? Why?
I don't know.
Oh, wait.
I have no idea.
I hope he is stuck. I think that would be great.
That would be really funny though. Sorry,
Oh,
the
you
banter,
can
no
display
longer.
your game. Wait,
6
I
months.
think you
6
can display.
months.
You can
6
change your
months.
display name, but yeah, I don't
What?
know.
By that time, oh, Jerry.
I thought I could change it like at any time.
Oh, Jerry.
Nah, bro.
That's some commitment,
months?
man. That's some
6 months.
commitment.
6
month limit.
Holy shit!
You better,
No!
you better really like this movie, Jerry.
It was just.
Oh,
I just wanted to make a joke.
well, that's what you get for trying to be funny. Now you see what happens.
Oh no, that's bad.
Jared, can you replace Jerry's talking image with a picture of Denzel Washington and have that be his like bouncing talking?
Let me try. Let me try. to
Not in
change
the
it.
moment, but I can absolutely, if I just get ahead
Oh,
of him,
I can
easily.
change it after 2 months.
Yeah.
2 months. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
60
It's 2
days.
months.
I just-
Oh,
That's not that bad.
So you can't change it till basically next year.
Orange Manhattan.
yeah, basically, it's still a lot of commitment
Oh,
that I never
man.
thought about.
Is Den Jerry Washington for the rest of 2022.
Oh man, how did,
Oh god.
that's something.
Say something that then Jerry Washington would say.
I don't know. I have to be like a poker face. Like I was impressed by his poker face. Like he kind of like rarely changes like a face emotion. It was like a
Tell me,
badass.
is she alive right now?
Yeah.
Just say that.
This monitor is dead. It is broken.
dead.
It is
It is
ceasing
dead.
to function.
It is not in another plane of existence. It is dead.
It's not transitioned to another state of entropy.
So that's the thing. He changes his facial expression when he needs it. So it's like a blowing the scene when he changes the face emotion. Good thing.
You are getting old.
Yeah, and then very quick before we inevitably
dive
get
in.
into
Oh,
Deja
well,
Vu, I
don't
did
worry.
see
I have
the
a
new
story after this.
the
Oh,
new
do
One
you?
Piece movie.
Yay!
The what
Nice.
movie?
I saw the new One Piece movie this week.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
I went and saw
movie
it.
like yo
Yeah.
movie?
saw it in
This is
theaters?
different from the movie that you
Yeah.
saw on the plane back to Japan, yeah?
Correct.
Gotcha.
you didn't just finally get the American
Yeah,
screening of that
This
movie.
is a new movie. I think this is my first like anime movie I've seen in theaters.
Nice.
Whoa.
Or at least
Damn.
for like, I take that back. I did go see Dragon Ball Super in theaters, but I don't care
doesn't
about that, so I don't count it. But some
Did you
good
go
music.
This was
with
One
some other
Piece
One Piece
Red or
fans?
something? Or
Yeah, One Piece Film Red is what
Gotcha.
it's called.
Film Red.
It's good.
Now, Steven,
liked
is this like a canon movie or is it like a typical like
Typical,
really
not
matter.
canon.
Okay,
just
gotcha.
kind
a
of
one-off
see,
thing?
see what's happening. Now, I will say more than any of the other One Piece movies are like, let's cram every character ever into this movie.
Oh, like you're gonna get
Oh.
everyone? Dude, is Foxy in it?
Everyone
I
is
know.
here.
Damn it.
I mean, it's, yeah, he's in there.
What
He's
about the
main villain.
Phoenix Pirates?
I want them.
Did they ever make it out of the New World?
All right, hang on.
Oh, now Jared's story. I'm ready
I
for
have a
this.
story.
My only story was that I spent
Oh,
all
thanks.
day
Oops.
trying to get our Thanksgiving supplies, and boy howdy, did I have to. go
Hey,
to
you
multiple
got 'em.
stores.
Oh, did you? Oh shit.
Yes. Well, because the Safeway.
Oh,
You're-
that's bad.
I did not have car trouble.
Oh,
though.
just before we start talking, you're gonna have to start like thawing that turkey now. I think.
Oh, really?
Isn't it like
okay, it's an
24
eight-
hours per like however many?
I will look.
You
I
might
will
look it up.
before
But
I
I think you.
Y'all
I
didn't
think you
give
have to,
me
like,
edit
start
access
doing
to
that.
the ingredients list, by the way.
Do you still not have edit access?
Nobody told me if I did.
Oh, I don't know. Did you try clicking on it?
Should have it.
I
Did you ever even click on
I
it?
clicked on it, and that's
Never
when I
even
sent
do
that
anything.
message of just like, "Hey guys, I don't have edit access," and then nobody responded.
Well, you
Well,
sent that at like 1 a.m. my time, and then
You
I
would've
woke up in the
seen it.
morning. And I woke up in the morning. I'm pretty sure I gave you access, and then I just didn't say anything.
God damn it!
Classic.
Well,
Well, there
don't
it
worry,
is.
Jared. Like the only reason I went out to get stuff today was because I knew that like the core Thanksgiving stuff was going to be
Yeah.
gone next week.
Well, that's
So-
also what you get for trying to use a different email to open it up.
I opened it from I searched your email address in my inbox, found the link, and went into it from the email you sent it to me from.
And it's still, but that's weird.
Interesting.
Really?
I literally had it
This-
set
this
to
is
anyone
clear.
with a link can edit, and like you guys were editors, so I don't know what happened. So I just changed
I
it.
never had a problem.
Yeah, so Andrew did it right, apparently.
I did
so.
it. I did it correctly. I had no problem.
Must have
Also,
been,
thank you for making that list. That made today much easier.
Yeah, no problem.
Must have been a Umish thing. Sometimes
Maybe.
it freaks out. Jared.
Sometimes you
Jeep
hit,
troubles.
sometimes you
yes. Yes.
Oh no.
This past week was an
What
interesting
happened?
one. So
What happened?
this was on Monday, or at least it started on Monday.
Oh,
Monday.
shit.
It's getting cold, which means like the air in my tires
it
is
should-
like, condensing, and my tires are getting flatter or whatever. Basically, I got a little, that little notification that says like the PSI of your tires, and like one of them's blinking. It's like, hey, this one's running low or whatever. It's like, oh shit, I can fix that on the way back from school. I can. There's a gas station that I just passed by. I just pump it full of air, and I'm good. So I go there after class, and I'm pumping the tires full of air. I'm just like, I might as well top off all of these since I'm here. And there was one tire that didn't sound like it was taking in air. Like it sounded like it was releasing air when I was holding the nozzle up to it. And I'm like, I feel like I have to like keep this just right for the air to go. And I'm looking at like the PSI gauge, and I see it go from like 33 to like 31. I'm like, oh shit, this thing is a piece of shit like pump or whatever. Like this thing is taking air
Yeah.
out of my tires.
It's sucking it out. It's a vacuum.
It's taking
actually.
the air out.
So I'm like, I'm not gonna deal with
Makes
this.
sense.
Yeah, I'm not gonna deal with this. So I just like
No.
cap that thing on, and I drive home. I had another class in the evening, so I, get ready, go out to my car, and turn on my car, and it says that same tire is now at 10 psi.
Ooh,
oh.
wow.
That's not good. time to
It's
make
not
a little
drywall.
emergency stop at a gas station and just fill that right up real quick. No, 33 psi is not low, but I usually, my big ass Jeep tires can go up to like 45, so I usually just cap it at like 40 or something, and I'm good to go. But this was at 10, so I go to a gas station and I'm filling it up. The pump that I was using at a different gas station was somehow even shittier than the one that I was originally using, because it took like 5 minutes to get this tire up to like 30, just like holding it on there. So I like cap it off, drive to class, just be like, all right, if this thing is low by the time I get back from class, I'm gonna have to take this to a shop or something. But I get out of my car before I get to class, and I like lean over to the tire, and I just hear a little I'm like, that's not good. That's not good.
You hate to hear that noise.
But
Bad noise.
But weirdly, I take the little cap on the nozzle and I just tighten it a little bit, and it goes tss, and it just stops. So I'm like, that seems bad, but I don't hear anything leaking anymore. So
from the stem.
From the stem, yeah. And I go through my class, come back, no warning, tire seems fine, and I drive it back home. And then the next day, I'm not done with the story yet, Diesel.
Hey, we're just getting started.
The next day, I have class in the morning. It's like, all right, I'm going to wake up early just so I can check on my tire and make sure nothing's funky. And if something is, then I'll fill it up on the way there. And then for sure, I'm calling like a tire shop or something to have them looked at. So get ready for class, start my car. It's sitting at a cool 17 PSI. So I'm like, all right, there is a problem here. So I'm driving on the way to school. 3/4-ish of the way there is where the gas station is that I normally fill up. So I'm just like, all right, cool. This is perfect, whatever. I pull in there and take the nozzle off the little tire thing, and the threads come off with it. So now I just had the little like thing that you push in to like let the air out. That's just exposed now.
Yeah, no cap.
Yeah. Well, no cap, but also just like no thread. There's no cover on it. I can literally just push that thing down and let the air out with my finger.
Now I see what you mean.
Wow, that's you.
Yeah.
Never had something like
So I'm just
that.
like, I don't think I can fill it. Let me try it. I just press it for a second, and all I hear is shh. I'm like, nope. All right, cool. Let's get this. Let's get this. It's a 5-minute drive to the parking lot I'm going to. Let's just get this there, and I will deal with it later. So I'm driving there. It says like 15 PSI, 14 PSI, 12 PSI. I got there at 10 PSI, and I parked in a spot that would be easy for me to like replace the tire and stuff like that. Because I did have a spare. I didn't know where it was at first, because I've only ever seen spares in like the trunk of the car. I didn't know that they are also suspended underneath the car sometimes. So that's where it was, and I didn't know that going to class, but I did have it there, so that's good. I basically had class from like 9 to 5 that day, and I knew coming back, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna have to replace the tire. I've never really done that by myself before, but it's an easy thing. I know how to do it. So this is where the adventure begins.
Finally.
I'm setting everything up, right? I get back there, I figure out where the actual spare tire is. I have to like bring it down from the thing. And as I'm like setting up the jack in my car and stuff, some guy drives by. He's asking like, hey, do you like need some help or whatever? I was like, no, it should be fine. I mean, like it's my first time doing this, but I think I know what I'm doing. He's like, are you sure? I got like plenty of time. And after saying like no 1 or 2 times, he finally won me over, and he's helping me out here.
I'm going to help you now.
Yeah. Evidently, this dude was
You have no choice.
a mechanical engineer. He lived out in San Francisco for a bit, but he used to work on cars apparently out in San Francisco. So we're chatting about that kind of stuff. We're getting the little lug nuts off and like pulling it out, and then comes time for us to take the tire off, which proved to be extremely difficult. We are literally like drop kicking this thing, trying to break it loose, trying to get this tire loose. And in the process of doing this, guy number 2 drives by. And he says like, hey, do you guys like need some help? He's like, yeah, no, I think we're good. We just like, I think this thing's just like rusted to the hub or something. Because that spoiler alert, that is what was wrong with it.
Most likely that, yeah.
Yeah. So he's like, I mean, all right, cool. Like, sounds good. I mean,
Look.
that's all I got for you. And then he drives off. And we're desperately, he apparently lives nearby. He walks all the way home to get like his tool bag or something.
You walked home?
He walked home. It was like a block
Didn't you
away.
just drive?
I don't know. And he has his like tools and stuff, and he's trying to like hammer this thing from like the side or the other side. He's literally like laying on his back and like with both of his feet just going like tush, 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 on this tire, and it is not fucking moving at all. So
Holy shit.
Wow.
So we also, I was looking up some like stuff on YouTube of like how to get a tire off that's rusted to your hub or whatever. And there's this one guy who took like a pretty sizable log and he just hits it at like a downward angle on the tire and just goes and just pops off.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, so we just need like something
Let's get a
soft.
log.
Yeah, let's get a log. So interestingly, the parking lot that I park in is like the stadium parking lot right next to the football stadium. And there's always construction going on near that stadium. And they had these gigantic beams, like these wooden beams that were like taller than me and like maybe this thick.
Like 4x4.
Huge. So if you could imagine 2 dudes like holding this thing like it's a fucking
like a medieval battering ram.
and we're both just like doosh, down on the tire. Doosh, down on the tire. Not fucking moving.
Holy shit.
Wow,
And
that's
then
what
guy
the
number
fuck?
3 comes along and he says like,
Yay.
you should prop that thing up on that spare you have there and like hit it from the back or something. And it's like, that's not a bad idea, stinky homeless guy, because that's exactly what he looked like.
But he had good.
Don't judge stinky homeless guy.
So we set up the tire, we have that there. I'm like ramming it from the back while he's kicking it in the front. Not fucking moving, man.
Oh my
Nothing
God,
is
man.
getting this tire off. So then another thing that I had seen on YouTube is like, if that doesn't work, you can just like put the lug nuts on kind of loosely and then just drive it around until you hear a pop. It's like,
That's a scary one.
that's
Wow.
we did. I looked that up like a while ago, and I told him that. He's like, that's pretty hilarious. But we had reached a point where that was our only option.
How long has it been at this point?
Yeah, I should have mentioned that. I started at around like 5:15ish. The sun is
PM
currently
or
gone
AM?
now. PM.
Oh, PM.
The sun is currently gone now. It's like 6:30ish, approaching 7. Yeah. So we loosely put on some of the lug nuts, and I'm just driving around, just like
Ugh.
tearing up this rubber on the tire, doing God knows what to the rim. I had already consigned myself to the fact I'm like, this wheel's probably toast. So I'm just driving around. I'm literally doing like figure 8s in the parking lot, taking as sharp a turns as I can to try and get this thing loose. And every periodically, I'll pull up to a parking spot. Thankfully, the parking lot was mostly empty at this point, but I would love to have seen the security footage. I pull up, we look at it, we like take the lug nuts off. We're trying to move it, kick it, not fucking moving. Guy number 4 comes along.
Hey.
Oh, it's a party now.
Yeah, he comes
Guy number
out of his
4.
car, and he's talking to us like, hey, like, what's going on? Do you guys need some help? I don't know what it is about a flat tire on a car that just brings guys together to try and solve a problem. Even though it's such a simple problem for one person usually to fix. Like anytime a guy sees someone struggling with a flat tire, just like they just flock in.
It's something that is technically easy, but you get to feel really accomplished for solving it.
True.
So he asked if we need any help. I was like, no, I mean, like, we're just trying to get this fucking tire off the hub. I think it's just like rusted on there. It can't move when we kick it, and we're just driving around trying to get it to pop. It's like, oh, well, that's all I know how to do. So he left.
See y'all later.
Yeah.
That didn't last long.
And then we tried a new idea where we have there was like a little curb near the parking lot. So I would just drive up on that curb.
Drift it.
No, I'd slowly drive up on that curve, lift my tire up, and just let it fucking drop on that fucking tire.
Oh, wow.
You're literally like 4,000 pounds of
Yep.
force now to try and knock this
And
thing.
you would think
That's
that
really
would
strong.
have budged the tire. It did not. That thing was rock solid. So
Damn.
as we're sitting there, and before all of this, as we were like jacking up the car and stuff, we had he just found a couple of cinder blocks on the side of the street that we've been using to like keep the front tires in place. So we had one last ditch effort idea where we took one of those cinder blocks, just like a full ass cinder block, and just put it in front of that tire that refused to come off.
Yeah.
Just barely put the lug nuts on, just enough for them to like just twist it to where they wouldn't come out. And we're setting it up for me to just drive back and forth over it until something happens. And as
And
we're
I gotta know, at this point, there is no air in the tire, right?
oh no, this thing is no.
Beyond
It's
flat.
Driving
My
with the
car was
wheel
my car
itself.
was saying it had 2 psi, but I still think that was optimistic. So as we're setting this system up, we're like setting the cinder block there. This guy who apparently had been watching us from the train station that's right across the way, guy number 5 at this point, he's yelling from the train station, "Just drive it back and forth a couple of feet, and then the tire will pop off." I'm like, yeah, no, we
thank
tried
you.
that. He's like, oh shit, sorry.
Damn it. All right, we all have a good one.
Yeah, everyone wants to give their idea, but the moment it doesn't work, they're just like, damn, well,
Shit.
that's
Hey, at
all I
least
want to say.
He did more than number 4 guy. Number 4 guy didn't do nothing.
Yeah,
Oh shit, tire. Oh well, see ya.
They had their chance to shoot their shot.
yep. So
Oh,
we set up the cinder block, and I'm just going like 2 or 3 times, just boom, back up, until finally something fucking pops. And I look at it,
Tire
and
axle.
that thing is just just oblong, just like it's definitely loose now. So we jack
Yeah,
that
yeah.
thing up, pull the tire out,
Fuck.
just set it down. Nobody even needs to hold it. It stands upright on its own. And then we
Yeah, of
just
course.
grab the spare tire, slide it in, and then that was the easiest part of the job. To screw that in, it's like,
Oh yeah, you're just tightening on a new wheel.
yeah, there we go. This is all I expected my tire job to be. But we had
That's
to
how
break
it's
out
supposed
like
to
the
be.
mechanical physics to get this thing off. But that spare had been sitting underneath my car for quite a while, so it didn't really have that much air in it. And apparently, the mechanical engineer guy, which bless his heart, he's been with me for over 2 hours now at this point.
what a champion.
Yeah.
A hero.
Yep.
I love that guy already.
He had a class.
I want to marry him.
He had a class near the physics building, and he told me that like right next to the physics building, they just have an air gun there. That you just keep live at all times. I'm just like,
Oh hell yeah.
okay, sure, like guide me there or whatever. So I'm following him up to the physics building, and then he had told me ahead of time that it was going to be like on a walkway, but nobody's generally there, so like I'm not gonna have a hard time getting in there. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm still gonna need you to like show me where it is. And it turns out, like, we pull into the parking lot of the physics building, and there is I see the air gun. It's just like kind of like not taped up, but it's like secured to like a railing essentially. It just like comes right out of the
Yeah,
building and then just
yeah.
like wrapped up on the railway. It doesn't seem like cars are meant to get in there because he had to like air traffic control me through a gap between like a bike rack and a gigantic decorative rock. And there was maybe like 2 inches of clearance for me to get my Jeep through. Like if I went in at the wrong angle, I was fucked. And he's just like guiding me
you're
in
good.
here.
Come on in.
But I somehow managed to squeeze it. I would not have been able to make it if he was not there.
Yeah, you needed someone to
Yes.
The hero.
Yeah. So we filled up my tire. He had class in like 10 minutes. And then I just
Whoa.
went on my way. A
And
job
he said
that
he had time.
Yeah. That was all the
Well,
time he had.
At the
Damn.
point he was there, he had the time like 2 hours.
He was planning on going to like a library building to study. And then I just took all of that time from him. Yeah.
2
He
hours.
failed his exams because of you, because he wasn't able to study
I
for 2
kept
hours.
giving him exit points. I'm just like, dude, you don't have to stick around for this. Like, this is already way more trouble is where it's like, no, I prefer
Aw,
practical
that's
application to just studying in a room or whatever. It's like, dude,
Practical application.
you do you, man. Like, because I have
Good
half a
man,
mind
good
just to
man.
leave this thing in the lot and like call a tow truck or something. If this thing is fucking super glued to the axle of my car.
Just let the earth take it back.
Yeah. So something that I planned to get like wrapped up in like 20, 30 minutes by myself before the sun went down ended up taking almost 2.5 hours for a simple
goodness.
tire replacement job.
Yeah.
Sounds
Shit.
like a grand old time.
Yeah. I had never
That was
seen
quite an
something like that
adventure, and you
ever.
made like a 5 friends, 5 stranger, more like.
Some of them.
I
more
made one
reliable
friend
than
and met
others.
4 flakes is what happened. God damn
So
it.
what? So I'm assuming you had to go get a new tire though. After
No,
that, right?
actually,
Like, you're
my
not still running on the spare, are you?
My spare was a full spare. It was basically a completely
really?
different tire. Yeah. I mean, I am
Or it's just a tire.
I am gonna have
not
to get
just
a new
spare
spare,
price.
like, but it's not as big of a rush. I'm not running on a donut right now, so
That's
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. But
That's solid.
yeah, so that was fortunate that I actually had like a full spare down there. But
Well,
I
totally.
also have what I assume to be a just completely eviscerated wheel in that place
Oh,
now.
yeah.
That thing is fucked.
It's
There's
probably
no
warped all the hell
way.
at this point.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine.
We'll see.
You're
It would be a
probably gonna break
miracle.
one of the lugs off before you broke the wheel.
It would be a miracle if that rim is still intact, because I was throwing caution to the wind after a certain point. I'm just like, I don't care what happens to this thing. I just want it off my goddamn car.
Get off. Yeah.
I should
definitely reached that point.
bring that tire down from the spare and grab the pics. I never grabbed a picture of it because it was pitch black dark and I was exhausted from 2 hours
And-
of work
and
to
you weren't
replace
you weren't
a
in a
fucking
picture mood?
tire.
That's such an Instagram moment. What were you thinking?
God
Come on.
damn.
Could have been
man.
TikToking that whole thing.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It was a fucking ordeal.
Yikes.
Yeah. If it's bent and it weakens at the junkyard's best bet to get a cheap replacement. Who knows? I'm not even thinking about that right now. This
Listen, if it's bent, you would already know it.
I feel like, yeah.
Well, actually, no. You're not driving on it. You just have that
Yeah.
right.
You're not
yeah.
on that rim.
Yeah, no. But I was giving that tire the business, just trying to get it off my car. I was literally just like,
Yeah.
as hard of turns as I could take, I was ripping that tire as much as I could, and it
Ripping and
refused.
roaring.
It refused to unfuse from the hub.
Now, how good did it feel though when you heard that pop finally? Like how satisfying?
Well,
Come on.
I think, I didn't actually hear the pop, so it was more just like I was going back and forth, and obviously I was just bouncing every time I landed. And the guy who was helping me was watching, he was like, oh, that's definitely off now. And the first thing I said was like, fuck yeah, man, let's go. Like, yeah. Jesus Christ. I get out of my car and I look at that tire, and I don't think I've ever been more happy to see a tire just completely misaligned from my entire car.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just like, oh,
I can
that's
see that, I can
beautiful.
see that.
Oh,
Satisfaction.
That's so good.
Nice.
Jesus
Like
Christ.
it feels like when you can poop like for a week and your stomach is like full of shit. Like I
Oh,
gotta
Jerry.
poop, I gotta
Oh,
poop,
Jerry.
I gotta poop. Once
Jerry.
you
Comes out.
finally poop, it's like a dead Lily's.
Yeah. it's
After a week,
exactly
you're
like
probably
that.
in the hospital when that
But,
happens.
I feel like a week is a long time to not poop. That is a long fucking time.
But this mechanical
Figure
engineer
of speech.
who would
What a
work
guy.
at his family car shop,
yeah.
he's kicking this tire, he's on his back, kicking his tire with both feet, and the only thing he says is like, I have never seen this before in my life. I'm like, oh shit. This thing's
Well,
pretty
that's
fucked,
good.
man.
I don't miss rust. That's
Dude.
not something I miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this
Ever.
car has basically only ever existed in like Michigan and Utah, so it's seen the worst of the
The
elements.
saltiest
yeah.
places in the world.
Yeah,
I mean, like Salt Lake, it's got it.
You're
I don't-
literally in Salt Lake City.
I don't want to think about my other tires right now.
Yeah, just don't think about it.
I mean,
It's like you're
definitely.
coughing. You fucking nut! I can't do this.
I think I'm probably gonna take them into a shop anyway. Just like the tires are looking pretty worn, and I'd like them to be
New tire time.
yeah, I'd like them to be
Especially
grippable for when
for
the winter
winter.
comes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
definitely do that.
but I will be taking it to a tire shop, and they can fucking deal with getting the tires off my car.
There you
I'm
go.
not doing that
They have,
myself.
they have,
go.
they have plenty of
Exactly.
tools for that
They have
exact
plenty
thing.
of logs in the shed where they can just.
Yeah. They actually just do the exact thing that you guys did, where they're just driving over a cinder block a couple times.
Dude.
Oh yeah, I got
That felt like some mad scientist shit. I'm just like, this is not how this should be done, but it's what must be done.
It's physically wrong. So I've got a tire. I got a thing about this tire. Is like a two years ago, I went to the mechanic and got like a car checked, and the mechanic was like a worried sick, like your tire is wrong. Your tire is old
tire
and
is wrong."
cracked. you gotta change your tire sooner or later, and it will be your life in danger. And I was like,
Wow.
No,
It's
I was
really
like,
telling you.
okay,
right.
okay, and I was like thinking like, my tire is
Whatever.
good. Yeah, it
God,
it brought
man.
us like a place that where I want to go. It was like 2 years ago, and
Oh, it stops the other one.
Is this
And
the
the-
video that
This
you were
is the
watching?
dude that I saw. Go ahead, keep talking, Jerry. We're just gonna keep.
oh yeah. And it's been 2 years since the mechanic told me to change the tire, and it's still old and it's still cracked. It still keeps rolling. And like a week ago, I was like trying to put some air in my tires.
Yeah.
Because I
And it fucking
almost
exploded.
forgot like
didn't it?
how long. No. I even forgot like how long it was since I last checked the air in my tire.
Yeah.
I usually don't do that because I forget. And
Yeah.
surprisingly, I didn't even have to put some air in it.
It was just fine.
Beautiful.
Must be
The
nice.
fucking mechanic, he lied.
The moral of the story is just be more like Jerry.
That's like when the dentist told me I was gonna get a cavity like 8 years ago, and I still don't have that cavity that he said I was gonna get.
Have all the other ones in a different spot.
So just for reference, we had a log that was maybe 50% thicker than this thing, and like
Oh.
5 times
wow.
longer.
Oh
This
my
thing
God.
was
Taller than
gigantic.
your height.
It required 2 people to operate.
Jeez.
Was it made of wood?
Yes, it was a solid wood beam. All right, watch this guy just one shot it. I think it actually takes 2. Oh, there it is. Bonk.
Oh, wow.
Off.
Well, that thing probably wasn't actually rusted on there.
God damn. Yeah, he's like, yeah. If you ever have a tire that's like rusted on, he like grabs it with his hands. He like jiggles it a bit. He's like, see, won't come off. Just meanwhile, we're putting like our full weight against this thing and dropping
You're running
literal
from across the
cars
parking
onto
lot.
it, and it's not fucking coming off. Ugh. So,
But it's done. You did it. You
It's
just had
done.
to suffer. Did you end up like that was after class, right? You
that was
didn't
after
miss
class.
anything?
No, that
Okay.
was after all my class wrapped up. But it was after like 9 to 5 classes. Like it's my longest day. So
Yikes.
yeah.
Beautiful. What a wonderful day.
I'm actually glad it didn't break anything inside their car while you just like lamming their logs.
After a certain point, I stopped
The
giving a
car.
fuck. I'm just like, get this the fuck off of my car right now.
Either the wheel comes off or my car breaks. Either way, something's happened.
I'm not leaving here until something changes.
God damn.
I don't care if the axle gets bent.
Well, if they can bend the axle with that, then that axle was gonna break anyways.
Yeah.
And your car's not really that old, right? Like
No, it's like a 2008, I think. It's either 2008
Yeah,
or
it's-
2012. I forget.
That's so old.
How old's your car, Steven?
2018, baby.
Oh,
it's
shit.
like a new car.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's like a brand new car.
Steven's rolling around in like a brand new car.
I'm pimping.
On
baby.
purpose, too.
Big pimpin'.
Yeah, I totally planned on getting a new car when I moved here.
Yeah, that was the idea. See, think about it.
That's why he drive his old car all the way down there so he could just junk it there. Like that was the
That's
plan.
so I could get a
Because
so I
it's
could get
cheaper.
$100 at
It's
the
cheaper to
dealership
chunk it
for
in North Carolina or South
$100.
Carolina.
It costs more. It costs more to drive the car down here than I got as a trade-in.
That's true. In gas, it costs more.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Dad like put some money to like sure up some things on it before it
Oh
took it off.
man.
Yep.
What
I
went
think
wrong
he,
with
like,
it again?
He put new brakes, or no, he did put new brakes
Oh.
on because those were the things that got
that
fucked
went
up.
out.
Yeah. So and like driving through Virginia, there's like some like mountainous areas.
Yeah,
and
some tight turns.
tight turns and go like Dad was driving through the mountain, so if the brakes got fucked up, it's his fault. For
Dad
riding.
would have been dead.
But yeah, so I think just they couldn't handle the stress of hills anymore, and by the time like there were some issues that could have been fixed if we were in Michigan at home in our garage.
You needed tools in a garage.
Sure.
But like literally no one in the area wanted to work on like a Mustang from the 90s.
Yeah.
Like we called a bunch of mechanics and shops and stuff. They're like, nah.
Oh.
Like, well,
No, this will pay you. Like, nah, not worth it.
There was no place where we could actually just like park the car and work on it because it wasn't something that would just take like a couple hours. It would take like
It was gonna be a day or two.
What,
be like a
what
day or
went
two,
wrong with
sort
it?
of. Just like we would have had to
Brakes just
replace all
failed.
of the brakes.
Oh, fuck.
Holy shit.
And I'm sure it wasn't.
Very
I'm sure it wasn't the
involved.
pads. You were probably replacing calipers, and you were
Yeah,
gonna. And
yeah. So
it was gonna be a lot more stuff to take apart.
Jesus.
and it definitely got to the point where it's just like new car, whatever.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
don't care
absolutely.
anymore. I hate this.
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
have
That's
totally
fair.
been in that mindset before. I'm just like,
I'll
whatever
go to
whatever
death.
it takes the
Fine.
easy, like the
Or death.
easiest route to have me stop feeling what I'm feeling right now. Do it.
I will pay that money.
Yeah.
I'm very vulnerable in that state. Like I can
Yes.
easily be taken advantage of.
Yes. Yep. In a moment of desperation, was like, I feel like shit. I will pay any amount of money to stop feeling like shit right now. Just make it happen.
It kind of soured the whole getting a new car
I
experience for
know.
me.
I bet.
I couldn't be happy about it.
I know. Hopefully you're enjoying it now.
I'm enjoying it now. Like it's nice having a car, like
A reliable
Bluetooth
car.
in there, a reliable car.
Yeah.
Like
You don't have to worry about rust.
nope. Although it did get a little frosty this morning, so I don't know. Like they might start throwing some salt around. Who knows?
It did not get frosty here.
It never
It
will.
got like the most minimum amount of frosty here, but more than usual. I
You
guess.
gotta stay frosty.
Stay
Take
frosty.
frosty.
Alrighty.
Well, I'm glad you're not
I feel
dead,
like-
Jared.
Me
I
too.
feel like we've had this conversation already. It's almost as if I have.
Has this happened before?
Well, I was going to very quickly grab a beer before we
Have
went
we
into
met?
this, but then Steven had
Oh.
a good transition. But oh well, here goes.
Well,
Sorry.
Wait,
we'll
Steven.
have plenty more transitions.
What a waste.
Are you the Steven I know or second Steve?
Oh my god.
Is Steven dead or is he alive?
And yeah, are we basing it off the branching path theory, or like does the branch cease to exist? What happens?
So
I
we
don't
should, we
know.
should
How
probably
would you
start with
explain
the,
if someone would not believe you things.
we should probably start with the opinions of Denzel Washington's #1 fan. Jerry.
Yeah. Apparently, I never knew this about him, but he loved Denzel Washington.
Really
Jerry
loves Denzel
loves
Washington.
Denzel Washington.
Yeah.
Jerry, quick, name all of the movies that you've seen with Denzel Washington. Go.
There was a Denzel Washington movie that like he tried to like protect and save a girl.
Oh,
Man on Fire.
Man on
Oh yeah,
Deja
Man on
vu.
Fire. I love
That's literally where the
That's deja vu.
That picture.
Yeah, that's that picture up there.
It's also deja vu. She's just older. The girl's just older. Actually, ironically enough, Man on Fire like is about protecting Dakota Fanning, and Elle
And
Fanning,
Elle Fanning
is in this movie.
She's the little girl on the ferry. Like she has no
Oh,
line.
oh,
She's the one who drops the doll.
Oh,
That's Dakota
that was?
Fanning's sister.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
that's Dakota Fanning's sister.
Is Dakota Fanning the person on fire in this little souvenir we have?
Yeah, that's exactly
Oh,
it.
Dakota. I mean, for all intents and purposes, she is on fire, like, and dead, because I don't think she's in movies anymore.
True.
I haven't
Yeah,
seen her in anything in forever.
I think
Her
she
sister
is
took
still
over.
doing stuff, but I don't think it's anything like big.
People stopped buying Dakota and started putting all their money into Elle.
Well, it's like she was like really popular when she
As a
was
kid.
like as a kid, like
Yeah.
actor, and then
She
no
didn't
one
evolve
wanted her
beyond that.
anymore.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the sad thing.
That is sad because she was a good actor,
She was a great little kid
He was a
actor.
very good actor.
but
For
you
some
know, I guess
reason,
Yeah, it looks like
Who
she's
knows?
only in like a couple of like TV shows now.
yeah, a bunch of stuff no one cares about.
Mm.
she'll probably have like a Hillary Duff style comeback as like a cameo
Oh.
and things.
Did she come back?
Did Hillary Duff come back?
I'm pretty sure Hillary Duff was in like some random things. I mean, I was watching. Okay, that doesn't count. I've been watching Community, and she was in an episode of that.
Okay.
That's why Hillary Duff was on the tip of my tongue.
Gotcha.
But I did.
She's
like,
in How I Met Your Father.
Oh, boy.
That's pretty significant.
I forgot that was even a thing.
Who is the girl we are talking about? Because I love
Lizzie
that show.
McGuire.
No, not
How I Met Your Father.
No.
Jerry,
How I Met Your Father.
No, not that.
You love.
Not that.
I
would
don't
you
know
be
if you love
excited
that.
to learn that they rebooted that show?
No, I wouldn't want to watch that. I don't even want to try that. I don't want to give it them a
But why?
chance.
Don't you love How I Met Your Mother? Don't you want more
Yeah,
of that?
I loved it.
Yeah, you want more, right?
Don't you love how the mother was dead
the whole time.
the whole time, and then it's just Robin is like,
Oh,
that was stupid. I was
what a
like,
dumb,
alright.
what a dumb show.
Not that a show like that really needs like an ending.
I don't know. It's not about like a whole plot of like a 10
Yeah,
season.
I think
It was
they
just a
tried-
little bit of there and here fun.
They tried to be too dramatic with the ending. I think
did,
It's
they
sad,
did.
Like I don't care about this dead woman. We don't even know her.
No, that show didn't warrant the sort of gravitas that they were infecting it with. It was a show about zingers, so just let it
Yeah.
be a zinger show.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a show starring Neil Patrick Harris. That doesn't exactly come with like this emotional dramatic ending.
Well, especially like the character he plays in that.
Legend. Wait for it. Dirty.
Oh my goodness.
I've
So
seen How I
very
Met Your Mother exactly one time, and that will be the number it remains at for the rest of my life, probably.
I have no need to ever watch that show again. I didn't watch every episode. I watched a decent amount.
I watched every episode, I think.
So you watched the decent amount of the like episode of that How I Met Your Mother, like I watched the Breaking Bad.
no.
Yeah, but he
no,
actually
hold
did.
on.
You watched the whole series, didn't you, Steven?
I did.
No. I was talking about
Me.
Andrew.
I know, but I also am not saying that I love How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah.
That's true.
He's admitting that he
saying-
didn't like it, and now I accept that he hasn't seen it all. Hey, Jerry,
Well, there you go.
did you like
That
Breaking
makes
Bad?
sense to me.
I loved it.
Cool.
Uh-oh.
Have you seen the whole series?
Have you seen the whole series?
No.
Yeah, like the first season of the
Fuck
whole
you,
series.
Jerry. Fuck you.
It still counts.
Yeah.
No,
like
it
the first
doesn't!
season.
It doesn't count. It really
Well, actually, you could
didn't
argue.
stop- Oh,
You could argue that you actually don't know if you like Breaking Bad because you've only seen one season.
Mhm.
You don't.
What? If I
It's
didn't
possible
like
that you
it,
don't
I
actually like
The
it.
plot hasn't even
If I didn't
started
like-
for you yet, Jerry.
honestly.
You watched the
the plot
prologue.
was like a. No, if I didn't like it, I would stop like on first episode of the season.
But if you
okay.
liked it, what would you have done?
Because I already told you, I explained everything. Like when the time I finished the first season, there was no like a second season, so I was
Well, I got
like
great news
waiting
for
and
you,
I forgot
Jerry.
about it.
There's 5
Something
seasons
like
now, and it's done.
that.
You,
How about
there's
that?
More.
Okay, I will watch
How about-
it. Okay,
how
if
about
you guys, if it makes you guys happy, I will watch it. Okay, entire
Makes me very
season.
happy.
It would
It
make
would
me
make me.
immensely
I would be
happy.
ecstatic. Ecstatic.
We have
That's
no-
all
we
you
have no
had
issue.
to say, Jerry.
That's
That
it.
our
You just had
peer
to say
pressure
exactly
works.
what we wanted to hear.
Is that so hard, Jerry?
Yeah, come on.
No, it was not hard. It was very easy to make you
Don't
happy.
give in. Shut up,
no,
Mastiff.
shut up, Mastiff.
You're not helping.
Jerry, absolutely give in.
Yeah.
I'm always giving in.
Good. That's my secret, Cap. I'm always giving in.
But now
Now,
We have a
scared.
movie to discuss.
we have a movie to
That's
Wait.
not as good of a segue as mine was.
No, we had
Sorry.
a great segue before, but
Sorry.
Can you think of something more clever real fast for me, please?
No, what you should have done was say that exact same thing again, and then I was like, I feel like
And
you've said that before.
Oh, damn it. Okay, that's a good enough segue right now, what you just did.
Come
though.
on. All right,
Anyway, Denzel Washington.
Denzel Washington.
Is this
Deja
stream
vu.
dead or is it alive?
I don't know.
All right.
We don't
Is it a
know.
different state of entropy?
Do y'all like this movie because you quoted a bunch? Is that what it is?
Actually,
Honestly,
we don't.
I don't
quote
need
this
never. I
movie.
like never quote this movie until just now.
I
Okay.
can't think of anything
true,
that I've
true.
ever quoted from this movie.
Okay.
No, this is just one of those movies that like I just like to watch it. It's
All right.
it's a good.
I think y'all are going to be entertained by my opinion on this one
I
because
can
it goes
respect
both
that.
ways.
I can respect that. Well, I'm hoping to have you a bit on my side here, Andrew, because
Well,
Uh-oh.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will.
I. All right. So here
don't expect Jared
I'm in
to
the
like-
awkward situation where having a
Shaking my head right
mildly
now
a
already.
positive opinion of this movie is upsetting to people. Like
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, mildly. Like
mildly
it's not
positive. Like
Okay.
I would say at best this movie was decent.
Yeah, like this movie didn't make Jared angry, but he doesn't think it's a good movie.
There, I mean,
Oh
there,
my
there.
God.
No, yeah, there wasn't anything that I think made me angry. But okay, so I think my overall thought on this
Punches.
movie, my overall thought on this movie is that like it's a cool and fun idea and premise that is muddied by some Hollywood cheese that I am not a fan of.
Oh, this thing is ripe with contrivances.
It is the most
Contrivances and just like
Hollywood-
some like there's a lot of just like Hollywood moments of just like
Generic tropes.
generic tropes or just like, oh, this is definitely for the dumb people in the audience kind of thing.
Okay. Oh, dude, there's one, my favorite one, the one that I actually like burst out laughing at, and I've seen this movie before.
Yeah.
Was when the camera zooms in, it's looking at the you can save her on the fridge, which is already kind of funny.
Yeah.
But then it does a double zoom on the revival. I was crying. That was so funny.
If I have to watch one more goddamn scientist explain time travel with a piece of
Oh, they
paper,
said
I'm
so
gonna
many
blow
times.
my brains out.
This movie came out in
Exactly.
2006, so it wasn't as cliche.
It
as
pioneered
it is
the
now.
cliche.
Yeah,
I wonder how often it had happened before this movie, but this movie does it 3 times or so in
it
its
does.
own
This
runtime.
movie does do it a lot in its own movie, and it.
But the thing is, when Snow White like first came up in the movie, I was like thinking like, but Lord, you guys like hated like science explain supernatural time travel things, and why do you love this movie so
Well,
much?
Not as a rule. Not
When
as a
did I
rule.
ever say that?
I think
We-
I was
Oh,
also
was it Gerard?
my mind was
I think
also
it's Jared
slightly
is
tainted
one.
because a couple months back,
You time traveled?
No.
Oh my god!
I saw this video titled
Wait,
"That
what-
Scene in Every Sci-Fi Movie."
Oh, amazing.
Maybe we already have the plan. Are you familiar with the Einstein-Rosen bridge? Speak English, please. It posits that the singularity at the heart of a black hole may be strong enough to break through to another point in the universe.
Those words make you sound smart, but I'm still not getting it.
Okay, how do I explain this like you're 5 years old?
Imagine the universe is this piece of paper.
Okay.
What we do is bend the universe to put
Yeah,
these
but
two
he
points
got
together.
this
Now stick a
from
pencil
Deja
through it
Vu.
to really
That-
hammer
they
home your
did it
point.
first.
Yeah.
This should leave the audience with no questions at all.
Even the like the terms that they just sort of like splatter onto the conversation. They just throw like Einstein-Rosen bridge, like something theory, something, and none of it makes any sense.
In
I think even
English,
if you were to, like, look
goddammit.
into it. So all the PhDs in the room can understand. That's the best part of the movie.
I was honestly glad.
Denzel's character is so good. I
loved it. I loved it.
I was honestly
loved it.
glad that they went for like a time travel angle because I was getting progressively more frustrated the more they tried to insist that this was some surveillance tech with satellites, and I'm seeing them
where it's like,
go
yeah,
through
we're-
buildings, and you can see like
No,
eye
it's
movements
red.
of whoever's
It's
getting
red.
watched. I'm just like, all right, if they keep it like this is some CSI level cheese, man. This is dumb.
It's beyond fiction at that point.
Yeah.
I love that even
We
Denzel's
had an
like,
enhanced
"So what about-"
moment.
We did have an enhanced moment.
Hey, he didn't really enhance it. He just zoomed in. So he didn't. So it's fine.
Whatever.
It's comical the way they try to cover up or like insist that it's like totally above board, like the
Trying to
technology.
explain it
Yeah.
because obviously at the beginning he's not allowed to know the secret.
Yeah.
Which I don't know why he's
Of
not.
like, I mean, he's on the team. He's on the team.
He's
right?
already
Like,
on the small team. He's in the room. Like, just
Yeah.
tell the guy.
Tell the man. can't trust Denzel Washington. Not until 4 days happen, and I can look back and
it's
see.
just
what
4 days and 6 hours. Finally.
There was a lot of quality advancements, like while he was like driving car, he can see through the time.
That
like,
that
how
car
he-
scene was that car scene is the perfect
That was
encapsulation.
hilarious.
That car scene is the perfect encapsulation of that's a cool concept. That's cheesy as fuck. Like
Yeah.
why?
Yes.
He's literally causing cars to flip in midair in traffic,
dude.
and nothing happens about it.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't
I
matter.
absolutely
Just
love.
focus
him
on
being
how
able to
cool
see
the goggles
through,
are.
Yeah, him being able to see through time and streaming that to people, where, like he can't really. Oh, no, he could see it at that time.
Yeah.
That whole setup, cool shit. That's neat. Everything else around it, I'm just like, this is some Law and Order bullshit. Come on, man.
I like when he puts the helmet on, and it's just like he's only looking at 4 days ago. He's like,
Yeah.
oh,
I
shit.
know, and he
Oh,
freaks out like he's in VR.
and I was thinking don't you guys need like a thousand of computers to process these things in the like a huge room, and you can do that with with this like a little goggle things. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
I don't know how it extends the range. Just put those goggles everywhere, I guess. Fuck it, whatever.
There's definitely,
it's
I mean,
line
there's
of sight.
definitely, there's
I mean,
definitely,
yeah.
if they can make this little goggle rig, they can definitely extend the range of what they're
Bullshit,
doing.
you've discovered this by accident and the system is fragile. You have some extensive tech to take advantage of.
They discovered this wormhole by accident, but they have like a Xenon scanner that can, like a Xerox scanner that can multiply things into the other side.
My favorite thing about the movie is the laser pointer scene where he just points it. I assume that the monitor is just like yeah, it's just looking at
camera.
That was
Like,
such a
obviously
dumb way to reveal that.
They're looking through the Einstein-Rosen bridge to get all that like the
They're
footage
not
and stuff like that. They
interacting
actually-
with it.
But the screen itself isn't actually the
No!
like
Bridge.
the wormhole.
It's a monitor.
Hole.
So
That's the sort of Hollywood
love that
cheese.
scene
Those
so
are the
much.
sort. That's the sort of Hollywood cheese where I'm just like, that's dumb. But I'm sure
it's
it's
so
like
cool.
it's one of those things that like, as long as you're not thinking about it, it like intuitively makes sense. Of just like
Yeah.
I point the
The
laser pointer at
genre
the
of Fox
screen and
News
she can
things, though.
see it because I'm
Like,
pointing
I
it at
think-
the screen.
I think the whole thing was that she was kind of feeling like she was being watched, so they're like, "Oh, well." It, like I guess they just wanted to make it more
How do you
involved
feel that,
in the
though?
room that they're
What is
in.
your presence like when you're just observing
Well, it's
something
like-
like that?
If like it's like the feeling of being watched.
Like that Sixth
so you
Sense sort
imagine,
of thing, yeah.
yeah.
But
so
it's like
not
that
a-
that laser pointer dot appeared on that lamp,
well, you
didn't
can
it?
point. Well, yeah, because light can
Oh,
actually
it-
go through. So it was basically like
Yeah.
it's basically like it's basically like they were just like sitting at a window, a one-way
Yeah.
mirror, looking through at her at all times.
Yeah.
But that one-way mirror was the screen that they could touch with their hands.
Oh
Yeah,
my-
like how dangerous like that means that they could potentially like if they they were basically light bouncing, they could be seen through that other side.
does sound not
yeah,
travel through there? Like
No.
what are the rules?
Well, because they did
Can
say
someone
the
explain to me how
radio.
we get audio?
They did say radio waves couldn't travel through because it would get scrambled.
Mm.
But the audio, they can receive audio, so it's fine.
So
You know,
the thing about this movie is like I was like at the same page with Gerard, and when they like explain like some kind of like a satellite shit or something that doesn't make any sense, I was like, okay, let's
I'm
just not thinking about
yeah, I'm just like
technology,
that's
and I
dumb.
can enjoy
But if
the
that's
movie.
the premise,
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah,
all
they're
right.
like-
I'm just gonna accept that. And
No,
right
I-
around
yeah,
the point where I
that's the way I
accepted
view
that,
the movie.
right around the point where I was starting to accept that, I'm just like, all right, this is just the movie. Denzel Washington just points that fucking laser pointer at the
Hell
screen,
yeah, he does,
and I'm like,
yeah.
God damn it!
it's just how
Because he's a
effective
Denzel
that
Washington,
is.
he can do that, okay?
So I don't care how little it makes sense. It's such a cool scene. I love it.
It was
Yeah,
cool scene. I loved it.
This
I love how vindicated he is. Like there, right there. This is the one broach the system. or
I
whatever,
love
broach
how
the seal.
sincere, like everything about the movie is like it's very genuine, but
Yeah.
the thing it's genuine about is the most
This was-
thinly-
this was
the thin,
definitely-
shallow.
This was
science
definitely
that
a
it's ever
movie
been
made in
conducted.
2006.
Oh,
Yeah, and
absolutely.
I would also like to
Absolutely.
preface this. This movie is in no way like deep.
Oh no,
No,
No way.
I was
No.
mostly concerned coming into this discussion because I remember you saying at the end of the last one, it was like, this is one of like my favorite movies of all time. And I know what a couple of your other most favorite movies of all time are.
Oh,
and those are
this one-
like the first thought that came into my mind.
This one's a special one.
Gotcha. The first thought that came
one's
into my
favorite,
mind.
It's like I'm always excited to watch
Gotcha.
it, and it's like I have fun watching it, and I'm getting into how just ridiculous and how heavy everything is.
Okay. Because like
that's what appeals.
the immediate movie that popped into my mind when you said like this is one of my favorite movies of all time was just like The Prestige. I'm just like,
Okay, yeah.
This
it was
ain't no
definitely
Prestige.
It's not on Prestige levels. I will agree to that. But it is definitely it's a movie that I'll come back to time and time again. I'm just like, yes, Denzel, I loved you.
I was
I
really
think
worried coming into this this discussion that there was going to be like, this is such like a tight time travel story. Like there's no plot holes or
no
anything,
way.
and I'm just
No
gonna have to
way,
sit
no
here.
way.
It's like, I didn't hate the movie, but
What?
damn, I didn't
No,
like
I'm-
love it. Like,
I'm well aware
Okay,
that this movie
great.
is not.
I'm
is not like
significantly
a
less stressed about this discussion moving
But,
forward.
There we go.
the reason I submitted it is so, like I just want to watch this movie, and
respect
it's
that.
just one of those. It's just a fun
Yeah.
thing for me.
Yeah, I can totally see that. All right, cool.
I will say
kinda
that
like
this
The Mist.
this movie stands out as a pretty iconic like 2000s period piece.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god! It sent it straight back to early.
The moment he
2000s
flipped out that
movies.
flip phone, man.
Oh,
God,
yeah.
that is
Like
like,
everything
All
about
the
this movie,
music
man.
and like
from
I mean,
the color grading to the acting to
it is a
the
Jerry
camera
Bruckheimer
shake.
film, and he has
Yeah,
a very
you-
like iconic style.
What else has he done?
CSI.
Yeah.
Like I'm
that's
pretty sure.
why.
So, yeah,
Yeah, everything and like NCIS and stuff. Like I'm pretty sure
it all has the same sort of style on it.
this is literally a CSI movie with time travel.
Wait, who did you say it was by? I'm
Jerry
seeing.
Bruckheimer.
Jerry
is the-
Bruckheimer.
The director, I think. Right?
It says the director
he's
is
the
Tony
producer.
Scott, and then
I
writers
think
are
he's, Jerry Bruckheimer is the like producer.
okay.
Oh, okay. He had his hand in it somewhere at the very least.
But like Jerry
Yeah,
Jerry
he's a producer,
Bruckheimer movies. Jerry Bruckheimer was a producer on National Treasure. Like it's just his name is
Yeah.
just on that era of movies. You know.
This movie is just one of those like it is like the epitome of Hollywood movie sort of deal, where like I like this is like a popcorn like movie.
Yeah.
It's just not. A
I can definitely see somebody like saying that they love this movie in the same way that I feel like I love National Treasure in terms of like
right.
it's
This
not
is
gonna
like
blow your mind, but it's just a fun watch.
this is like time travel National Treasure to me.
Oh, that's a good.
I feel like I
expression.
didn't enjoy this movie nearly as much as
That's
National
great.
Treasure personally, but it was
See,
fun.
I think you were looking for
It
it
was
to
fun.
be
No!
a smarter movie.
I
No,
have
dude,
a-
the moment I saw that fucking laser pointer scene, I knew what this movie was about. Are you kidding me? Oh, yeah, there is no custom cabbage for Jerry now because I looked
Jerry, because
specifically
you-
for your name, Jerry.
Jerry.
Oh.
You know what? I think.
But
you should
that's
have
fine.
to
I'll just
repay for
change it. I'll just change it for tomorrow because now I'll just
No,
change
he
your-
should have to pay for it. Like, listen,
Yeah.
you made the joke. Now you pay the
Yeah, own
consequences
up
of
the
the
You don't want me to
20,000
change. You don't want me
I
to
am
change
done.
it to a head of Denzel Washington.
Oh, that I'll
That
do.
yes, that we have
That
to
I
do.
can.
Yeah.
That I can.
Wait,
And
what?
then he'll have to
negotiating
pay
on
to
this,
change
Jerry.
it. How about that?
There, I agree to that. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
But my nickname.
Unopposed.
Aye.
The eyes have it.
What?
Aye.
Do I have a choice?
No.
No,
Never.
you can vote, Jerry.
Why do you even ask then?
Ah.
You have a vote.
Yeah, feel free to vote, Jerry.
Would you like a Denzel
Democracy.
Washington head or no?
I'm indifferent.
Okay, so I'll take that as a no, but we're already at 4 yeses and 1 no, so it's still a
It
Denzel
really
Washington,
just
so.
doesn't matter. It's arbitrary.
Let this be a
And I
lesson
think,
in democracy for you, Jerry.
I'm like,
Boats. I don't think we're gonna blackface Jerry
No.
for our.
No,
for
I
his-
don't know. I don't know about that.
we do enough bad stuff on that stream as it is without doing that.
Well,
We're
especially
not
without
gonna
leaving a
lethal
paper
weapon
trail.
Jerry.
Yeah.
I'm getting too old for this shit.
So, I guess
So-
the best place to start this movie summary is at the beginning. But I feel like I need to go even further back than that to the producer splash screens which were so clever in how they
dude.
played themselves and artificially rewound themselves to play them again.
Did that not capture you immediately?
Good shit. Good shit.
Hell yeah, dude.
You know you're in like a
Dude.
popular This Is For Everyone movie when literally like the name of the movie is relevant in the first 10 seconds of the movie.
They never say the words deja vu.
I
anywhere
was,
in the movie.
oh man, I was
Nope.
waiting for him to
There-
drop it
there's-
in that last scene.
And at the last scene, you think he's gonna say it,
It's like,
right?
sorry,
You
I just
think
got
he's gonna
some deja vu.
say it. Yeah. Beach Boys play us out.
Listen, great song, best part of the movie.
Yes.
Also,
That's
okay,
Deja Intendu.
so we're starting up the movie after those, so genius splash
Amazing
screens.
thematic logos.
Credit where
Listen,
credit
Denzel
is due. This is one of the first movies in a while, I feel like, that does not start with exposition.
Exactly.
just
It's
goes
definitely
right
one of the
into the
few, it just
scene.
goes right into the
It's,
movie.
it's
yeah.
just, well, I mean, it's just like
starts with, like, the
let's show
inciting
all the people
incident,
getting on the
essentially.
ferry
Yeah.
and stuff,
Mhm.
and then Beach Boys explosion,
Which was
lots
a
of dead people.
damn good looking explosion, if I do say so myself.
Well, this
They
so
actually,
you-
they actually
you
blew up
can-
that boat and killed a bunch of people.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
They especially killed the kids. You'll notice that you only saw you only see the soldiers like flying off the boat and in the water.
Those are the
You
only
don't
ones
see
that
a single
survived.
kid,
Yeah.
which
You don't
means
see
the
a
kids
civilian.
were near the center of the explosion and were immediately vaporized.
Yeah, honestly, it's better that way. I would rather be that than the guy who gets like launched off into the water.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
screaming
Like,
and
It,
and
it
dies
always
slowly.
it always reminds me of that one guy in Titanic who just like ricochets off the propeller as he's falling down.
That was
Yeah, like, oh,
that broke my heart.
When I first saw that as a kid, it traumatized me. When I see it now, I think
should.
it's fucking hilarious.
yeah.
Can you
It makes like a
visualize now?
it hits
something-
different, you know.
There's something about like organic material, like humans or animals, being like flung in a centripetal way, where their
Yep.
limbs are
Yeah.
all like stretched out to the
They were
extremity.
not meant to move in those ways that
no.
fast.
That
No.
that just gets me. That
yeah,
just gets me.
yeah.
Yeah, I almost
wanna-
felt like my bag is hot when I first watched it.
I want to point out just like the beginning of this movie, like this could be any movie from the 2000s.
So I was
They
thinking,
got
I was
like the
thinking
slow
watching this,
mo
I'm
and
like,
everything.
this feels so
Everything.
much like a Michael
Dude.
Bay like
Yes.
shot right now.
Yes,
Mhm.
And
totally.
then there was
You
like,
got
I was
all these like
wait a
army
minute.
things and shit. Like,
Yeah, a bunch of army stuff. I'm like, this feels like the intro to The Rock or something.
Yeah.
where
Uh-huh.
it's, like,
Yes.
showing up
Oh,
with, like,
hell yeah.
promo footage and like military people.
yep,
and-
yep.
That same type of cinematography and the shake and the editing, like
God,
down
the,
to
the
down
shake,
to the
the
color
shake, I
grade.
never got down with. Whenever there was an action scene and I was getting a bunch of like cuts and like shakies and zoom ins,
Yeah, lots of
That
shake
was-
and
I just
zooms.
could not get down with that.
That was
throughout the
literally
whole
just
movie.
every movie in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
So that's why this movie stands out and why it's so
This is a
attached to that
relic.
era.
This is a relic of its time.
Absolutely,
for sure.
absolutely.
I-
Literally every trope or cliche from the early 2000s is in this movie.
I felt that.
It literally has
Yeah.
it has everything.
Yeah.
going for
It does. I don't know what it would be missing. I don't know what on the list. It didn't check.
Surprisingly,
This is a monumental of cliche.
Yeah.
Interestingly, though, this movie is rated R.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
No,
I
it
think
isn't.
it's rated R. I think it is.
no.
But how?
I guess you
No,
do.
this is-
I
no,
guess you.
this is not.
Oh wait, no, PG-13.
that was a
I
different-
swear to God, I looked it up and it was like
There
like
is
a
nip-
week
there
ago
is
or
nip,
so.
though.
There is nip.
It's
There's
very-
nip, but that's a
very brief
like
nip.
that's like a director's cut. Like Steven, if
Gotcha.
you remember the version we
Oh.
saw way back when, there was not nipple.
That's
Well,
true because I saw that in this. I'm like, I don't remember this ever happening, and I've definitely seen it not on the TV version. Like
Yes.
I've seen like the actual like DVD version.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we watched.
Yeah,
when we-
I think
when you and
I-
watched this the first time like 18 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
or whatever this actually came out. Like there was definitely not nipple, but I remember because I remember as a kid feeling bereft of nipple.
Why can they see it but not me?
Yeah,
What the
because
hell,
I
man?
think I looked it up like when it first hit the wheel and it said like R rated or whatever, or maybe it did on Amazon Prime.
Maybe the
Amazon
director's cut is
probably gives
R-rated.
it like
But-
an
but
18 plus
after-
rating or something.
Oh, probably. Yeah.
But after like
Or-
watching the whole movie, I'm just like,
That really
they could cut out like a dozen frames from this movie, and it'd be PG-13 easy. Like,
Oh, I mean,
Literally just
literally, they
nipples.
cut out
It is
one frame
PG-13,
and then
yeah.
it's PG-13.
yeah. So I was actually
There's
surprised
not
about
really a
that.
lot
But
of
now that I've
swearing
looked it
either.
up, it says PG. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of swearing, which I would expect from like an R-rated crime drama, but no. So it was definitely I'm seeing it on IMDb right now. It just says PG-13. Like,
Yeah,
That makes
like
sense.
again, like the type of dialogue and the language like used in sort of the restraint,
Yeah.
all befitting of a 2006 movie meant for like a family to come watch in the movie
widest.
theater.
This is like the epitome of a dad movie.
so
Totally.
So here's
This is like
yeah.
everyone's father loves this
let's
movie.
let's break it down a little bit here with the movie poster. We got the classic
Is he on fire?
Classic quarter turn.
the classic quarter turn, like the blue and orange sort of
Oh yeah,
sort
Holy
of
shit! Break
dichotomy
out
there.
like any Jason Bourne movie cover,
literally.
Let's just do. Oh god.
like Born Identity or Born
Identity.
Actually, do Born Supremacy because that one's green.
Let's just do
Yeah.
Jason Bourne movie cover. I guess that Jason Bourne one, that black and white.
Look-
one. There we go. Born Identity. That like pioneered the show.
Look at
Look at
these.
the
That's
Born-
not even
wow.
subtle. It's just like
Bottom right.
straight line.
That's the bottom right one
The
even
bottom-
has some of
the bottom
similar
right most
framing
image
Oh,
and
there we go.
photos, like-
Oh my god.
Holy
Yeah.
shit!
This looks like discount CSI.
But everything was CSI, and every action movie was CSI.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's
So-
why Jerry Bruckheimer's so famous.
Wait, can you?
I
no,
know.
You can't see that. So yeah, you have that like color scheme there, and I just
Yep.
had to highlight the tagline here. If you thought it was just a trick of the mind, prepare yourself for the truth.
What? What does that even mean?
See, this movie just gets better and better. Every time you find a new little fact about it, it just gets even better.
This seems like a movie that I would have enjoyed a lot more watching it with you two. Like it
Oh,
would
yeah.
it
I
would have
think
been
it's a
like a
group
similar
watch.
like
Oh,
National Treasure kind of feeling.
I think the
Yeah.
reason I like this movie so much is because I've only ever watched it with Andrew.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we always watched it together, and like we point out these things
It
together.
seems
Yeah, and it
fun
was
to
always just
riff
like
on
a-
while also being
it's a-
entertaining in its own way.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
It carries my attention, but it also has very distinct and like points. I can point at a flaw and be like, and everyone notices it, and we can all talk
Yeah,
about it.
it's got a lot of common ground in it, which makes it
Yeah.
such a good movie. Wait, can we go back to that cover really quickly?
Yeah.
I don't know if you already closed it.
No, we're good.
I'm curious about what's going on in the fire there. Like, what is
we
happening?
we
And
got the girl there.
Is this a really dark image? Like, because that girl dies by getting burned alive, and on
Yeah,
the cover,
I mean, I
she's-
think. Well,
she's
we have the
going
girl
down
there,
a
and I
bridge.
think it's
Okay, so
it's the explosion from the beginning of the movie.
It's the ferry exploding because you see the bridge in
Yeah.
the background, and then it's just her like overlaid.
Okay,
on
because
top.
it's a really weird image to
Yeah.
have on the cover of a girl who actually is burned alive in the movie, engulfed in flame.
But
with
it's
Denzel
evocative
Washington.
and
He can save
sexy.
her, though, so it's fine.
You
can
can
save her.
save her, and those are the
But
only
how?
letters that are on this fridge.
Very convenient fridge magnets.
You
also.
can
She doesn't
save her,
have any
like,
kids,
no.
right?
Nope.
She babysits her friend Beth's kid a lot.
Okay, because I was
So,
gonna say,
Good
why
de-
are
good
those on?
detail, good detail.
Listen, I'm an expert at this movie, so
Okay.
you just ask me anything.
All
I'll
right,
know it.
cool. I will definitely be picking your brain throughout this review.
Well, I mean,
Also-
I'll probably have some questions for Steven because there's some things where I'm like, wait a minute, hold
Oh,
on.
there's already one thing that happens
Yeah.
pretty early on where I'm just like, explain this one, why don't you?
So we'll get
Sometimes
to
best
those in
explanation
time.
is there's no explanation.
We'll get to
Yeah.
those in time.
Okay.
Well, I love that there are many parts that we'll come across over the course of the movie where it's like, it doesn't need any justification. All that matters is that's like a point in the plot that needed to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so we're opening up with all the Marines getting on that boat with their families and stuff.
Don't forget Elle Fanning.
Elle Fanning.
Yes, don't
Yep.
forget about
LL Fanning.
Elle Fanning. She
Elle
gets like
Fanning.
weirdly a lot of screen time for just being like a kid in the movie.
Yeah.
kid who
Like
dropped her
multiple
doll.
shots, close up on her face.
Well, you see the same shot twice later in the movie because it's
you
dated.
Yeah.
absolutely do.
So they're all getting together. They're playing when the Saints go marching in, and then suddenly, Dennis Reynolds hears the Beach Boys playing in a car at the deck of the
He
boat.
does kind of look like him.
I didn't really notice that until I had the movie pulled up here. I was like, that kind of looks like a jank, like
Glenn Howard.
yeah,
or
like
whatever.
a botched Dennis Reynolds. He hears Beach Boys playing in a mysterious car.
What's going on over here?
He's like looking around. He sees the keys are in the ignition. He's like, huh, that's kind of weird. And then he looks into the trunk to see just not just
bunch of bombs.
in plain sight, just
very
bombs
visible.
in the trunk
very
of the car.
visible. It's not. They're not like under a tarp. And that truck and a Bronco, like, or a Blazer, whichever one it was at that point,
Yeah.
is extremely open in the back. You can see there's a lot of
Yes!
light that gets in there.
And,
It has
was
more
not
trunk exposure than most other cars.
And based on where the positioning of where it was in the ferry, it was like one of the first cars on the ferry.
And it has to go through a check. Like, there's always someone like next to the car as it comes on and watching it. And then they have to secure the vehicles as well.
Yeah.
So they already checked the cars.
Security
before they
was
take off,
already
and
like
no
on
one-
point on that deck, as we see later in the movie. They were
Yeah.
booting
They're
like,
Denzel
"You
Washington
can't be on
out.
this level."
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, yeah,
All right.
yeah, whatever.
Although that's not a problem for Carol when he comes back at the end.
No.
He has
Oh,
no
she's just
security
really good at
issues.
sneaking.
No, she gets Denzel, no problem, but like, or Doug, but
Always
Carol
the
shows
black
up.
guys.
Well, they only went after the black guy. Like, Carol shows up with machine guns in his pockets, and they're like, "Nah, you're good."
Where was he hiding those?
Where was he keeping those machine guns? And the like body armor and stuff. He just had all this. He was on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
With,
So
like, no
he
bags
was
or
ready
anything.
to just like go to the bridge and watch his explosion.
And watch.
He
Yeah.
wasn't
So,
ready to go down there and actually like contend
fight.
with security forces.
No.
So my picture of like him as a character is that he just always wears body armor like this because he's just that sort of like.
But he's not. He's not wearing it though. He's not wearing it though at the beginning.
Oh, whatever.
He just has it. Like at first, he just has a jacket on because he's on his bike and stuff. Like when he's walking away, and then when he comes back, he's thicker.
He
Maybe he
always
took a
had
pit
it
stop
on.
home.
Always had it.
You just didn't notice it because you were too busy thinking about how good of a movie this is.
I was spending too much time doing that.
But
also,
yes.
Carol is a very attentive man. He noticed that like that Blazer or Bronco was there, and he's like, "Wait a minute! If that's here, and that can only be the one that was like at the docks, then the other people are here too, and they're trying to stop my bombs."
I mean, to be fair, if there was like a car with like that you knew it was a Blazer with no license plate, and you're like, that shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
You'd probably.
It just happens we parked across the street from his.
Well,
bike.
that was the funny part. It's like, man, they got really unlucky with their park job
They
here.
parked right in front of his motorcycle and then went inside.
Could have parked anywhere else, and the movie would have been just like 10 minutes shorter.
Yep.
True.
Honestly, yeah.
Then the world would have 2 Denzel Washingtons.
That is true. He did have
had
to
to
die. He had to die.
Which we need.
So
Spoiler.
Every
Well,
there's
and
a-
also, man, we're really skipping ahead, but since we're talking about how he had to die,
Yeah.
was no one else laughing that he kicked out the windshield to get?
he didn't
Claire-
leave.
No,
He's struggling to
it's
open
not
his
like-
own door.
It's not like in other movies where this person's just like, no, I'm going down with the car, and they like choose to die. He's like frantically trying to get out, but the camera is close up on his driver window that he's trying to get, even though the windshield is gone. But the camera's intentionally trying to. And it even looks like in the edit they're trimming it out so you can.
He's like trapped in there.
They did a really bad job of showing it, I think, but the top of the car did get crushed, so I don't think he could have gone out the.
Okay.
shield.
Is that what happened?
I think
Like,
that's
the
what was
boat,
going
the
on.
boat runs over it and it like starts rolling it, and I think the idea is that the front part of the car gets crushed down. And you can't.
There you
My-
go. There's no answer.
Okay.
Trying the door, and that is also like bent, like he can't get
Yeah.
out. So
Okay, I might want to look at that one again just to see if.
I think they just don't really like, because they're shooting. They're using the camera is shooting through the window, but I think like you kind of see it crushed down a little bit while it's rolling. I'm pretty sure.
like it gets crushed after Claire gets out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's like right when the boat hits him, is like as soon as Claire gets out.
Okay. But I think that they made some interesting editing choices with
The editing
camera then.
is
You
is
could say that
bad
throughout
on
the film.
section.
Yeah, there's some very. Hey! I would
Oh,
actually,
you want to
I would
justify
actually
yourself
like-
here, Steven?
I would like to take some principled stands
No.
against anyone on this movie and see how that turned out.
So we eventually get to the explosion, which again, nice looking explosion.
That's
It
a
looked
legit
good.
big explosion.
I will say that
I
this
loved it.
ship exploded probably about as much as that same semi truck exploded in Terminator.
Yeah.
Dude,
Arguably a
the
little
size-
less than the Terminator.
The
Terminator
semi.
explosion was just
That
the
took up
most
like a whole
ridiculous thing I've
goddamn
ever seen.
block. From throwing a pipe bomb into the exhaust pipe of a random semi truck.
Yeah.
Chasing Sarah down the street, and she's just like running right in front of it, dude. Oh my god, that movie is so
And then
stupid.
we get some dramatic shots of the aftermath. We get a scene with arguably, in my opinion, probably the worst actress of the movie, which is that grandmother saying, "My daughter's in there. She's there. Where is she?"
I'm going to put your grandma up against someone who I think is a worse actor, which is definitely Claire's dad.
Oh, yeah.
Claire's dad is hands down the worst actor in this movie.
That's
And I don't know why
good
they do it.
contender.
Not great. You know, like he sees his dead daughter's face, he's just like,
That's her.
Oh my!
Yeah, that's her.
yeah, that's
His
her.
way of just reading off the lines is super uncomfortable for someone trying to like make me feel bad that his daughter's dead.
I feel like
think
they're
he was
probably
actually
on like the same caliber of actor like experience. He just got
line
more
reading.
screen time.
he
He was
did
more
have
critical
time.
to the role. But like
Yeah.
even hearing that grandma on the second run through, I'm like,
My daughter.
yeah, that still sounds bad.
My only daughter, my Kaylee.
It reminded me of the that's what I was just
thinking the
the
same.
whole time. I was just like my only granddaughter.
I was wondering if you caught that too, because I was feeling the same thing, and I was laughing at her.
Same voice.
Is it her?
You're usually never one to
my only
ask for
daughter, my
permission, Ninja.
You can do shots. I mean,
I'm
not gonna be
shots-
the one doing them, so you can.
The
do
shot, like calling shots, is only disruptive if we're like in the middle of like observation duty or something like that.
So we get Denzel Washington pulling in.
Hell yeah.
Is ATF like an actual like
Yeah,
department?
alcohol. Yeah. Now,
Why isn't there an E
firearm-
at the end of it then?
alcohol, tobacco, and firearms?
Alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives is what it says
Explosives.
close up on his little
But
like
it's only
official vehicle
ATF.
thing. It's called
Oh.
ATF, and right underneath
thought
it
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 was-
says Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
I did not know. I didn't know. I feel like they added explosives for this movie.
Talk to the government about that one. That's not this movie's fault.
I almost want to argue that it's more confusing to make him an ATF agent than just being like, can he just be in the FBI or
They
something?
could have
exactly.
easily just made him FBI, but I feel like
Dear, I'm just going
they
forward.
wanted it to be just more specific. I guess he's still a federal agent,
Yeah.
but I'll agree that I didn't know what an ATF agent was. I was like, I don't know.
Ninja, I don't know if I feel like that's a bit abusive for Ninja, like who gets this for free
They
to just
say
hit it
ATF
twice.
a lot, yeah.
Like the whole ATF-ness of it kind of confuses me because there are some things from like, is that really your jurisdiction? Like, do you just do everything? Like, you're getting called about bodies and like general crime stuff.
Like,
is this really your
It
responsibility?
escalates quite a bit. It's like alcohol, tobacco, firearms, explosives. Like, are you
and then
really
they
going to
forgot
be
that-
calling the people who also deal with like drug deals for like a national
But-
terrorist attack? Like,
Jared,
Yeah, yeah.
explosives are in the name, and guess what happened?
they're
to
in the name,
theory?
but not the acronym.
That is
Yeah, they're not-
that is extremely
that-
confusing.
See, that's not the movie's fault.
And throughout the movie, because
Extremely
I thought,
confusing.
because I thought like a ATF was like a fake federal agent name only exists in the movie. I was like, every time they say ATF, like, yeah, it's a fake federal agent name. I get it, something like that. Is it really exist?
Yeah, that's
I'm
a real thing.
Actually, wonder. It's a real thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So I
And
was
it
like, I was a little distracted.
And it's
throughout the
100%
movie.
Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, but
it
it
is.
is just ATF.
Confirmed. What a weird.
Damn.
Did they just think ATFE was too long? Like all the other agencies are 3-letter acronyms.
ATFE was taken.
Oh, ATFE.
Actually, I wonder if there is something that's ATFE.
I have a feeling it's more like there's FBI, CIA. It's always 3 letters.
The Association for Theological Field Education.
Yes, yeah. They're like everything is 3 letters. DEA. It's always 3 letters.
Yeah, so there's like, well, we'll just cut the last one off. Honestly, they could have just made it the TFE or something, or just the FE, the Firearms and Explosives Bureau.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Who gives a
that
shit about
sounds legit.
alcohol and tobacco? Like, what do you
That-
do? What do you need a federal agent for those for?
Yeah, that makes it seem that's the strange thing, because right, like the DEA is like the drug enforcement agency, right? Like you expect them to be handling the alcohol and tobacco, but alcohol and tobacco are illegal, so it's weird that those are even in the initials of a criminal agency.
Maybe it's just a
What
remnant of
what
the
would
old
someone be doing
world.
illegal with tobacco or alcohol?
If you remember, in USA history, the alcohol was kind of like
Like 100 years ago.
I think the alcohol and
it's the
tobacco are
remnant of that.
the alcohol and tobacco
Maybe.
are illegal diversion of alcohol and tobacco products. So it's like
Underage, like minors.
no, I think it's like selling things.
No, dude, the Bureau, okay, ATF didn't came around in 1972. So why?
Hit me
So
with
it
your
had nothing to
compound
do.
and
It
your
had
red-
nothing to do with prohibition.
I don't know.
What the fuck are y'all talking
What a
about?
weird
We're
agency.
still watching. We're still talking about the
Talking about
ATF and why
ATF.
it's the stupidest government agency in the world.
It makes no sense. Like the only thing that seems like they're
I'm
specialized
trying to
in
figure
is
out what they do, but like I think okay, this is directly from their website. ATF is a law enforcement agency in the United States Department of Justice that protects our communities from violent criminals, criminal organizations, the illegal use and trafficking of firearms, the illegal use and storage of explosives, acts of arson and bombings, acts of terrorism, and illegal diversion of alcohol and tobacco products.
So
And
every
is there any
The last
explanation
one
of
is
alcohol and
innocuous.
tobacco?
Yeah. So, well, illegal diversion of alcohol and tobacco products. I have no idea what that means.
like the illegal, like untaxed sale of cigarettes, basically.
That's
It must
be.
That's got to be it. Like it's just literally because it's like government regulated alcohol and stuff. Like it's taxed. It's just people selling it.
I'm looking up what illegal diversion is.
Yeah, what does that even mean?
Yeah, compared to the firearm explosion and alcohol and tobacco.
Legal diversion refers to practices that prevent the discovery of the ultimate recipient of goods. I don't know. That doesn't explain anything.
the
to me.
ultimate
What?
recipient.
Ultimate
Recipient.
That hardly seems like the thing that like the government is the most concerned about when it comes to crime. Like, damn it, alcohol and tobacco crimes.
Terrorist
seems like the only one
attacks.
that- Yeah,
Where do we spend our
they're-
time?
They're on the same level. They both get their own acronym. If anything, alcohol and tobacco takes up 2/3 of the their name.
I kind of like.
I wonder.
Arguably,
understand
the
that
most
because-
intense part of their job isn't even in the acronym.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
But the thing is, the alcohol tobacco sales tax is like a huge part of the budget in government,
Sure.
like a budget. So
But
I get it.
Should the people who handle that also be handling terrorist bombings, Jerry?
That's
Yeah,
weird.
what-
Yeah, that's why now I don't agree with the name. It's just like they care about their tax.
So here's a so it is unlawful for any person to ship, transport, receive, possess, sell, distribute, or purchase more than 10,000 cigarettes without evidence of a state cigarette tax payment. So they are
They're
literally
just going
like
after people
tax
without
man.
licenses.
Yeah. That's what it looks like. At
And those-
least for alcohol and tobacco. I think the firearms and explosives are more like violent crime, terrorism
Of
stuff.
course.
But-
How are these on the same level?
I really don't know. And they are most of the
Don't
acronym.
understand.
That's the funny.
2/3 of their job.
Feels like you need like an
supposedly
AT and
is-
an FE department.
So I
Two
think-
separate.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's still tied to criminal organizations.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
so it's
Gotcha.
how
So those things
Federal
happen on like a
government
large
makes sense, yeah.
scale.
that are
That
trafficking
makes sense.
large amounts of liquor or tobacco.
Without
Still,
paying tax.
Bastards.
yeah.
So yeah, just make him an FBI agent because that's so one of the things, Stephen.
I
that
think
was
the only
gonna
reason he
bring up-
wasn't an FBI agent was to give him a reason to not know about the time travel tech. I think that's all it is.
Well, I'm sure there would be other people in the FBI.
Well,
They
yeah, like
just say it's in
they're just
a
like
level that like only certain people.
yeah, he doesn't
know.
have clearance for it. Like it would have been fairly easy.
I almost feel like the whole ATF angle is just to make it sound like it really understands how the government works a little bit better. It's because again, it's trying to be like a real sincere crime movie. So like in reality, an ATF agent would be going to the scene of an explosion, that type of thing.
I think it's just because he has like semi expertise with like he like knows what
He
ammo
knows
is. It could be
explosives.
like
In
you
the,
find the residue under the bridge. That's the only place you can find it. Oh, I found
another
a piece
sort of
fucking
vibe that I
explosive.
got from this
I think
movie
it's
that
just kinda
it's
that.
it's a little bit, I mean, similar to like CSI, surprisingly, It's also probably kind of just like law enforcement porn, you know?
I think
yeah.
you're
That's
right.
true. It's true.
Yeah.
And you don't see an ATF movie. So here's your
This
one.
is it. This is the only evidence we have that organization
CSI,
even exists.
ATF.
I would have never known ATF existed if it wasn't for this movie.
And think
And-
about
and
how
the
much
thing-
better your life would have been.
I was like a little
I like it's
distracted.
only improved after watching this movie. So
But I want to. Sorry, Jerry. What were you gonna say first?
Yeah. It's like a little out of context, but I was like a little distracted when they ask like, so we have this. You want in, like, but right before that scene, they like they were like having conversation, something like, how do you think about him? Like, I like him. He's very careful and he has knowledge. That proves that they don't know shit about him, and
Well, they
they
weren't-
asked him to join the most secret government project. And
Well, they need
and
somebody
like,
who can look at a crime scene once and get everything from
they
it.
don't know shit about him, and they asked
Well, they actually weren't. They weren't looking for him originally. They wanted his partner.
yeah,
for some
they
reason.
wanted Larry Manoogian.
Larry
or whatever.
Manoogian.
who has definitely
and then-
shown throughout the movie that he is nothing but capable.
Hey, did his best.
And all it took was not even evidence of his death, just like
His car there.
like something that suggested something may have happened to him.
Yeah.
For them to be like, okay, let's get a new guy. Like, and everyone mourns Larry Manuti's death the second they see his car. They don't even have a body. They don't know any. Like, he could just
To
be
be
like
fair,
in the hospital, but they don't know. They don't even look. They don't call anybody.
yeah, yes, it is funny how quickly they drop Larry, but it does make sense why they want Doug, because he just like comes up to them and he's
Yeah,
like,
that's fine.
boatload of evidence.
Yeah,
like here's a
that's
bunch
fine.
of shit that you guys didn't know.
Yep.
Like it makes sense. But yeah, I agree that they're like,
But
Larry,
still,
he must be
don't
dead.
if you are in
I mean,
like
he
a
is
secret
dead.
government,
But
don't you
Doug
guys
doesn't
have
even
like
call anybody.
people who is capable of that? Like a lot of people who is capable of doing that shit.
They're looking for a very specific like type
This
of
one,
person.
yeah.
like they
a
wanted
bit
someone-
lighter
they
of a
wanted
skin
someone-
tone dude.
They wanted someone local. They wanted someone local who knows the area and the
Mhm.
people
Yeah.
and all that, but is also like good at
Reading
detective
a
work,
crime
yes,
scene.
reading environments and crime
Yeah,
And we
scenes.
know
This is
what
like the most
ATF is all
secretive-
about, detective work.
Well, that's like a really secret thing, which is why they keep him in the dark for so long. They like he's not
But
even
they
really
let him
part
bring
of
that laser
team.
pointer into the facility. Big mistake.
They didn't check his coat. Sorry for them.
They don't even have a scene where it shows them like having high security and like checking his body and stuff
They
like
show
that.
they show them like as they're driving into like the airplane hangar wherever the hell it is, where they get stopped and like
Yeah.
they inspect the car, but they never show them like
Getting
Patting
frisked
him
or
down.
anything.
Or
Yeah.
patting
That would have
down.
been a nice
Like a most
detail
secret-
because I didn't understand why he was being so like secretive about like going into his jacket.
He
like,
got
if someone
he
sees me-
got clearance.
Andrew, before
pretty
you have questions,
fast.
you're gonna need to know something first.
Shut the
so.
fuck up, Steven. Because I have a question
what
for
did I
you,
miss?
and it's about
What did I
to.
miss?
What?
That was a quote from the movie. Before I have questions, I
That
need
was
to
a
know
quote from the
something first.
Yeah. What
Um,
a great line.
but okay, so Stephen Rudd, the
Yes, sir.
deja vu lore guru.
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
would
here
like
for.
you to explain this next scene that happens. So,
Uh-huh.
Denzel Washington gets introduced, and he's looking around the crime scene. We get a bunch of, or not the crime scene. He's assessing the damage. Essentially, all these people are running around. We get famous granny shot yelling about her daughter, and then he walks past a row of body bags, and he hears a phone ring. Thinks it's his.
Yes.
Because it seems to
Which
be
is odd.
his,
Because
cell phone.
everyone has
ringtone.
the same ringtone in 2006.
Sure. So he looks at his
True.
phone. Huh? No one's calling me. And he looks down, and there's a cell phone ringing in a body bag. And just jumping ahead a little bit, we all know that Denzel Washington dies in the end in a car thing. He's part of the casualties in this scene. This has all already happened.
Yes.
Why does this happen? I feel like this is this movie's like way of like trying to do foreshadowing. But if you think about it for like a little bit, it doesn't make sense that that body is there. Because in the timeline where Denzel Washington's body is like, he's part of the casualty count of this explosion, that explosion didn't happen that killed 500 people, and Claire's still
Yeah.
alive. What's he doing there?
I'm not 100% sure they are even trying to foreshadow this. I think
I
it's
don't know
literally just
either.
I think it's literally just like a, oh man,
Look at how sad death is.
I refuse to believe that some writer from this movie didn't think they were clever throwing that in there. There's no.
Well, there
way.
is a lot of
I didn't even
foreshadowing.
think
I
about
think
Does it happen a lot? Damn.
because I think I think this movie operates under like the branching theory, but it doesn't like destroy the other branch sort
Hang
of
on,
deal.
mic check.
So
Okay, we're good.
Do I sound fine?
You sound fine. I noticed in OBS that I've been peaking a lot when I.
You sound fine to us at least.
Yeah, interesting. Hang on.
So I think in this it's like there's obviously two separate timelines, and in this like first one that we're seeing, it's very possible that that is his body, but it's in this timeline
doesn't make
he
sense
failed.
if it is.
Well, in this timeline he failed. Like, and
won't
that's
even
why
try.
their whole thing is like you can't. It's not all about like the physics and stuff. Like sometimes there's something more like sort of deal. Like they can do enough to like affect something if like you can't always like.
The thing
put it
missing
down.
was love.
Oh, my EQ's
Yeah, exactly.
all gone.
So he needed
Damn
to
it.
love her.
I need to
Okay,
reset
if
my
you
whole
if,
EQ.
if
That
you
So
try
because there are
explain-
there are a lot of other like pieces of foreshadowing throughout the whole movie, obvious or they're pretty obvious ones and stuff.
Mhm.
But like if they were trying to do something like that, that's probably what they were doing.
Okay,
But
if you-
again, that cell phone scene does not stand out to me as like a
I hadn't even thought of that.
no.
Honestly, before you brought that up, I hadn't even thought of it, and I think that it could be either one. Honestly,
It's
Because that
It's
scene never
plausible.
becomes relevant later. So
No,
The
it's
only
plausible,
reason
but I
it's
also
there
think
is
it could
that.
just be literally just oh man, it's devastating.
a
like
war. It was like a
these
war.
were real people. Someone's trying to, so a loved one's trying to call them right now. How sad is that? Sort of.
That's how I took it at the beginning of the movie when it was again still just sort of like dripping with that 2000s drama.
Yeah.
Of like, look at how heavy this like almost military-esque scene is.
That's kind of where I land on it. Where I don't think it was foreshadowing, but if it was, it's like a failed timeline version of him or something.
gotcha.
That's a fair enough defense of it, but I do think that
I
yeah,
feel like
I
some
think-
writers thought they were being clever in like.
They definitely
you're probably
could
right.
have been.
You're probably right.
But it's literally not important enough that if it is foreshadowing, it's badly done.
Yeah.
But I personally don't think it was. I think it was just like a scene setting.
This was by no means like a movie breaker for me. I just
No,
wanted to
no.
hear
It's
your
just like
justification of
You were thinking about that. You're like, why did that ever get explained?
right.
I think it's interesting that you brought
They
that up.
they definitely do plenty of stuff where they're like, oh,
There are some
clearly
things, yeah.
clearly he has always gone back in time because you see like the ambulance and all this stuff.
Yep.
Like in the house. So it's feasible that could have been him, but like he's always failed, and this was like the one time he was able to actually succeed, sort of
Sure.
odd thing, because he actually started loving her. Who fucking knows?
Yeah.
Well,
it was
they
a
were
very
obviously in
well-developed
love.
romance.
Listen,
He
all that
kisses her
matters is
after,
that he
like, 30
kisses her.
Like,
That's love,
30
baby.
minutes in, he kisses her, and it's
And
like
she-
not creepy at all.
And she's like in shock or something, so she doesn't know what she's doing. But you know,
Imagine that
it's like
same
Stockholm
scene.
syndrome, basically.
Imagine that same scene was just like an ugly guy. Like
Ugh.
it changes. It changes everything
It
though.
does. It does.
It changes everything.
Imagine it's Denzel Washington's receptionist in his office.
Yeah, like that guy. He does all the same heroic things, but
So
like he just kisses this girl in the mouth.
I know.
Like 30 minutes
I know
of-
the theme of this movie is like, oh, love can conquer fate, sort of deal.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that we could have done without a direct romance between them. It could have just been like
Oh yeah.
like he can still care for her and all that, but he doesn't need to.
I thought for sure, like when all this
Yes, sir.
surveillance stuff started,
It's
that
real
Denzel
good.
Washington was gonna be like some some inside agent who's like sabotaging this investigation just because he's
Yep, I'm
infatuated
here.
with this bitch. Like
Oh,
he was
what? Really?
acting weird as fuck during those surveillances of her. Like he was just insisting. I was like, where's she going? Follow her. No, I want to see. I want to see her.
Yeah, he's being super weird.
Like,
He's also trying to like get as much information as he can.
that wasn't the
It's
vibe
true.
that I got from that scene, though.
The way it's shot,
Yeah.
listen, I understand that he's being a detective, but it is also very clear. The movie is very clear about this, that he likes her on like face
Yeah,
value.
he's
Like,
just-
That's
she's
what
pretty to him right away.
Andrew, guess what? He's always loved her because in his other past
That's
lives,
dumb.
he already
That's
met her.
dumb.
no,
I don't
no,
like that.
Hey, that's the romantic, man. That's not dumb.
No
If-
fucking way.
If we operate under the assumption that these branching timelines have basically just always been happening, like deja vu kind of
Yeah, what's the movie called?
is the idea
Hey,
that you're
hey.
you're kind of remembering things from other timelines, so it's
Like,
feasible
without
that
context.
that's why he's so infatuated with her, because it's just like
No, but what is he remembering from other past?
he's not remembering. It's just like that's why.
That's a feeling.
No, no.
Yeah,
okay.
Oh, so are you
Really,
saying it's a kind of like a
nothing-
multiverse thing?
somebody-
It's kind of like a multiverse thing of like we didn't see.
No, you
There were
you-
timelines
you-
where they were together, and he's remembering that sort of thing. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think like
We already know that-
time is cyclical. So
what?
like
No, you that stop.
it's folding back on itself.
you are
Andrew.
just spouting
We're-
buzzwords right now.
Bending over
the
backwards.
Einstein
like the
Rosen
paper.
bridge.
Hold on, Jay. What were you panicking about?
Yeah, in the movie, we already know that this kind of things happened a lot, I don't know, but at least couple of times already. And by the movie itself, it's feeling is not like something that you can explain. Like when you meet somebody like a complete stranger and you can feel familiar with him or somehow without even having conversation, that kind of feeling.
I think.
Yeah,
I
we
think
know
what
what
happened.
deja vu
I think what
is.
happened was that the father gave him the pictures, and she mattered to him. And that's all that happened.
Oh my god. Yeah, because
And she's good looking.
even within if we stick within the confines of the movie, even with your like sort of interpretation of it, Steven, like at best the memories that he's feeling or the connection that he's feeling is like a 2-hour period of time in which he knows her. So it's not like he's not feeling the like echo of like a lifetime spent with her. If we go that far, then you're going way beyond the movie. At best.
But
like-
he's acting like that they have spent. There's timelines where they've spent lifetimes together with how he's
Right.
behaving in that surveillance room. I feel like that's the vibe that
Oh,
I
they
got. At least.
absolutely. They are
So,
painting
yeah,
a man in love with a woman.
I think like I don't agree with the first scene where he's like, oh, look at what she's looking at. I will agree like when they're just showing how obsessed he is, like constantly watching her and stuff.
Yeah, it's
That-
more like follow her. Where's she going?
that
Like
I'll agree with you on. But like
it's
the,
all. It was all in like the delivery for me. Like he could have delivered that in like a matter of fact detective. It was like, all right, where's she going now? But he's like desperate. He's like, wait, no, where's she going?
The music, the music that plays, like Steven, literally the music. Come on, they play the acoustic romance 2000s like theme the first time he sees her in her apartment, and he's
she's
like,
hot,
wait,
dude.
where's she going? And then like she has a shower within the first like 10 minutes of like them. Everything
Yeah.
about it is I'm in love with this girl, like with no gap of like I'm a detective to that point. It's instant. It's instant.
And I'm telling you, it's all thanks to her father. If he never gave him those-
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like an instant things because he didn't feel love when he saw her dead body.
I think
it
They held
started
hands
when
once,
I think
but
his
no,
first
they-
started
connection
when father.
is when he first held hands with her.
No. It started when the father gave his daughter picture.
Oh yeah, she's
And
hot.
I saw some sparks in his eyes.
he started to care about her when the father gave her picture, and it kind of grow after that
No,
because
no.
now he started to care about her, like
No.
finding the like a killer or something.
No, the pictures didn't. No.
I'm completely joking.
Because he's usually not happy.
No, the pictures.
The pictures did absolutely nothing.
It started.
Dude,
Honestly,
no.
cut the dad out of the movie and it's fine.
I want
Even less or not,
want you to go
here's
back.
what happens.
maybe a
The
little.
movie producers wanted a love plot, so they put it in.
Yes.
That's all it was.
That's it.
There was nothing in this movie that developed that. There was nothing.
No.
But big action blockbusters in 2006 always had a love plot.
Need a romantic
there.
interest.
It is not deeper than that.
Because the hero can't actually save that fairy just to save, the children.
No.
He needs to be saving a girl. Like, that's far more important.
Because the fairy flies at 10:50 on Fat Tuesday.
Fuck that dad. Get the dad out of the movie.
That's what I'm saying. Honestly, you could just remove the dad from the movie and nothing would change, really.
It's just have him be like, and you can even still have the funeral and stuff, and just have like an actor who like is kind of like, oh, that's probably the dad.
No, the
Never like
music's
hear a
free
word from him.
there.
Oh, I hate that line so. I just hate him talking.
His delivery of
voice-
everything is just awful.
By the way,
I hated
his
his
acting
voice.
was awful.
I hated his voice. Terrible. Just awful.
But I think he's just done like a boost her like a sympathetic moment.
No.
She's a piece
I
of
know.
ass in the movie. That's it.
That's no.
That's
like,
it.
Hey, you're talking about that girl, okay?
Yeah.
Be respect.
Yeah.
a dead. Yeah, she is dead. I want her to stay dead.
Whoa. No, she's alive.
Burn alive. Well, in the other timelines, she is dead. So who cares?
Because in one of them, she's alive and she's ready to bang.
So is the movie saying that there are parallel universes? Like the other lines don't get destroyed because it was one or the other.
I was hoping that they
I
would.
would say so.
I was hoping that they were gonna have some balls and just like have like a tragic ending of just like, see, no matter how hard you try, you can't change the past. Blah blah blah. Because it was kind of looking like that.
Not this type of movie. That's
Nope,
Yeah,
nope.
the opposite of the ending.
This is
I know,
2006
I know.
Halloween movie. What do you think?
Need a happy
I'm aware.
ending.
Yes. But anyways, I guess we can continue on with the summary, the play-by-play.
Just one real quick because I think we're moving past the scene now.
Okay.
One thing that made me laugh in the aftermath of the bombing is they're still out there trying to rescue people from the water, but in the shots that it's showing in these like really Michael Bay like fast cut like camera shake shots, that water is fucking filled with boats flying all over the place.
Yeah, they're like drifting around and just
Dude,
like,
they're
just doing
cruising
donuts
around.
in the river.
The choppiness of the water is insane, and they're telling you basically through the movie that like there are still people in the water they're trying to save, but how are you saving them? Like there's a specific
With
shot where
speed.
in one frame there's like 18 boats.
Yep.
And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
in like a helicopter,
There's
like multiple
flying by,
helicopters.
Yeah.
And the waves being created by this are like devastating. There's like they're not saving anyone.
No.
They're just sort of all
they're recovering
around,
bodies
like,
at this point.
Yeah.
it's ridiculous, and that got me because I'm like, dude, you're killing anyone who's left over in that water.
And boats look so cool going fast though.
I know, and the sound and the music playing.
Yeah.
It was very Born Identity moment.
Terrorist attacks are badass.
Very badass.
So yeah, it really lingers on like the aftermath of the explosion for a while with all those slow-mo shots of the boats and stuff. Then we get to
Tragedy.
Denzel Washington going to it's still
Mr.
in the
Denzel
FBI
himself.
stuff. Oh no, yeah, he's just giving a couple of love rubs to the bottom of the bridge here.
Yeah, like
finding
he's
some
doing his
explosive
duty.
residue, yep.
He's showing that he is in fact an ATF agent, and his expertise is explosives.
Hey,
Yeah.
he knows his shit, and he is
does.
not Larry, even though that's what Val Kilmer's looking for.
I'm not Larry.
I'm Doug.
I'm gonna turn my baseball hat backwards while I lean up here. Grab my
Hey,
hand. It's
stop.
gonna be really tender.
If he didn't do that, his hat probably would have fallen off because of the wind.
That's
So There you go.
I actually thought the moment where him and Val Kilmer hold hands was like a pretty nice, tender moment.
I was
There was something intimate about it to me.
Something that couldn't be explored in 2006.
They just weren't. The world wasn't ready for that.
It's all about the subtext, though.
It was the biracial part of it was the issue.
But then we get to we cut to him in like the FBI agency or wherever this is, and he's like delivering.
I think it's just a police station.
Police station. He's delivering like his evidence and things. This was weird because up until this point, which granted is only like 12 minutes into the movie. Yes, that's how far we've gotten in 2 hours of stream. This was the first time that I had seen Denzel Washington smile. Like I thought he was just going to be like the straight-laced, serious detective who's all business.
Detective.
But you want him to be like smiling, making jokes.
I'm not saying this is a complaint. I'm not saying this is a complaint. It more of just like disarmed me. I'm just like, oh, I didn't expect him to act like this.
He's gonna be.
I like the way he walks up to like the group of cops. He's just kind of like
hey.
We'll just like jack it up, like he's like gonna do a prank on them or something. But he's like, oh, by the way, here's a bunch of evidence. Who's in charge?
Here's a bunch of evidence
like
that you guys somehow have not found.
Yeah,
I'm just an ATF agent.
Where's
most
the
of my
coffee
time.
pot? There's got to be a coffee pot around here somewhere.
It's very Denzel line.
Yeah, I love it.
That whole scene just exists just to be like, this is his character.
Yeah.
This is Denzel Washington himself.
That's also just like how Denzel Washington is in like most movies, and they want to give him the room to like be that guy for the people that want that.
Gotcha.
He's so charming.
I'd fuck him.
Charming indeed. I'd fuck him so hard. Oh no.
Flip it and ship it.
Jerry.
No.
Jerry, it's too easy. It's too easy.
So we cut to him going back to his offices where his secretary bitch is going through the security cam footage. And
Is that guy really a secretary?
No, but that's all he does.
He really does.
In the movie.
He really
He's
does.
he's like the tech guy that you see in all these like sort of cop dramas.
Oh yeah, there's always like the nerdy like assistant that
all
does
he
all the computer
does
stuff.
is write down phone numbers.
He really does secretary work.
Hey, he describes Denzel as not bad looking later on in the movie.
Tall, dark, and handsome. 2 out of the 3.
Yeah,
man says another man not bad looking is like a most compliment thing.
That's pretty good.
So this is where he calls that person back and leaves a voicemail on her answering machine. Foreshadowing. And then what else happens in this scene? Not all that much. Oh, they see the guy on the motorcycle looking over the bridge, so they know someone's there.
Yeah.
So that's a big thing. And then there's a press conference with, I think, the FBI people, and they're talking about, it's like, hey, this is going to take a while. All the evidence is underwater. This was these terrorists did a damn fine job.
We have terrible security because clearly we don't check anybody before.
We don't even look in the truck. Into trucks without license plates. We don't look at trucks without license plates, like dirty old trucks without license plates, and we certainly don't look into the windows of trucks without license plates.
And if someone parks their car on the ferry and then leaves, that's also fine.
Oh yeah.
None of this is a red flag whatsoever.
No.
All good.
Is this press conference?
I'd fuck him so hard. Oh no.
No. Is the press conference where they're talking about how difficult it is this after Denzel has like seen the footage of the like motorcycle on the bridge from the
Yep.
Like, cause that's basically at the point in the movie where like the crime is solved. Like you found the guy. You mean you found him? Like, you know.
They haven't. They don't know who.
But we can't confirm it for another 4 days and 6 hours.
But they found him. Like, that's the guy. And Denzel's like, that's the guy we're looking for, is the guy on the bridge, because he uses that information to like hunt him down.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't, in the real world and the reality of like cops and stuff, no one actually pursues that lead.
Well, because there's no actual like all they see is a silhouette with a man on a motorcycle. They don't have any information.
They have facial recognition, which can find bags. I assume that facial recognition can also find motorcycles, which are far less generic than a duffel bag.
And
He
are
was wearing a
serialized,
helmet.
No,
identifiable.
Steven. No, you facial recognize the bike. Because if
Imagine
they
how
can-
many
That
of those
makes a lot
bikes
of
are in the
sense.
city.
I never
if
thought
they
about
can-
it.
how many black duffel bags are in the city? They found
Only one.
They found a black duffel bag, which is in all
Hey.
like by all numbers should be far
That's a-
more generic than a
That's a
motorcycle in the
that's a
city.
custom bag. You take that back.
There are more people in the city carrying bags than there are people on motorcycles.
Listen, they said so themselves. It's usually not used for this, but magically it works.
So
because
it
Denzel
does
asked for
work.
Magic.
But also here's the thing. Here's the thing. So they don't even need to like facial recognize the bike. That's just like crazy tech, which immediately
so-
solves it. But even using good old fashioned like basic coppery, like they now have footage of the bike, which Denzel would have immediately been like, okay, let's follow it and see where it went, because you can follow the CCTV and then be like track that bike wherever it went. But they didn't
Yeah.
do that either.
Usually bridges have tolls as well that you can have.
Like
cameras and
this guy was
things.
in a downtown area. Like that, if you follow that bike even just like a block or two, it was gonna find a place with like a camera close enough to read a plate, or even get to a point where you could see his face and he gets off the bike. But they didn't do
Andrew,
any of that.
He removed the license plate and his face before committing the crime.
He took his face off.
Listen, what you're saying, while theoretically correct, I reject the whole thing.
The crime was solved before, and they went to a press
They
conference.
didn't have enough data.
They went to a press conference and said they had nothing. They had
Well, to
footage
be
of
fair,
the guy on a bridge on a
to be-
motorcycle.
To be fair, only Denzel was the only one who was like, "That's the guy." No one else like ever.
That's a crime
even
that
thought
only
that.
ATF can solve.
Well,
Hell yeah.
I think it's funny. He didn't bring that as evidence to like the group. It was all about Claire at the end. He's like, we got to find Claire to solve the murder. He didn't bring up like, yeah, we have footage on the
He had a
bridge of the
hard-on
guy.
for her. Ay.
Like they could have solved this without the time travel pretty easily.
I mean, in the middle of the movie, they said like they need like some kind of concrete evidence to put these guys in the jail or something.
Well, yeah, but that's how you just go and get it. You just follow the cameras and follow like that. That's what they do now with current technology. You just
True,
follow the
true.
But
cameras.
not
There's millions of
2006
cameras everywhere.
technology.
Yeah, back
They
in 2006, all they had was
facial
time travel,
recognition
and they had
could
to
find
deal with it.
Black bags in the
2000
city.
2006
Yeah,
was
That was with their
16
mega
years ago.
computer. The regular old FBI, they couldn't find any.
I think they were just using normal facial recognition because they're like, oh, it normally doesn't work that way, meaning that
I
they
would've-
used it before this time.
I think I would. I think obviously there's no. This is not anything that would be explained in the movie, but my assumption is that their technology just in general is just better than the rest. Like they have like a fucking wormhole machine.
Yeah.
I think their computers would probably be pretty like super
Generally,
computery
any
anyway.
computers in these CSI-esque universes are just far more advanced.
They're
You
just
don't
way more
see them
advanced,
because
and
they're
no one
classified to the
knows
public.
about it. Yeah, so
And-
like the
and-
regular FBI doesn't have access to how good their shit is. I think
And
that's
they-
like the only thing.
Their computer have ability to use like an entire city level of electricity, so they are advanced. That's for sure.
All right,
Remember that
they
blackout that took out
they-
Canada, New York, blamed Canada, Canada.
have, my
blamed-
bad.
My bad.
That's my bad.
So
I still say we blame
What
Canada.
an idiot.
we
Yeah.
get after
Yeah,
that
yeah.
press conference, Denzel Washington goes to see the love of his life's cadaver.
Okay,
in an autopsy.
before we like as we get into that, because this is a big moment in the story that like I feel like I need some justification because nothing happens without this moment of
Yeah.
him like being attached to Claire's body.
Yeah,
Why is he being called?
that's a great question. Maybe
Very
just
good
maybe
question.
just because he's like the head of this investigation or some shit.
But he's not. He's not only not the head of the
in
investigation.
ATF. In ATF.
Yeah.
Well, but then like they're in charge of the explosive part, not
Not
bodies.
autopsies and shit. Yeah.
Not like bodies found in the, why is like it doesn't make sense. Like this is where the ATF thing becomes confused. If he was just FBI,
Yeah.
I don't know
okay,
how jurisdiction works, just in general. I'm just gonna let it slide.
I
That's
don't
the thing that
know
was
what
confusing to me. Like, because then we say, okay, like, let's just say the jurisdiction states that he is the one getting called about bodies found in the river. Why is this the only call he gets about bodies being found?
It was so odd.
Yeah.
But like to them, it wasn't odd. Like that was just a floater from the bombing.
He's the one who noticed it was odd.
Yeah, like what they didn't give it to him as like an odd thing. They're like, no, like you're in charge of the dead bodies, which doesn't make sense if he's ATF. But even if he is in charge, why is this the only call he gets?
This
I feel like there might be like, because I probably missed it too. There might be a line from Secretary Guy about like, oh, you got a call from this police like thing about this whatever.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
like,
I'm curious. I might have missed that too,
it's
but like
probably a very small explanation of why he.
there needs to be because a lot of the issue in this is like, why Doug? Why is he the character? Like I get that he's an ATF agent, but like this whole like Claire like being like the thing that he finds and follows and stuff. Like you just need a good reason for it to be his ball to be carrying.
This is a very little reason, and this is like just my theory. But throughout the movie, we know he's very capable. Like he's skilled.
So is the
like he
entire
knows
FBI
he can find things, and he's got knowledge about explosion and stuff.
So are you saying that like people know that he's the man? And
no, let me finish. Like in ATF, he's known as a skillful and knowledgeable person. So when something is like happens, it draws him. So he's the one who gets the first contact or something.
No, but Jerry,
I don't know.
that wouldn't. Jerry, that's terrible though, because clearly everyone knows Larry Minuti to be the best guy at ATF. They weren't trying to call Doug. They wanted Larry Minuti.
They just don't know Doug like we do.
Yeah, we know Doug is great. They haven't gotten a chance to get to know him yet.
That's the problem.
I'm kind of losing myself over this shot here of this autopsy scene where the person in like the autopsy or whatever
smoking a cigarette,
literally holding the cigarette like right in her face.
I don't.
What does it matter? She's already dead.
I don't know why even include this detail. It just makes it look like this is a mob doctor. This is not like an official cop medical examiner.
They're just trying to give him like a character trait.
And then
like
just put a cigarette in his mouth and now he has a character.
He's the mortician who's supposed on the job. How zany is that?
And another part that I just sort of noticed to me is like when they zoom in on her hand and she's like missing her fingers and stuff. He's like, here, could you like hold on to this for a sec? And Denzel Washington with his gloveless hands just... There you go.
Yeah.
The mortician's wearing gloves, but he's just like...
I don't think I would have done that.
No, you shouldn't. But Denzel literally he's just like...
He just grabs it right away. No question.
It's like old days, like in 2006, not like super many people was terrified by the cigarette smoking and was like hygiene. But now there are way more people who are terrified by this.
But when you are an autopsy person, I don't know what their actual job is. When you are conducting an autopsy where like the particles on the corpse could be evidence that will lead you to the murderer.
Contaminants.
And you're just like filling this room with cigarette smoke. Not even like being careful, just like holding it right up to the body while you're talking to somebody.
To be fair, I think it's very clear that this guy is not very good at his job because Doug points out most of the things about the body that are wrong with it.
Yep.
Like, it wouldn't have been shrapnel. The cuts are too clean.
God.
Oh, what's this residue on her lips? Like, oh, there must be particulates in that.
Meanwhile, the autopsy guy's like, what are you doing? It's like, turn on the UV light. Okay.
Oh, all right, yeah. How dare you touch her lips? I'm trying to smoke a cigarette here.
At least
this is weirdly the opposite of what you expect from like a CSI, because usually like this is the cool part where like they go to the expert and the expert points out this thing like, holy shit, that's the new lead, and then they chase the lead. But in this situation, the hero is the one who finds the leads.
Yeah, it's because it's not about like that side of it in this movie.
No,
it's all about how Doug is investigating things.
Yeah, and how intelligent he is. Which is why I think it's funny that they even have like this, incompetent medical examiner smoking a cigarette, basically just giving Doug some time to look at the body and solve the crime on his own.
Pretty much.
He's ATF.
That's all it is.
So,
Oh, you're ATF?
yeah.
Oh, so you know
It falls under the great umbrella that is the ATF.
Man, I want to be
Wouldn't
ATF.
even guess.
ATF, which stands for alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and
And
explosives.
then some other
Everything else.
things, but I'm sure.
Etc. I think is the
etc.
part that. Yeah.
Or
you missed that
ATF. As the fuck.
That's the fuck.
What?
I hope it's the FTA.
Fuck the ass.
Oh my goodness, Jerry.
So
What agency do you work
after this autopsy scene, we get to
Uh-huh.
everyone's favorite scene where Denzel
Ah,
Washington goes
Daddy.
to talk to Daddy.
Oh,
and
Dad.
y'all can spout about this because I'm about to pee and I do not have strong opinions about this dad actor. So go
Really?
crazy. Well,
Okay.
he was.
I mean, luckily
fine.
he wasn't on the screen that long.
He
Yeah.
wasn't. No, it's fine.
No,
It's
he
just-
wasn't.
But like, I also think for
Briefly.
such a small role and the amount of lines, like this was really the best. I'm just wondering
Well,
why
I
this
think
guy.
like, yeah, like I
Is
think
he
like
actually her dad?
he
was
might be honest.
bad
But
acting.
I think for this like specific character, you do want someone who can kind of bring the emotion because
Yeah,
like
yeah,
he's only on the screen for a little bit of time, and his whole role is to be like, I need you to care about my daughter.
That's it.
Thing. Denzel Washington. That's like his whole.
You don't need
thing.
range. You don't need range. You just need to evoke that one emotion.
Yeah, just show any emotion. Honestly, that would be
Yes. Have a reaction to like the fact that your daughter is dead.
fine. Don't just
Make
like.
me
don't
sad.
just,
I
like,
want to be sad.
I got you these pictures. I want her to matter to you.
I also love
That's
that he says.
exactly the same as you.
I like that he says, "I know how these things go." And my question is, how do you know how these things go? How many of these have you been a part of?
Yeah, like how many daughters have you gone through?
Or are you actually just saying like from your pop culture knowledge, like from movies that you've seen?
He's seen it on TV.
Because he uses it as like as real evidence for why he needs to like shove these pictures into Doug's
Yeah,
hand. Like, no,
otherwise
I know
it
exactly how this goes. He says
What?
it with all of the
got a
vigor
lot
of
of
someone
conviction.
who's lived in the hood and like seen a lot of their friends die, like that type of background.
Hey,
But
we don't
possibly
know.
could be the case.
We don't. I think we need a prequel movie all about the
Just
dad.
about the
We can
dad.
really know why he said that line.
I'd
Yeah,
like
it's-
to know
it's
why
very
he was
weird.
at the airport. That's what I want to know.
Okay, it's very
Yeah.
weird, but what I took when he said that was like, so you are like an agent and you are very busy because there are like 543 people died, so you don't have time for taking care of my dead daughter. But I want you to think about little more than that, something like that. That's what I took.
That's
Yeah.
all.
A little
I don't-
weak,
it's all-
weak,
it's
but I-
fine. It's fine what he's saying. It's just like the line.
The
I
line
know how these things go is a weird
like-
line.
that
It
is
is.
a great line, and then it's just his general delivery of all of it is
So
pretty-
dry and almost nefarious. Like he almost
He's
comes
the bad
across like a
actor.
villain. Like
He's the
this whole
villain.
vibe.
He's the man who invented time travel all along.
I knew it. I want to look up and see if he's like actually her dad because he acts like someone who's not an actor. Like,
just-
there's,
kind
there's
of
a
like
way,
a psychopath,
there's a way
dude.
where people who are bad at acting, like you can see them not acting.
Like that
And this
grandmother.
guy has all of that. Like there was no part of him. Like he didn't need to cry at like his daughter dying, but just like have any kind of reaction for the 30 seconds
Yeah,
of screen
Being
just
time.
shown a
like, look at it
Polaroid
and
of your
have no
daughter's
emotion.
corpse.
I feel like that would make me react in some way, if I'm being honest.
I mean, it's not even like a past like several months or something. It was like but I don't know, 2 days ago when his
No, he
daughter
just
passed
he
away.
just found out, Jerry. He just
That was
found
the
out.
he
moment
just
he
found
found
out,
out his
right.
daughter. He still had
Up
hope that his
until
daughter
Doug
was still
got
alive
there.
until he saw
Yeah.
the Polaroid
Like,
of her corpse.
Yes.
Well, I think he knew his daughter was dead, but like was also like shown the picture as like a confirmation.
No,
That was
he
the
literally
first
says
time it was
he literally
confirmed.
he's like, what do you like? What can I do? Like, he's still under the impression that he's assisting him in finding his daughter. Like he does, like not finding his dead daughter. Like the way he speaks, I forget exactly what he says, but he talks about helping them find her as if she's alive. And then Doug has to like, he's like, I'm sorry to like just tell you this, but like he doesn't deliver it like, yeah, like we found her and she's dead. It's like, "Hey man, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
He's dead."
I don't remember a line where he said like where he makes it seem like she's still alive, but I
Let me
could have
see here.
just missed it.
I'm
All
going
I can
through-
say is like even complete stranger would be more grip stage than
Yeah, I think
Eddie.
regardless of if he knew beforehand or after, or like he just found out, either way, his reaction is very just
Well,
like
a reaction is seeing a picture of his dead
Right.
daughter.
yeah, like a dead person's face. Even if I didn't know the person, I'd be like, what the fuck?
He's like, oh,
That would be
Ah.
a pretty brutal image.
excited.
Why are you showing me this, asshole?
Yeah, she was burned alive, so that's not a easy image to look at.
God no, but her face was still intact. It was still.
Well,
fairly-
yeah,
They're
we
still
have to
very
make sure she
pretty
looked
looking.
pretty.
Yeah. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen in love with her.
Did that make y'all uncomfortable when at the like medical examiner's office he's like
Very
they're
pretty.
talking about how cute this dead
He's like,
person is?
she's pretty, very pretty. And then cut to the next scene. I'm like,
I almost
that
want the
seems
camera
weird.
to turn there to like a woman in the room and she's like, y'all need to stop.
What
like
the fuck?
what are you guys doing in here?
It's
Put out
literally
that
just like,
cigarette.
it's literally just like when he starts watching her, it's like he's finding her beautiful. So it's just one of those dumb
so
things.
here's how the scene with the dad plays out. It literally, Denzel Washington walks into the house. It cuts to them sitting in the living room. The first thing the dad says is, "You'll need a photograph for your investigation, right?" And he's just like, he has all these photographs. Like, there's plenty in the house, plenty to choose from. And then immediately, Denzel Washington is just like, "I'm sorry to have to do this, but I'll need you to identify a body, or I'll need you to identify." What does he say?
Your daughter.
Yeah, identify your daughter. It shows the Polaroid, and it's just a close up of his face. I don't even think his whole face fits in the screen. It's that close up.
He's got a big face.
Yeah, and he just he's just like, he just nods. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
What the fuck?
My assumption is like I don't know how these things go because I'm not like
He
him. I don't
knows
know
how these things go.
He's the one who knows how these things go. My assumption would be that like I don't think just a guy would show up at your house with a picture of your dead daughter and just be like, "Here's your dead daughter." I think he would. I think
You think he was told beforehand?
I think he was told beforehand. He was just like when he was offering the pictures, he was still trying to be like helpful and like, oh, like maybe you need to see her how she used to look,
Sure.
sort of deal. Like he doesn't know what the cops need because apparently he actually doesn't know how these things go.
Okay. I'll let all that slide, even though
Yeah,
I don't feel like the way I watched it.
Either way, his reaction is not.
That's the only point that matters.
That's all that matters is that reaction sucks.
He's just like
this dead girl.
So I don't care how long I know my daughter's dead. If I'm seeing her
Even
dead
like
face for the
10
first
years
time,
later.
I'm like, fuck.
Well,
I'll at least say something.
he was still bitter about the fact that she didn't pick him up from the airport.
but he waited for like 3 hours for her.
Although I guess
He did wait a long
he
time.
did. He's like, oh, I did say 7,
7:55, right? And the voicemail was at like 10:45.
yeah.
Like, I would have just gotten a taxi.
Well, I guess
a
I'll
long ago.
take a cab.
Hopefully, I hope you would have sent Beth instead. It's like, no, dude, just go home.
I hate him even more on his phone messages.
Yeah.
Just shut up, man. Get out of the movie.
Well, apparently this guy does know how these things go. Because as Denzel Washington is
he
leaving the
does.
house, he insists that he gives a photo to the detective saying, like, this is necessary. I know how these things go, Agent
I
Carlin.
know how these things go.
I need her to matter to you. He verbatim says, "I know how these things go."
That's what we were talking about while you were using the bathroom. We were just like, that is like, obviously this whole scene is trash, but that is the worst part of the scene.
What?
Like, what do you mean you know how these things go?
If I was Denzel, I would turn back and be like, "What is your backstory that gives you
How many
the
daughters
confidence
have
to
you
say
lost?
that?" Yeah. How much involvement with crime and murder have you had in your lifetime? Investigative.
I'm looking at this
murder
guy's IMDb. He's been in a lot of just like single episode TV shows. Like he was just
not surprising.
on an episode of LA Law or
Yep.
like
Yep,
random
okay.
shit like that.
So he's good at
Damn
being a witness. So then we cut to some shots of Nolans and street walking.
No.
And then, instead of, putting on gloves to handle a cadaver with exposed wounds, Denzel Washington puts on some gloves to open some doors to get into this bitch's apartment.
Well, he doesn't want to leave his fingerprints behind.
That is true.
Because
That's
we
a
need to
good
be
point.
clear when they find fingerprints later, like,
That-
he didn't do that.
He didn't fuck up. What happened? How did that happen?
He feeds.
But
the
I'm
cat.
entertained by how little he questions those things. He just internalizes it whenever it happens.
Well, it's really just be like, hey, audience.
Eh?
Oh my
Do you
god.
think about this?
What are you seeing now?
I didn't process this until I just freeze framed it. So I'm on the screenshot of the fridge that says you can save her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing on this fridge looks like it's on the fridge.
Oh, really?
It looks.
Really? Huh?
What?
Oh, now I want to see it.
Hang on, let me just take a photo of this. Like it looks. I don't know. I don't think my phone can capture it, but it.
No camera can.
Man, that does not.
Hold on, I'm gonna go find it myself now.
It
Oh,
looks
looking at those.
fake.
What's the timestamp?
22 minutes and 21 seconds. If you just freeze frame that and just look at it, especially the words, the letters at least.
I mean, it looks fine to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
This looks weird to me.
I think it's because of the way those. I think it's the juxtaposition of those like letters and their color against everything else that's kind of desaturated.
It might also just
Yeah.
it might be that and like just maybe just like the overall color grading. I don't know.
It's just the
It's
way
probably
this movie is filmed. It does that sort of uncanny like three-dimensionality to things.
But here we can see our first, our X-numbered foreshadowing moment of "You can save her." How ominous! What could it mean?
Can you save her?
Did you save her?
Did you do it?
Did you save her? I'm trying not to lean into the mic too much because all of my audio gates and equalizers and settings have been just hard reset from a Windows update.
Oh boy.
So I've been peeking like a motherfucker for like the past week.
Peek, peek, baby.
Do it. Keep
And then
peeking.
he finds a bunch of bloody rags, mysterious bloody rags. And
Bloody
cotton balls.
rags.
What could have happened here? Who knows? I'll never tell.
See, but this is when it gets interesting about the ATF agent thing again, because why is he investigating this? What authority does he have to be doing this? Right, he's supposed to be looking into the terrorism aspect, the explosive.
So,
he's not a murder investigator.
I think like that's just him. Like he's not supposed to be
He's going
investigating
rogue.
this. Because I know like when him and Larry are arguing later, Larry's like, oh, like you need there's protocols and all this, and he's just like, oh no, it's all about results. So he's just only focused like on solving this thing. He doesn't give a shit about.
I think
anything
at this
else.
point in the movie, like Claire and everything surrounding her is not even on like the FBI's radar.
No, it's all like he's basically just doing this on his own.
Because,
And then
because
he-
that
and then
corpse
he
was
takes-
just very pretty.
And then
He
and
was
then
very pretty.
no one really knows about Claire until he takes the evidence of like surrounding her to the FBI dudes.
But yeah, he's,
Because the other cops eventually show up and they're investigating because they
and
call
they,
him
and they
they're
just
like,
Yeah.
pepper the place with unnecessary caution tape and crime scene tape. Which
Hell
is-
yeah! I mean, don't touch that.
I need to get a screenshot of what that looked like because they put stuff over like the most unnecessary shit. They were like crime scene taping like cupboards and shit. It was like, what the?
yeah.
What are you?
It
doing?
needed to be clear when you looked inside that
That
was
this was
a
crime scene.
crime scene, and you only know with the tape.
No touchy.
Oh,
dude.
that's
Oh,
that's
you're-
that's a bummer.
Oh yeah, and we kind of I think we passed it already, but
Okay.
one of the like foreshadowing things that I liked was with her cat, where like she like walks right up to him when he first walks in there, and then later on when he goes back in time,
She
she's like,
normally
"Oh,
doesn't
sorry,
like
she hates strangers," which means the cat already saw him earlier.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cool.
Oh,
he's not
the
a, he's
cat
not a,
have-
he's not a
Yes,
stranger anymore.
There are some
Like that's probably
moments-
that's one of my favorite.
That's actually a good one. Yeah, I like that.
That's one of my
Yeah.
favorite ones. In the
Never thought about it, but it's this good.
There,
That's
there
good.
are
Yeah.
there are some moments that are good. Like I'm not saying that like all of the time travel aspects in this movie just gets fucked up the moment you think about them.
Yeah.
But a lot of them do.
That's not how that works, Ninja. That's literally not how that works.
You gotta
I
pay
tried-
for the reroll.
I don't know what you're trying to do here.
Like in the
That's
same
not
in the same
working.
way that like that phone ringing scene in the body bags thing was like kind of a clever foreshadowing. But unlike the cat, if you just think about it for a
The
second,
implications.
it doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense if that's the case.
That's why I just don't think about that one. Think about the cat.
Just focus
That's
on the
fine.
kitty
That
cat.
cute cat.
Only focus on the things they did
Meow.
right.
So after so he's investigating the crime scene, and I'll be getting my shot after this scene. He turns on the voicemail machine, which is just another thing that you will just never see in movies again. A voicemail
yeah,
machine.
voicemail. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
Or just home phones. in general.
landlines.
Yeah.
Damn.
Uh,
I like
And
it.
he's just walking around as like they're given their
All
little
the different
voicemail
messages and
things.
stuff.
He finds a mysterious gun just sitting on the fireplace. or
Shouldn't
whatever
he
you
know
call
that that's?
But yeah, I mean,
Isn't that his gun?
shouldn't you recognize your gun?
it.
I mean, there's no way to just be like, "That's my gun." It's just, like,
Ah,
I have
I mean,
the same
I
gun.
mean,
as this.
If you
I
are
would-
law enforcement,
You
the
look
gun's
at it and
got
clean
like
it all the
original number on every gun, and you
Does he
know
look
if
at the
you
serial
it's your
number on
gun.
that gun ever? No.
No, hold on. I would actually argue, like, first of all, I don't actually know if this is his gun, like in
I'm
the
not
movie.
sure actually.
Or if
I
this
mean,
is one that
he definitely has an ankle holster, and I think it is a revolver.
Okay, so
that he-
if this is his gun, I would say that like someone who is like a cop is constantly looking at and cleaning and checking their gun, and they would
Wait, hold
probably
on.
spot their gun pretty easily.
No, that's her gun.
I feel
okay.
like
You
it
see,
is.
because you see, she has
comes out of
it. She like
nowhere.
puts it under her pillow at one point.
Oh yeah,
Ah,
it's a
okay.
gun. Yeah,
You're
I
right.
remember that.
Yeah, it is her gun.
Okay, gotcha.
because she felt like she was being watched
Because
from the
gun.
future.
Because if he was to leave a gun there when he was there, he had a completely different. It was like a 9mm that he took from the cop
From that
next
cop
to
at
the
the end of
ambulance.
the ambulance, yeah.
Yeah. So it would have been a completely different gun. So yeah, that's her gun.
Okay,
But I
so-
think he does have a similar, like stub nose, like revolver or something as his weapon.
Okay.
But you never really see him use it.
Yeah, he didn't bring it to the fest. I remember that now. Yeah, because the PhD didn't allow it.
Well, yeah, you got to keep the mask down.
Yep.
But you can keep your underwear on.
You can keep your underwear.
Yeah.
I would have been like, hey, just to be safe, I'm getting naked. I'm not risking anything.
Yeah,
Right.
fuck you, dude.
Exactly.
There's
yeah.
already a high likelihood I'm gonna die anyway, so might as
I'm
well
getting
do it
naked,
with my
man.
dick out.
Let's roll the chance that I would die.
A missed opportunity that he didn't at least take his shirt off. Like, come on.
Come on.
This could have been the movie where Denzel Washington hangs dong, but
Finally,
Ah. In like time travel dong.
I still dream.
the dick that fled through time.
Is the dong in a separate state of entropy? Is it hard?
dong
Is
dead
it hard
or
or
alive?
soft?
But as these voicemails are going off, Denzel Washington is finding a bunch of like cotton balls and like wound treatment stuff from his
What's all
wounds.
this?
What could
But
possibly
he
this
doesn't
mean?
know that yet.
Wow. Also, how does this fit into the timeline? Don't think about it because he just popped up on the voicemail machine and he didn't realize that he called this person at this time. It's like, oh shit, this was the person whose number was written on a candy wrapper? Weird. I'm getting
Huh.
deja vu.
Because there's 3 different timelines, Jared. It all makes sense.
Well, there's more than that.
Well, there's 3 in the movie, at least that we see.
Sure.
that we physically see or just see the like consequences of.
So okay, so we have. I guess 2.5 because we only see the consequences of one of them.
Yeah, because you're
Because
just
we have
like,
we have
if
we
we're
have
assuming-
the failed one where we're seeing that in combination of like his original like timeline that we're seeing like at the beginning of the movie.
Yep.
So we see like the ambulance and like a bunch of other like the cat and all that foreshadowing stuff.
Yeah.
And then we have it the third timeline is when he goes back in time and
The Steins Gate
prevails this time. Reading Steiner.
It's still a
Reading
bit confusing
Steiner.
because like the movie at least proposes that like time is this one linear thing, and that you go back and make a branch, and then as soon like, so how did he do that multiple times?
Multiple branches. So
Ooh.
Like
I
when
think,
he went back, he created an infinite number of paths.
I think so. I mean, that's usually just like what time travel does in most of these sort of like explanations. If it's gonna branch off once, it's gonna branch off.
Usually they call attention to it though when they do it. Like,
I think they were just trying to keep it simplified for the movie.
well, they're trying to
'cause-
keep it simplified, but then they have like the introduction of multiple realities with, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. Like there have to be
Right,
multiple
But
realities.
you're not gonna see the results of more than one reality at a time, I guess. So like he can only see like what happened, like the results of one of them. Like you can't be like, oh, I'm seeing this timeline where the ambulance is there and not there sort of deal. Like he can only
Interesting.
like observe one at a time as it's happening, I guess.
Unless he has a pair of goggles that lets him see two different timelines.
Well,
and two
that's
different
science, baby. That's
Who would
and
think
if,
of that?
if there's multiple pasts, how when they're looking back, how do they know which one they're seeing?
Oh God,
I-
you are going
that's-
far more in depth than this movie ever dared
That's
to.
that's getting too deep. But if I had to guess, like how this thing would work is it looks 4 days back in the current branch, I guess.
But what if this branch recently branched off a day ago?
Oh, but Steven, no, that's bad though, because then if this is looking back in this current branch, Denzel went back. That's what they're looking at.
Oh fuck!
Like, because if in this current branch, they're seeing the repercussions of a time-traveled Denzel. So if they're looking back in the past, they would see Denzel in the past.
Maybe just I don't know. Maybe it's just it doesn't matter.
What are
They
we
look
talking
back
about?
4 days ago.
That's a classic. Don't think about it moment right there.
I just want to be clear that like that this movie didn't like cover all the holes, and I
Oh,
just want to
no.
make sure that
Oh,
like
I don't think anyone was
I
under
would,
that
I would
assumption.
I would never die on that.
no, but I know that we weren't going to argue it, but I just want to make sure that we're like very thorough that like not only did they not cover holes, there are like glaring issues, and it's not just like a typical thing. Like there are some
Yeah.
bad problems with it that you
Yeah.
have to ignore.
Mhm.
Not that like, oh, just don't ask questions. Like, no, there are things you have to ignore.
There's a lot of things that happen in the last like half hour of this movie that the entire movie was built around.
Yes,
That
that's true.
absolutely shatter the logic. Like I could have been fine with like some magical time traveling surveillance tech that could see things 4 days into the past, and that was
Yeah.
it. That was all it was. I can
Mhm.
accept that, but the moment you start sending shit back in time, shit just falls apart.
Oh, yeah.
If you think
Now
about
have
it,
to-
if you think about it too much.
Yeah, of course. All right, so we'll stop doing that.
Sure. Because now
Thinking is not the point of this movie. I think
because
you're missing
now
the point. of it.
well, so here's the thing about that. Thinking's not the point. But I just had this thought in my recent like bathroom break when y'all said that this was a
Uh-huh.
great dad movie. I can absolutely see my mom getting confused by this movie and not understanding what
I
happened.
thought it was a dad movie, not a good mom movie.
It requires some level of thinking, but it has to be like this nebulous middle ground of just like just
so
enough
you
thinking to
have to-
comprehend the plot, but don't think about it too much, or it's gonna fall
You have
apart.
to do the amount of thinking they want you to do.
Yeah, it's
And
a
no more,
fine
no
line
less.
to walk.
I would say that this is a good dad movie because it comes along with sort of inherent familiarity with this with the genre. So the reason it's not like a mom movie is like moms, or at least in the like this era, right, are not really out watching this type of like action movie. That's not what they're looking for. Like they may like it's not really a family movie either. But if you're a guy and you know this genre, you don't need to know anything about this movie to get like. There's really nothing confusing about it because it's just you're waiting for the story beats that are.
Yeah, the thing
naturally
happens, and then like maybe they like explain like, oh, that happened, but that was always gonna happen.
And those are just words
wow.
like those, like the explanation and the motivation.
They don't have to prove it to you. They
Einstein's
just
No,
show
no.
it to you.
or whatever that was.
Like obviously there's a good guy and a
Einstein
bad guy, and there's like a hero and like there's a tool to like solve the problem. And as long as you know the genre and the way these stories work, you're gonna be fine. You're in for the ride.
I don't know how time travel works, but I know how to use it.
Exactly, just like a cell phone.
God damn.
See, we're already quoting this movie.
Oh my
Sam
God.
telling you, it's a good movie.
So we get to the part where like the FBI are trying to figure this stuff out in terms of just like God
what's the
damn,
secret?
like how did this person do this? And then Denzel Washington strolls in with all the answers. Hold on a second. Wait a minute.
What?
Hang on a second.
Did you just see another Denzel in the background?
No, I
it was
saw
funny.
something far different. So as Denzel is walking up to these FBI agents, somebody has a very interesting wallpaper on their computer.
Oh,
Let me just take a close up of that and send it to the Discord.
oh boy.
This is
Is
just
it is
here.
it the
This
cover
is-
of the movie?
This is the only thing on their computer screen.
What?
Oh. All right.
I don't know.
Wait,
What?
I don't know how I didn't see that before.
Very
I
very
didn't see that
solid.
either. That's funny.
Very solid. Listen,
This is, the FBI not only works hard, but they play hard too. So.
well, they
Oh,
sometimes they're just
exactly.
hard.
yeah, sometimes you just gotta be hard on the job.
They're hard at
We're
work,
gonna
man.
be hard.
They are hard,
Literally.
and they are at work.
But yeah, so he walks up, gives them all the answers, like, hey, she's missing an SUV. This person was murdered with 4 fingers, and 4 fingers missing, and she died 2 hours before the thingy. You should look into this. And just like, damn,
Oh,
we didn't know any of that, and we're the FBI. So
You just blew our fucking
well, I'm
minds.
ATF, so
I like this
I
guy.
think I
Let's give him
outrank you.
full security clearance on everything.
Well, half security clearance.
well, they weren't ready to give him clearance until they discovered that Manudi was maybe dead.
They did find.
Most
oh yeah, because
likely
this is
dead?
also the scene where they
It's like,
Denzel
oh,
finds
Larry's
his car.
car.
Where is he?
Where is he?
Where's Larry? Where you guys hiding
Hey,
Larry?
where's Larry?
Hey
Where'd
man,
where'd
those
that boy
cars
at?
are from the ferry victims in the parking lot. So
It's like, damn. All right then.
Well, I guess Manudi's dead.
So Manudi's dead.
I'm gonna start mourning without even like calling a hospital or the office or like doing anything as a good
Listen,
law
Andrew,
detective would do.
He knows how these things go, so he can already tell. He can already tell that Manudi's dead.
Oh,
Just
my
I
by
don't even-
looking, just
need
by
to make a
looking
phone
at his
call.
car one time, he can,
Yeah,
he
that
can
guy's-
know where to look and where not to look. What
that guy's
going.
dead.
Like,
He's
that
super
guy's
dead.
dead. He's dead.
Super dead. Well, time to move on. We got things to do.
Anyway, let's see. He's mourning out on the bridge, and then Val Kilmer comes in to Val kill his dreams.
Oh no.
It's like, yeah, your buddy's definitely dead. By the way, you want to see some top secret shit? Oh wait, no, he's
Was
not
this
on a bridge. They're just on a
science shit?
boat. Never mind.
They're on a ferry. I'm like,
They're on
I
a
would never get
ferry
on a
with somebody.
ferry again after this. Like,
No.
why? Like the day after? Like, what the fuck?
Snickerdoodle beer. That sounds spicy.
Cinnamony.
Sounds like there's cinnamon in it.
Why is it
Cinnamon.
spicy?
Cinnamon.
It's a cinnamon.
And basically, he says like, "Well, why are you asking me about this?" And the dude's he's just like, "'Cause your partner's dead, man."
What
What else you gonna do?
You're a close second. We were gonna call you next, so
Aren't you like lonely?
But most importantly, he says, "I need someone who can look at a crime scene exactly one
Just
time.
once.
Tell us what's missing. Tell us what shouldn't be there. Tell us what we can ignore, and especially what we need to pursue. Also, you're a local. You know people and you know the area."
Yeah, the basics.
Yeah.
he's saying that like you have an issue with what he says.
No, that's an important plot point because we don't know. We just think they need somebody who's fast and knows crime scenes.
Oh,
but we
okay.
later find out that they literally do only have one shot to look at a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
They pull up to this maximum security place. Val Kilmer says, "You probably have a lot of questions." And what does he say, Steven?
He says, to have questions, I have to know something first.
So he gets up in there, and this was around the time where like my brain started to shift in terms of what my expectations for this movie were. When I thought that they were going to full commit to this super secret 7 satellites Snow White
The whole time,
surveillance
Yeah,
thing.
we just composite things with there's 4 satellites focused on an area at any given
At any
point.
given time.
Like, so you just happen to be looking at this area at this given
And
point.
they have like a fully rendered scene that they can zoom in around.
Jared,
beyond
it
anything you
takes
can imagine.
4.5 days just to render a constant stream.
And it's too advanced to have any internal storage.
So this whole scene.
Well, they can record what we're seeing. They just can't go back and look at something beforehand.
This
In a
whole
different
scene
angle or whatever.
was the exact moment where I just took my brain and just went, boom. Okay,
There you
this
go.
is the movie we're watching. All right,
There you
let's
go.
go.
Yeah.
And then around the time that they revealed the time travel stuff, I was just like,
Just kind of crank it up just a little bit,
Just
just like
to be
maybe
safe.
like a quarter turn up.
Just a few
But-
IQ, just to be safe.
But then, from this moment up to like the time travel reveal, I was just like, all right, dumb brain mode, let's go. I just need to convince my brain that this can exist in this
Don't
movie.
worry
Just let it happen. Especially coming from somebody who just like is very familiar with how software works and is developed. I'm just like, the
Yeah.
moment I hear it, I'm like, fuck you. Bullshit.
No.
Fuck you.
No.
Even the whole facial recognition scene that I'm just like,
The
just let it happen.
The facial recognition.
Let it happen. So,
Listen, Jared, if you had seen Eagle Eye, you would know how possible it really is.
That is true. Eagle Eye uses the internet.
put it on the list.
Oh,
Maybe I will.
be
You
careful
can't.
what you wish for.
No, not this week.
Oh.
But someone, if I just say it loud enough, someone else will put it on.
Well,
Eagle Eye.
we already have
Eagle Eye.
we already have
Eagle
a
Eye.
couple of things on the list, and spoiler alert, not to encourage anyone, but it's a pretty short list this week.
Oh.
It's gonna people are gonna get some pretty
Well,
big
Andrew
wedges.
hasn't added-
I haven't put mine in yet.
It's the classic.
Oh, yeah, I
Whiplash
gotta put it.
item, and Jerry hasn't.
But this is where they.
If I was going to, not that I can, but
What's
if I
your next movie
was
on
going
deck?
to, my next movie will probably be Interstellar.
Oh, that's
Ooh,
just-
I've
that's
actually
just
been
a
meaning to
Wait,
watch
wait,
that one.
Gerald, they haven't seen Interstellar yet?
If Jerry,
Jared's
if
not
you ever
seen
find yourself
anything.
asking the question, has Jared ever seen? Just assume the answer is no.
Okay.
Has Jared ever seen Train to Busan? No.
No. Luckily, Jared has seen The Prestige already.
I have
That's
seen The
good.
Prestige, yes.
Otherwise, that would have been the first thing I would
And
have put.
sadly, Jerry, I have seen Old Boy, even though it made me very happy for you to put it.
You
in
haven't seen the
list.
American version.
You haven't seen the American version,
If
so
you
that doesn't
if you
count.
want to hurt me, then post the
If we ever want to
American
do,
version.
if we ever
That-
do
put
want to
that
do
on the
like a pain
wheel.
wheel of movies, then that could go on there. I'll tell you, not good.
Oh my god, I'm actually gonna make a list of this. So we got Hoodwinked.
Oh God, no.
I actually want this to be a potential thing later.
American Old
Even
Boy. There
tonight,
was
if we're
something
willing.
else on the pain wheel that I remember.
Oh, there was definitely something that we mentioned last week.
Shit.
Oh, After Earth.
Yeah, that's my pick. After Earth, the only one
There
out
you
of 10
go.
I've ever given.
Furry
After-
Vengeance.
What?
No.
What?
Andrew, you take that back, you traitor.
No, it's
You can't tell me you didn't enjoy watching that movie.
those movies are fun because we watch them together.
I guess that's true. I think it would be fun to discuss Furry Vengeance.
I have never heard of that movie.
You shouldn't
And
have.
You probably shouldn't.
There's no reason for you to know what that movie is. There was definitely something else we were talking about. Last
Actually,
week.
I think for the What would you say?
Oh,
is your
Gemini
favorite
Man.
movie?
Gemini Man.
No, that's but that'd still be more fun. It has to be something that you actively don't
Oh,
a movie
actively
that you
don't
hate.
want-
that you
Oh,
hate
shit.
this movie.
Yes.
What's a movie you hate?
I'm trying to think
What's
of
a
a
movie
movie that I
pisses
hate right
you
now.
off?
Oh fuck, I don't know actually.
Not just bad movie, made you angry.
Event Horizon.
Event Horizon, yeah.
I'd be
Well,
happy if you put up Event Horizon.
I think I was more upset because you just didn't immediately agree with me.
I think so, and I was upset that you were just like so negative about it. I'm like, I kind of like that movie. Now I really like it.
Yeah, we polarized once we realized we didn't have the exact same opinion after.
It all happened so fast.
It was beyond our control. Just like the Event Horizon.
Oh,
love that movie.
Nope, I like this
Shut up,
movie
Jerry.
too much to throw in Master of Disguise.
oh
Master
man.
Disguise.
The I just
can't-
literally googled worst movies.
Oh,
Cats is unrightly on here.
Oh, that's
Cars,
not
Cars
fair.
2.
That is
Cars
not
2.
fair.
Ooh,
okay.
Cars 2. All right, we'll throw
Cars
Cars
2.
2 in.
That's a good
That's
one. That's
as
a
far
good
as movies that actually make me mad. That one makes me
one.
mad.
That's a good one.
The Emoji Movies on here.
Didn't even
I haven't
find
I
it.
just
seen
wouldn't.
it,
I just
so I don't-
wouldn't have fun. I don't think I could find any enjoyment out of that movie. That's the thing I would regret.
It's
At
just a
least like watching
soulless
Hoodwinked, I can just get so angry at it that
Yeah.
I'm just mad. I can just yell and rant and rave. But an Emoji movie was like, I just
I have a feeling
bored.
like Transcendence, that like Johnny Depp movie. Would
Oh
probably
yeah, that
be
movie was
bad.
pretty bad.
But I also got
Or
pretty mad.
or like Lucy or the movie. with
Oh,
the
dude,
Scarlett
any of
Johansson.
those? That was a whole era of movies.
Pixels. Ugh.
Pixels. Oh, Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
Good
Oh,
lord.
I don't
Actually,
think I would
Pretty
be
much
happy
any
watching that.
Adam Sandler movie, you can
I
put
wouldn't-
that for Andrew on the list.
I hate Adam Sandler. Listen,
He
I'm
does
okay
not
with
like
like
Adam
Happy
Sandler.
Gilmore but like as a rule, I
Click.
do not think Adam Sandler is
Do you,
funny.
Click.
do you like Click?
Yeah, just
Click,
yeah, just
Click would be painful to watch.
Ah,
Click would
Click,
absolutely be painful.
I kind of like their movie. No, it's not like a like, but it's like a good time killing romance movie that
Click?
I don't have to think
Click?
about it. Not the Click, the other Adam Sandler movie.
Oh, like Happy
50
Gilmore
First
or
Dates?
like
yeah, that and
Billy
what was
Madison.
mm.
that?
Or are you thinking about like romantic comedies? Oh, like Grown Ups.
Oh, my favorite.
Grown Ups 2 with Kevin James.
Paul
There's-
Blart?
can we
Mall
watch?
Cop?
Can we put Daddy's
Oh,
Home
well,
2 on there?
Daddy's
Oh
Home
my
2.
Oh,
We watched that on the airplane.
We did.
Remember the
That
kid at the end?
Is that the one with
Terrible.
Mel Gibson in it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
That was his comeback debut after his whole
sure
fiasco.
was. Hell yeah, it was.
Yeesh.
Have you guys seen like
The
a
Last
51st Date?
Airbender by M. Night
Yeah, I
Shyamalan.
That is a pain. I tried
Oh.
watching that again.
It was
last
a
year.
interesting
I
idea.
couldn't
Jerry,
even
have you
I
seen
couldn't
the
even
original
finish it.
cartoon?
There was an original cartoon for this movie.
Last Airbender, Jerry.
Oh,
Last
Oh, I didn't-
Airbender on Nickelodeon.
no,
Avatar:
I,
Last Airbender?
I've never seen it.
Jerry.
Oh.
I've
Uh-oh.
never known if it exists before you guys like.
Oh no,
wrote-
Jerry.
Think
Oh.
about it.
Well, it's already been ruined for him. He can't go back.
I
Sure you
need,
can.
if we were to ever watch that movie, I would need Jerry to watch the original series first.
First,
Just so we
Yes.
can be as angry as we are
Yes.
about it.
I have not
Just
seen Uncut Gems.
I have not
I
either,
haven't seen
actually.
Uncut Gems either.
So,
Not
so,
surprising.
I've heard it
Like,
was
I was
good,
thinking-
though.
I
it
don't
might have
know.
been.
I don't know.
Gerard, have you watched the Hateful Eight?
Nah.
He has not.
Okay,
Did
great.
you just
That's
ask
my
the question,
recommendation
have you
for
ever
this week.
seen?
I haven't
Jerry-
even seen the last like 30 minutes of that movie because I fell asleep.
I didn't even
Well, you
see
already- then you
the
already know how
Hateful
it
1
ends,
through
then.
7, so...
Now, what I would like to do is just put all of the Fast and Furious movies on there, but that's too many.
But those
That's-
as like I want to watch those.
I think there's a different
no, I
kind
mean
of
like
wheel.
I mean like in like the good wheel.
the good movies.
I
'Cause
think
Jerry
I
was
think
talking
there's
about
a I think
Hateful
there's a different
Yeah.
kind of wheel that I would like to watch in the terms of like the so bad that it's good category. Because one of the movies that I see on these random Google results right now for worst movies
April Findings.
is Tiptoes.
Oh, isn't that the like midget movie?
With what's his name? Gary Oldman.
Peter Dinklage.
Yeah, Peter Dinklage and Gary Oldman.
And
Have
Gary
you not seen the
Oldman,
trailer
yeah.
for this, Stephen?
I think I have.
I'm definitely familiar with this.
I think I have seen the trailer. I don't.
Because I thought it was a joke, but it's a serious movie.
It's a serious movie. I've been wanting to see that.
I'm pretty sure this has been like the target of jokes since it came out.
Oh yeah. Let's see what else we got here. Mars Needs Moms.
Oh.
Goodness. I really can't think right now. Cars 2 is the only one that came to my head.
That's
but,
a pretty good
movie
one. A movie that just
like,
makes you
me
angry
mad.
that it
Yeah.
exists. Yeah, because I don't have a lot of movies like that.
Bad
either, but
movies, like
After Earth,
I
I'm
at
just
least
like,
have fun making
fuck
fun
that
of.
movie. We could always do like some shitty comedies.
Hey, Master,
like any of like the scary movie franchise, like
Oh,
that
man.
that genre.
Oh.
Disaster movie is like the worst.
Well,
one of
any
all of
Wayne's
them.
Brothers production?
That's what I was
Yeah.
looking for. Wayne's Brothers, yeah. Cat in the Hat.
Oh,
that one
God.
probably would make me mad, actually.
That's actually more nightmare fuel than anything.
like that one would just be like uncomfortable to watch. Another Dakota Fanning movie.
That's
Oh.
true. I'm sensing a theme.
Both of the actors in that are like sibling actors.
Chicken Little.
They're attached to someone more famous.
Chicken Little has Steve Zahn in it. How can it be a bad movie?
That is true.
Son of the
I
Mask
remember
is
like
on-
having to defend Chicken Little because like I never hated Chicken Little,
I
but
have no
everyone else
opinions
seems
on
to
that.
hate Chicken Little.
Yeah, I mean it's not a good movie, but
I never hated it the way other people did though. That was the lowest grossing Disney animated film though, right?
wow.
Or just
Chicken
the lowest
Little?
grossing Disney
Oof.
film.
I think so. Oh no, it was like Pocahontas 2 or something.
Wow.
No, I think it was Chicken Little.
Was it
or
Chicken
like
Little?
that was, or was that our guess at the?
I think that was our guess. I don't know.
anime convention.
I don't remember if it was right or not. All I remember is that idiot saying Treasure Planet and me having to
that made
to
me
whip
mad.
him into shape.
That made me mad.
There's After Earth. This has to be an Asylum film, right? There's a movie called Atlantic
Earth?
Rim.
Oh, definitely.
Atlantic
That's-
Rim.
that's definitely
Sounds
it.
like a parody movie. Actually, you know what? I don't know if Pacific Rim made me mad, but it was definitely in the class of like this movie's really stupid.
A lot of people really got excited about Pacific Rim.
I
and
know
it
they
was
did. People
fine.
were
Canceling
It
the
was fine.
apocalypse.
We are canceling the apocalypse.
Hey, we saw that in theaters and we had a great time.
Pacific Rim.
family.
For my family.
It's great. Just like watching John Carter in theaters was 10 times more enjoyable than
man.
just watching it on TV like Andrew did.
That is true. I
We
didn't
have,
get the full
oh,
experience.
Jerry, you're a big
No.
fan of The Happening, aren't you?
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's my line. If we do the next, that's gonna be my
That's your angry movie.
yeah
All right.
my thing.
For the pain wheel, The Happening. Let's see what else. There's a Titanic too.
Oh,
What?
you're looking at
Oh, that-
Asylum film.
yeah, that is
that's a
Asylum.
classic
Okay, okay.
Asylum film.
Okay.
That movie's basically a porno.
I heard the first Catwoman was not great.
Ooh, the one with Halle Berry.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I've never seen it, but I'm pretty sure it's garbage.
Don't wanna watch it.
But I actually think Anne Hathaway's Catwoman
Home
is
on
worse
the
than anything else I
Range.
can imagine.
There's a Fox and the
Home on
Hound
the Range.
too.
That would be upsetting to watch because
Pretty much
Fox
any
is
any Disney sequel that went straight to VHS
Oh,
that
yeah.
was
gonna be pretty
from
bad.
from a movie that I've really loved, like Fox and the Hound, was just like, oh, can't do it. Can't do it.
Epic movie. Good lord.
It would be hard to like critique a Wayans brother movie though, like because it's
All you're gonna be
it's
saying
all
is
on
it's
purpose.
not funny.
that would like that would I don't know how we would. We could probably still talk about it, but there wouldn't be anything to dissect.
No, because
There's
they're
no
doing it on purpose.
substance.
It's just not funny to us.
That's the thing, right? Like it can't be like, well, that doesn't make sense. Like that's probably the point. It's probably just meant to be
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah. That's why, yeah, you can't really rate stupid movies, but like a movie that's being sincere,
Mhm.
we could definitely discuss.
Like After Earth.
like after Earth. They were
And
trying so
even-
hard to
even-
make Cypher Rage or whatever the
God,
coolest
yeah,
guy ever.
Cypher Rage.
Even
was his-
even Hoodwinked, like even though it's got like comedic things, like it's got a sincere story it's trying to tell.
Mhm.
Yeah. One that you could kind of just predict like 5 minutes into the movie.
Well, as soon as the rabbit walks in.
As soon as you see the rabbit, you're like, that's the bad guy.
So this guy that's been appearing in all the stories, that's the bad guy? Okay.
Oh, he's the one?
All
All right, cool.
Cool. There's
Also, there's
faithful
nothing redeeming about the
findings.
movie whatsoever.
I really. Oh, we could also. I don't know if this is like a hate watch, but there is a Left Behind movie
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
I think
starring
I've
Nicolas
seen
Cage.
that.
Oh, I never saw it.
Oh, I don't. I never saw that one. I think there's
I'm
like
familiar
Left
with the
Behind
old
movies
TV shows.
that were
Or they
I
were
remember-
movies. Maybe they were
They were-
movies.
I
I'm
think
familiar
they
with
were
the old
movies.
90s.
but they were like Christian
My
production
mom
company
was
sort of.
obsessed with the Left Behind series.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I had comic books. I had Left Behind comic books.
There was like a Left Behind youth book series that I think I watched
Yep.
or I read.
Mm-hmm. That was the big thing back then.
Yeah.
I just remember one of the scenes in one of the like shitty movies where they're on a plane and like people are starting to like disappear or whatever. Like, oh, my husband, like, help me find him. He's not wearing his clothes anymore
He's
because they just, like
naked.
left it. Yeah, like something about this seems odd. There's just like some old lady looking for her clearly just like
Oh my god.
evaporated husband. I don't know how it works.
And she doesn't
Raptured
know
husband.
that he's saved
Right.
because she's an idiot.
Yeah, she's just some stupid atheist.
Idiot.
Gentile.
Oh, baby geniuses.
Oh,
Good lord. Yeah,
Baby genius.
I also
I'm
want to
sure
have
there
a
are
Neil Breen
some.
wheel. Well, we'll
I
start,
can
we'll
imagine
start with
some
Faithful
DreamWorks
Findings.
movies making us mad.
Oh my god, yeah.
We should finish Deja Vu
Yeah,
though.
I was gonna say, should we get back to Deja Vu?
we
It's
we
been a
actually don't have that
while.
much time
We
left,
got-
and we're
'Cause
like
we're only
a
30
third of the
minutes
way
into the movie. That was
Well, we
another thing.
did
This
spend
movie was
a lot of time-
little too long.
how long is the movie?
2 hours and 6 minutes.
it's a 2-hour movie.
Damn,
Yeah.
Quite a long.
didn't
Oh.
feel like it. I was.
I mean I have no complaint
Time
about the
flew.
runtime.
Yeah, I at no point was I like, like I feel like
wasn't checking
pacing
my
wise, it's decently paced in my opinion.
I feel like if this movie had a shorter runtime and develops things faster, it would probably lose a lot of their target audience.
Probably, yeah. I watched 1.2
Boats.
Boats time
Get
travel
outta
to
here.
watch this movie.
Oh, I
So-
actually watched the movie in reverse. So
Oh.
So they're showing the tech here, and they're still trying to tout it as like these satellite images, even though they're flying through windows and getting
Yes.
a perfect facial recognition of these people.
like, oh, we take all the
a
data
3D
from the
render.
thermal, infrared, and it like composites them into one. Like, no, you
it is
You can't.
such a fucking stretch to claim, but at this point in the movie, I'm just like, this is just the technology they have. Just let it exist. Just do this. This is it.
Yeah.
This is what it is. It is so absurdly difficult to believe.
Yeah, and I think that was the point. You're like,
Weirdly-
that's not real.
Yeah. Weirdly, the time travel spin on it felt more believable to me than what they
It
were
was.
trying to explain.
Yeah, even though technically that makes even less sense, but
Yeah.
you're like you can grasp onto
It's
like parts
okay,
of that at least.
All right, yeah, like, yeah.
Like assuming time travel's real, okay, that makes sense then. But the other thing was trying to be too much grounded in reality, trying to be explained.
Yeah.
Of like
Well, it was pointing to things that you
no
could
way.
disprove with like even your lack of like expert knowledge. You could always
Triangulation
break
with
it.
satellites is what we use to like find out where your dot is on a phone of Google Maps.
And even
Like that's where
within,
that's
like-
what that technology can do.
that could be a football field away from accurate sometimes.
Yeah, but to think that you can go into someone's apartment residence and see, like, it would have a close up on her face, and she'd be like moving her eyes around and stuff.
Oh, it's an
Bullshit
active.
You can see.
Like,
It would be
60
one
frames
thing.
a second render.
Like if they wanted to go the route of like, yeah, it's just this crazy technology that rendered like if
Yeah.
it was like taking like pretty much every camera in the world all at once and it's just like
and then building a
scanning through them and
recreation
it
from
builds like a a 3D recreation based
like
on
in
all
Dark
that
Knight.
data. Yeah, exactly.
Like Sona.
But
yeah.
even in Dark Knight, you couldn't see everything perfectly. Like
No, it's just like a radar, just like you
Yeah.
just see like pulses. Yeah, it was like bat sonar.
At best,
Some
you
kind
have
of
like
bat
like a
radar.
lidar, like pixel, like a dot matrix kind of image.
Yeah. Like that one LD game that we played.
Exactly. But you got a limp.
That's true.
So they're talking about like, yeah, we can only see 4 days and 6 hours into the past because it takes 4
Curious
days.
what the significance is of that time.
I was expecting it to be significant, and it
Yeah, I
never
thought so,
was.
too.
I think
It was a
it's
very
just
specific
one of those
time.
just like it's just an arbitrary amount of time that they're like, oh, because I think other like
But
time
usually-
travel things have done that before too, where it's like, oh, like the past and the present are traveling at the same speed,
Yeah.
but we can only go to like this certain
I
thing.
feel like in any sort of time travel aspect like this, or anything that involves like seeing things in the past or whatever, when they say something that specific, it usually ends up like extremely relevant in like the climax or whatever. Of just,
Usually.
like, that specific amount of time always ends
They
up
say
being
it,
like some sort of,
and they
like,
keep saying
bottleneck.
it over
Yeah.
and over, and they're like, "So you mean 7 hours from now? 7 hours from now will be
For
2 days ago." Like,
Yeah.
like it's a very insistent number. So I thought maybe it's attached to like some mathematical principle, or like there's got to
It's
be
possible.
some
It's
reason.
possible that the number has some significance, but I don't think like in the actual story.
In the story, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, like it's
They're,
just
they're
like
just lucky.
it's
They're just lucky
they're-
it's that much time.
they're just saying a very specific number because it's science. It sounds
Yeah.
more scientific.
But here we get introduced to the wonders of this technology when he says to go to
Oh.
Claire's residence.
Go on up in there.
Yep, and we see Claire getting ready for the day, topless in her bra, just walking around. And I'm looking at
the
this
first
scene
thing.
right now, and just from Denzel Washington's face, this man is immediately enamored by what he's seeing. He
Attracted.
is out of
He's
detective.
looking at an-
he's
he's
out of
looking at a
detective
naked woman.
mode, and he's just like,
He's into pervert
no,
mode.
no, no, where's she going? Where's she going?
Follow her. Let me see that butt.
And if there's any doubt, like when she does that thing where she like looks up into the camera of the wormhole, and he's like
She's looking right
and
at
she
him.
and she looks there for like, you know, a good solid minute just at him.
Yeah.
And that's when like that, I think that's when the like the love music starts playing.
Yeah, because you're seeing they're having a connection, even though she's just looking off into space. They happen to be in her line
With
of sight.
some disturbing sense inside her that she's being watched.
Yeah, through
Well,
a-
no,
a
in that part she doesn't know.
Oh,
She
that's right,
she
that's
hasn't
right.
feel. But like
That's not until
I don't
she's
know.
naked.
She's looking up because she's getting a
She's
voicemail
doing that
from her ex.
exasperation, like
She's
oh,
like, but I don't know
Yeah.
if I've ever just like looked off in one direction doing that and like smiled and like turned my
At
head
that
that
angle?
much at that angle in like exasperation. I'd probably like look up or just like rolling my eyes or something, like sort of thing. But like she like looks in a very
No,
specific direction for a while.
there was never gonna be a cool way to have her make eye
There's-
contact with Denzel through
No.
the wormhole, and they tried their best.
There's another kind
Yeah.
of clever, like, or at least humorous line that I found entertaining here, where like the people running this machine is like, "Who is this Claire person? Like, do you know her or something?" And Denzel's response was, "We held hands once, but no, never met her."
Oh yeah, Denzel.
Oh, that's a weird line.
He always
I
says it
love
so
that line.
dismissively too. It's just like, yeah, I'm cool. I don't know what you're gonna do about it.
Is cool.
He is cool though.
Please.
Oh god, yeah, I'm seeing that shot now where she's just like,
It's a very
Yeah.
awkward shot.
And she's just looking right, like I know what they're doing. They're like, oh, like he's like looking into her eyes, and it's like she's
Implied
like
eye contact.
Yeah. But the explanation of like why she's looking off that direction like makes no sense, like
And
human
it's-
body wise.
it's
Just
held
like why?
for so long too.
It's held for a long time. Like I don't know if I've ever done that sort of thing.
It's like a 30-second.
Maybe I've never been
shot.
that exasperated before, but who knows?
Damn.
I've never had an ex-boyfriend call me about my truck, so.
Don't you dare sell that truck.
No, he wants her to sell the truck. He wants his half of the money.
Give me my money.
But we also get a call from the
the actual detective.
The actual detective
that's
going through the
actually
crime
supposed
scene.
to be investigating murders.
And he's like, "Man, you were really sloppy. Your fingerprints are all over the place."
And what does Doug say in response?
What does he say?
He says nothing. He
That's
doesn't comment at all on
Just
this.
hangs up.
He doesn't comment on the fact that he was wearing gloves. That it's impossible for him to have fingerprints there. He just internalizes this because either
he's
just like,
having
that's weird.
deja vu at that exact moment, Andrew.
Either it would complicate and break the story to have him already start questioning like time travel and stuff right there, or
I think he is like questioning it. That's why he doesn't really say anything. He's like just thinking about like what the hell.
so like it makes you like, so to us, like he already knows at this point like there's some time travel going on here probably.
Well, I don't know if he I don't know if he's like specifically like time travel, but he's like something's weird about this.
When
and
he's on the phone,
like,
when he's on the phone,
he's slowly getting
to
the time.
When he's on the phone and this guy says like, "Did you forget how to investigate a crime scene? This place is lousy with your fingerprints." He like pauses and he's confused, and there's a shot of him like looking back at like the operators there, and then he just goes back to the screen. So he's probably starting to suspect some stuff at this point.
He's just getting a little suspicious.
He's thinking it's time travel.
He does. Well, I think it's like it's in the very like early stages of thoughts. Like he's not like time travel, but he's like
actually
something fishy is going. Like it's got to have something to do with like I don't know how.
And this is somehow more confusing to me, but it seems like his initial reaction to this technology and his like suspicion of them is that it's actually a live feed of something happening right now, which is even more of a confusing interpretation of.
Is anyone brushing their teeth or blah blah blah?
Oh yeah,
because he knows Claire is dead. He saw her body, so for him to then see this footage of her and then be like, that could be like, okay, this has got to be real. So, Guy, do you see like Claire? Like, that's a really weird leap to get to.
I guess he's just trying to make sure that, I don't know. He's just
like they're not pranking him.
I guess like or that. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know this one.
And then we get our
R-rated
shower scene. With a little peek and nip that gets us that.
A little bit of butthole too, I think.
That's the first time I've ever seen that. So a little bit. I've seen this movie many times.
I always pause it at that part. So.
Well, now I can pause it and actually get something out of it.
They're looking around the bathroom. They see some icy hot. This girl doesn't have any secrets. She's pure as a button. But then she starts getting the sense that someone's watching her, which I'm not gonna think about. It's just what happens. He's like, no, it's impossible. This is strictly one way. This is surveillance from 4 days ago.
But even they're acting like, did she hear? Like, it's hilarious the way they're acting.
Like they clearly are just like, oh shit, she's like realizing that we're here.
They didn't realize that at the end of the wormhole is like this floating like entity that can like represent the camera's perspective.
I don't like that. Anyways, Oh, and like we're still at the point where like they're insisting that this is surveillance, but we are getting like macro shots of her writing in her diary saying like, I feel like someone's watching me, and I'm just like, come on,
really
movie,
close up details.
Please make this believable for me. God damn it, this is so dumb. Like,
it's killing Jared.
Yeah.
I need this to be time travel right now, please. And even then, like, I'll ask less questions.
Yeah. She's getting ready for her dates. A couple of other sexy shots for Denzel to Google at. Her ironic what?
Her ironic prayer that she makes here, like, where she's like, "Dear God, I'm glad to be alive," and
that's pretty neat. Thanks for being pretty chill up there.
I'm so glad I'm not burning alive right now and have all my fingers.
Glad I have all my fingers.
It's such a weird thing that she says in the prayer. It's out of place, but they do it just to make it ironic.
And then we have Denzel at her funeral, where we get the second scene with the best actor in the movie. Talking about how much Claire loved music.
She loved the music.
Yeah.
Claire, now the music's playing for you.
Shut up, Dad.
But also we get some like what happened here? Like the killer guy like goes up to this group of people.
Why is Carol at the funeral?
Yeah, why is he there? And why is he interacting with a group of people dressed like them and then just leaves?
Good question.
What is this?
What's his angle? Why is he there?
Because like I know
She's
I understand like the psychology of like some murderers always wanting to like come back to the scene of the crime or see like the results of their whatever. Like I've seen that spin before, but that's not what this guy does. He goes up to like a group of people and chats with them
on the edge of the funeral.
Yeah. Like we don't even see his face, so he's not even like looking at like.
No, he's not here for the funeral. He's here for some other weird reason that's unexplained. But he's gone to the trouble of disguising himself too,
and bringing a limo, by the way, because Denzel is just like, was there 4 or 5? And it was like there was 4, and then Denzel's like, okay, he was here. What?
That crossed my mind too, but I thought he was making sure the girl is really dead.
What, Jerry?
Jerry.
That's what I thought.
She was pretty fucking dead.
Find that out.
No. I'm not saying.
I have a better explanation.
Okay.
He's also a time traveler.
Okay.
That's actually kind of what I thought when he was spewing all that stuff in his interrogation, but that never went.
Oh
anywhere.
yeah.
Oh, it amounted to nothing. It was just.
It was just him. It was just like insane rantings of like a manifesto sort of.
You actually didn't even need that scene. Like
I thought for sure that he
he
actually had some stuff up his sleeve.
I thought so too when I first watched it.
The interrogation scene is just so Doug can regurgitate the exact words that he says back to him to kind of like give him pause so he can show him his gun that actually has a bullet in it later on.
I'm holding this gun doesn't have a bullet in it.
And I imagine like I know like Doug is saying these things to him, but this guy in this universe hasn't said those words out loud.
No.
I mean, maybe those unless those are quotes or like things he always like says, which I guess is possible.
They're probably quotes.
Oh man,
I still think I think it's a little shallow, but I can deal with that. I mean, I think the whole interrogation, like the fact that they're trying to like pretend that this character has any significance beyond just being a bad guy who blew something up, I think is meaningless. But whatever.
Yeah, like his motive is never really.
But the funeral is a very weird thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why he would go back to the funeral. I think it's just to have a moment where he's like, the killer was here.
Oh.
That's it.
Right there.
That's it. That's the only reason that they have that there. And
Hollywood cheese.
To that end, it's very possible that wasn't even Carol. It was just some random dude that happened to be there, and then Doug is just like that was him.
That's even more weird because what does that say about Doug's character?
But anyways, we move on to another surveillance segment where we see Claire at a bar taking a phone call from her Craigslist ad for her car. And Denzel's just like, don't do it. Don't say where you live. Don't tell him.
Great.
Oh, I live at this exact address in the French Quarter.
Just wait until the last possible
now
moment
he knows
to steal
your
the
address.
car, blah, blah, blah. And then they're trying to track where this phone call is coming from. Oh, they say this like 3 times in the exact same way throughout the movie of just like, address is in range or something like that.
Yeah. She like the job of the lady that works
she
there
doesn't
is
she
just
doesn't
to
do much.
No, she's like in Galaxy Quest how like one of the roles is just to say out loud what the computer said.
Just repeat it.
She doesn't actually do anything. She just states what the computer
she does she contributes to the explanation of the time travel.
She does. She brings out her own piece of truth.
She's the one who like first brings out the branching theory and like all that stuff. That's her only role.
But the only reason
and then she cries a lot when Minudi gets shot in the face.
Both times that he does.
Yeah.
But the only reason I bring that up is because, unfortunately, this phone book that the call is coming from is outside of their range.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no. So what are they gonna do? I guess they'll access the security cameras around that place because this station just has everything they need to access any camera in the country.
Yes.
Cool. Well, I think like
database.
That's just a thing you see in.
It's a CSI moment.
It's so, still, I think it's still exaggerated from reality, but
it probably is, but it is definitely not like out of the realm of just a thing that always happens.
However,
yeah, like it's
what
accepted.
is out of the realm
we can
of
access any random
happens
ATM movie.
is what happens next, where they see a bag laying next to that phone.
Just because it's never been done before doesn't mean it doesn't work.
I can
But
guarantee
what
you
this
that this
says
would
about
never work.
what this says about like that technology though is like how insanely like what it is actually capable of is something we can't even fathom, because the facial recognition is first of all working off of like strictly faces. It's very limited. Like human face structure is a very set anatomical thing, and then using those points to go against a database of faces,
Bags.
and only faces saved in the database that from like arrests with like the shots like are gonna work.
I think facial recognition, or at least like in some aspects I've seen it, it's like you have the database obviously for criminal records, but it still like scans through crowds and stuff that it can find someone in a crowd.
Sure.
At least in movies.
Well, yeah, but that's like that's just
How-
if it like that's just what it is.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Do you scan a bag and then comb through every single frame of every single camera's surveillance footage to find that bag and find it within like 30 seconds? You cannot do that today.
Because listen, if they can do that, then they didn't even need the bag. Like, well, once they find this guy's face, like they just search his face in the cameras now and can find him. They don't.
I like
do that.
how his face was too dark in the ATM thing, but the bag wasn't. 'Cause it was, like right next to him.
It was in a light that was.
What I think they should have done with the bag is just like it was way too instantaneous. Like we found it. It should have been like
faster than the facial recognition.
It should have been it should have been a bunch of like really low percentage results that they're like combing through essentially, and then he's just like oh no, that's not it. Wait, maybe this one.
Yeah.
This one lines up with like where like this guy's at the ferry. I guess they were also looking maybe around the ferry like I don't know.
No,
the long and the short of it is that you cannot port facial recognition to a bag.
You can't do it, but they did it because it's never been done before. It's like, wow, how'd you think of this, Doug?
Wow.
And you can't search camera footage for the thing you just extracted from camera footage. It doesn't work that way.
Sure, it does. You clearly don't know how facial recognition.
I have not worked in the ATF.
In this world, it does. All right, where are we next? Okay, so Claire is talking to the child that she's babysitting, and everyone's just like watching the footage, like drinking their coffee. They're all spacing out. But then Denzel Washington gets an idea.
Yes.
Hey, what are you up to? Hey, what are you reaching for in your bag?
He pulls out a little like laser pointer thing, tests it out in his hand.
Well, just so we know it's a laser pointer.
Yeah, and then just just shines it on the lamp. And let me just watch this scene again to see how this actually plays out here.
Oh my
she
goodness.
sees the laser.
Oh,
right?
I love how this.
Yeah. No, she absolutely
She
sees it.
turns and looks at it, and
It's
then
like a horror movie moment.
and then everything starts like flickering and like
He points a laser pointer at the lamp. She looks at it and tries to paw at it like a cat. She sees this laser
she reaches
pointer.
for it?
She does.
She reaches for it too?
She does. Everything shuts the fuck down in here because what the fuck was that?
We broached the barrier, broached the field.
Somehow pointing a
This
laser at a monitoring device that is just displaying
the
what it
TV.
is seeing, not like an actual window into there, just displaying what it's seeing, much like this monitor that I'm looking at right now. If I were to
Jared,
point a laser pointer at this
we're
monitor right
actually-
now, you guys wouldn't fucking see it.
You're on the
I'm-
other side of
I'm-
the monitor.
I'm actually inside your monitor right now.
Exactly.
Like, if you point a laser pointer at the screen, I'll see it.
These are actual windows.
Yeah. Don't you know how technology works?
I'm pointing a flashlight at the monitor right now.
That has always been.
I lit up.
That's something that's always just been like that doesn't make any sense. But I think the way that it like shuts everything down and like it's like boom, it's time travel. I still think it's cool, regardless of how little it makes sense.
It's one of those like this is where the movie peaks in terms of like, don't fucking think about it. It's just cool. Don't think about it. And I agree.
It's a fantasy.
It's cool if you don't think about it.
You just can't think about it at all. Like it completely falls apart as soon as you're just like, wait a minute, is that is that the wormhole? Could he just go touch that and just like fall through?
Yeah. It is a very easily consumable way to reveal that this is time travel. Like, this is an all audiences kind of moment where it's just like, oh shit, like sort of thing.
Like, it's a way for him to interact with it that we can see and he can see, and it has immediate results.
Yes.
Because if he tried to actually go and mess with the actual
scanner,
this is
the thing, people would be like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
This is an absolute dad movie moment, because like this is absolutely meant to look like super crazy for somebody who doesn't know a goddamn thing about computers or how they work.
Whoa, how'd that happen? Whoa.
There should have been a scene before this where like Denzel comes back in like when everyone else is gone, and he's like touching the screen and stuff and looking around, and he's trying to figure out how things work, and then he's like, okay, like that's not it, got to try something else the next day.
Yeah, it like this kind of just came out of nowhere, but it does establish the main premise of this movie and the fact that
that's all that matters.
This is not some stupid, doesn't make sense Seven Dwarfs surveillance system. This is actually a much. Oh, he's bringing out the fucking paper again. Let me pause this.
Hell yeah, get the paper.
This is a weirdly much more understandable. This is a time machine-esque thing that's looking 4 days into the past. Weirdly, I'm just like, thank God. Good. That makes so much more sense.
It is a relief.
Jesus Christ. I'm so glad that they did not stick with that aspect of it. So they're explaining. They do have a very extended sequence, which is probably another reason why this movie is 2 hours long. A very extended sequence talking about how this technology works and how time travel works.
It's very heavy-handed.
They want it to feel grounded. There for like the general audience. It just has to be. And Denzel was like, I'll speak slowly so you people with PhDs can understand. Is this person alive or dead? Well, I mean, like, technically speaking, it's like, hey, look, a monitor.
Okay.
Push. So
this monitor's dead.
He's
working.
What if he threw that chair at the monitor he pointed a laser pointer at?
That's what I'm wondering.
What would have happened then?
Is he breaking the wormhole?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, only light can pass through, not chairs, you idiot.
Where's the audio coming from? The screen?
Yeah.
Like, or do they have speakers in the room?
I picked a bad week to stop snorting hash. All right, let's just keep going. God damn. Let's see.
I agree, Mastiff. I like that they say 4.5 days, but then they also say 4 days and 6 hours.
God damn. And then he's just like, all right, cool. Can we like send like a piece of paper or something? Send it to me. I'll know what it is, blah, blah, blah. So they're immediate. Now that he knows this is time travel, he's like, let's send some shit back in time. Whereas like,
let's time travel, bitches.
I guess maybe this is just like my genre savviness coming in, but like the moment that if I were in this situation and I just discovered that like time travel, or at least like time dilation or whatever, is a capacity that we have, I would tread extremely lightly.
I would not be frivolous with this.
No, I would just be like randomly sending shit back into the past to hope it worked. Like
once I realized I could shine a laser pointer through a screen and affect the past, I would freak the fuck out.
I would be so scared of just deleting my existence if I fucked with the past in any way. But he's just like, let's send a message back written on a piece of paper.
Fucked with the past doesn't matter because it'll all just happen how it's gonna happen anyways, except when love is involved.
Which is exactly what this movie tries to hammer home a lot in terms of just like, no matter what you do, all of time has already happened, and we're just experiencing like a moment in it, and you can't change that. They spend
We're driving along a paved road.
Here, where's that piece of paper?
They spend a lot of time saying that, and also saying like, but
if there's a significant enough change,
yeah.
I hate that cop-out nonsense.
But this path of time is the Mississippi River.
And we're throwing a pebble.
We're throwing what amounts to pebbles in there. Just what amounts to a couple ripples.
Yeah. But they write out a note.
Denzel Washington is anything but a pebble.
I mean, you could argue in the course of time that this ferry blowing up is just a ripple. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's only 500 people. Big whoop.
Like in the grand history of time, it really is insignificant.
Yeah. But so they're writing out a letter for Denzel Washington to see, and this is when Secretary Chick pulls out another piece of paper to explain time travel, because we still need a lot of that. And they're trying to discover, like, well, what's going to happen to us if we change the path? And there's like, well, we either keep existing and there's 2 parallel timelines, or ours gets deleted. Blah blah blah. It doesn't really delve into that.
That would tell me. That would tell me that why are we even bothering? So either we do solve it, but we don't get to feel the benefit of it here. So who cares? Like, everyone's still dead here. So why do I care about the other timeline? So it's either that, and then the 50-50 of it is, or we get erased.
Yeah.
So why would I care about solving the past?
I think, like, no matter what, if you're the one, like the branches getting deleted or stuff, like you are like a version of you still experiencing it, which is the you that's doing.
But I'm not consciously aware.
Are you the man in the box?
Other me.
Well, I mean,
if I am me, I don't care if another me in another universe dies.
I guess this is a little bit different.
You're never going to be like oh no, my timeline's getting deleted sort of thing. Is what I'm saying.
Well, exactly.
You're always going to be in the correct, like.
Yeah.
But no, like the consciousness that I have now and the awareness I have now, if I cease to exist, I just cease to exist.
Yeah.
Right.
So...
Which is why I don't think that the branches get deleted. I think it's just multiple paths.
Well, there's certainly parallel, because we have like evidence of. No, never mind. That's all in the same path. But yeah, I think
not
something that the movie cares to deal with, even though they spend a lot of time bringing it up and
the movie has at least 3 timelines in it, which means that there are probably more beyond that. We only see effects or like views of 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
But they all are occurring on the same path somehow.
Yeah, like
they're not actually parallel. They are on one timeline. If they were parallel, we wouldn't be experiencing them. Like, they wouldn't have. You wouldn't be able to have an awareness.
Two of them are on like the same timeline, but the third one is on a completely different one.
But so this scene of them teleporting the paper is kind of hilarious, because everyone's freaking out. We got the
you better hurry, I'm about to leave.
The long-haired bearded guy who's basically just pacing back and forth in the room, and then you got the guy actually transporting the paper, which is just like a dial on like a music board or something. Yeah,
it's like, just crank it.
Yeah, and they're acting like this is this very incredibly delicate process where it's literally just one dial that he's moving up and like kind of wiggling a little bit. And then they kill all the power in the city to teleport that piece of paper. But oh no, Denzel Washington already left, and
I'm not coming
Larry finds the paper.
No, Larry.
Oh no!
Hey, he's their top guy.
His debut scene in the movie.
Aw.
59 minutes into the movie, we see Larry for the first time.
Larry.
And he gets the letter, which is basically telling him where the killer is. So Larry's going out there on his own, and then we get the whole scene of him.
For the glory.
Very, very skillfully handling this dangerous criminal, and just getting all shot up full of holes.
Freeze! Don't move! Oh, you're pulling a gun? Oh shit!
Why is he pulling the he didn't have any reasonable suspicion to like engage this guy with the gun.
He had a note that said like terrorist threat, blah blah blah. Meet here. He didn't know for sure that that
he didn't know who.
Dude, he didn't know who. He didn't know
he didn't know anything besides like what that note said.
I mean, yeah, he did get the right guy, but
But the fact that he just pulled a gun on a basically random guy is a bit like, are you really a cop?
Well, and also, the gun on him
why did he look at the note on the desk? Like, they were both just sitting in that room. Why does he make a habit of always going over to Doug's desk even after? And taking things that Doug would already know about too. Like, presumably Doug already knows about this note, and he's just gonna go like follow up on one of Doug's leads. What if Doug's on his way there? Like, so were you planning to go to the same place as him?
I think the assumption is that like he thinks that someone put this on Doug's desk and Doug didn't see it, sort of thing.
It was Doug.
It's an anonymous tip. Well, he's not going to tell them. They just had a fight. He's not going to be like, "Hey, Doug, come back. I love you again."
But he's going to go after Doug's anonymous tip. Like, that's a weird thing.
I mean, like an anonymous tip, like they're partners. So like if Doug gets a tip, it's for both of them essentially.
Well,
and they had the argument before that like I not put all glory for myself, something like that. And Larry was like a kind of like a envy about like Doug's doing. So Larry want that glory by himself.
It just like I understand that. I understand that the movie needed them to fight so that Larry would go off on his own. Fine, whatever.
Yeah.
They had the argument.
But like, why, like, these guys are at their desks all the time. Does Larry always walk by and like whenever he's leaving, walks around and looks closely? Because there's things around.
Yeah.
Does he always look at every like discrete piece of paper and read? Does he always just read whatever's on?
I mean, I assume that it's like it's a note with big bold writing on it in black Sharpie that's like in the middle of like the desk. Where there's like, it's not like on a stack of things or like hidden under something. It's just there. It's like you walk by and it catches your eye. You're like, what's that? Terrorist. Oh, I see that word. I don't like terrorists. I should look into this.
But okay, but if it's really that, like, if it's such a damaging, like a threatening thing, like why he doesn't tell anyone? He's going to investigate a terrorist based off of a note that wasn't written to him without talking to his partner or anyone at the office, and just immediately goes there like unofficially with a gun based off of a note he basically peeped on walking around his neighbor's desk.
The answer is yes.
Oh, it's not his neighbor, it's his partner. So I feel like the fact that it doesn't make sense that he didn't tell anyone else. I think the fact that
there's nothing official about it.
I think the fact that he saw the note and like
does he because if Doug had a note about like what he was gonna buy for groceries, would like Larry walk by and be like, "I'm gonna go get that stuff now"?
I say
well, no,
he'd
probably notice. He'd probably notice a list on his desk and be like, "Oh, that's just a list of groceries." Keep walking, not, "Oh, that says terrorist right on."
But like the idea that he takes seriously every bit of like word that is just written on this other guy's desk. I realize we need to like actually get through this movie.
I would say let's all shut up and discuss what is now going to be the best scene in the movie. Where the killer's car goes out of range. How are we going to track him now? Denzel Washington to the rescue with space future goggles. Driving a Humvee, causing absolute mayhem on the highway, flipping cars around, killing people, and just literally causing like dozen car pileups, chasing this man from the past.
Airborne accident crashes that sent cars flying through the air.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and somehow like his car is still functional after all of this. He takes a head-on collision from a jackknifing semi-truck. And he's like, "No, I can still drive."
It was slowing down. You know, there's a lot of friction from a jackknifing semi-truck, so it wasn't going that fast.
I would like to compare the numbers and see how much damage he caused in this, quote-unquote parallel universe.
What I thought was funny was that even in the 4 days ago, there's just a burning car in the middle of the road. I'm like, I guess that's just New Orleans.
What? Okay, I wanted to ask you that, Steven, because I thought I missed something. Why was that there? And also, why every time that Denzel looked to find where Carol's car was the car always in an opposite lane somewhere going the other direction?
So
it was never
burning.
in front of him.
The burning car, I think, was literally just like, they're in a bad neighborhood. He said like a bad neighborhood. It's at night. Like, I don't think there's any significance whatsoever.
Oh my God.
On fire.
I thought I just missed something.
No, there's no reason for that to be in there. And then
that's funny.
The car like driving around. I don't know. He's got some weird routing on his Google Maps.
It literally makes no sense. Like I was trying to pay attention, but every single time he would like be like, "All right, where is he?" He'd be like, "There he is," and he's in another lane. Like somehow, how did that like it almost makes it seem like Carol drove and did a U-turn somewhere and got on the other side and started going the other way every time he found him.
On like the highway, like when you see him on the opposite lane, that's
the
because
first time the first time
they didn't know which direction he was going, so he was just going in a different route.
But the second time, he's also going the opposite direction, like he turned around.
So the first time he passes and then he gets in a bunch of car accidents and then drives the wrong way down the road to follow him.
A bunch of car accidents is a very big understatement. I just saw that scene again. People are dead.
It's a series of car accidents. So then he gets back to like that like intersection, I guess. That's when a couple more car accidents happen. And then he flips around.
Couple more. They all are like multiple.
He's parked in front of Carol.
Yeah.
So then Carol drives off into a place he couldn't get to, and that I don't think he's on the opposite side of the road ever again.
I think after
it's just
he
that one
gets off the
time.
bridge, he's following him again, and they're just like trying to guide him.
Because he goes on like the service road or whatever, but he can't follow him because it's blocked by all the wreckage.
Yeah, that he caused.
Then he has to drive back on the highway, but they're still going the same direction. And then Carol like pulls off, and then he has to double back. He has to double back because he passes the underpass, and then he has to double back to go under there.
He has that stare down moment though, where it's like he's looking right at me, and you see this semi truck just jack that thing.
Yeah. That's a hilarious moment.
Well, it's because he's so
I was actually laughing at
looking at Carol. He's not looking at anything else.
Again, this is all like cool premise, cool setup.
Wait, no, Steven.
Just dripping with Hollywood cheese.
Literally, yeah. He's literally following Carol. So he's flipped around and going the correct way now. I mean, and he's in the wrong lane, whatever. But he's going the same direction as Carol. But then when he finally gets to that intersection and he looks at him again, Carol is literally going the opposite direction. Like it.
No, okay. So imagine like the intersection. Carol is like going down the highway.
Are you looking at it too right now?
No, this is from memory.
Well,
but
I'm looking at it right now though.
So the road, Carol is perpendicular. Like when Carol's just sitting there and they make eye contact, he's
no. This is before that.
He's talking
on the bridge.
On the bridge, when he gets to the bottom of the bridge, he's going the same way as Carol, and they're like, "Where is he? Where is he?" So he gets to the bottom of the bridge now, and he's looking for him. And when he looks for him, Carol is somehow. So when he's following him, like Carol is to the right. He's on the right side of the bridge when he's driving after him. When he gets to the bottom of the bridge, he looks for Carol again. Carol is now
coming from the left.
Coming from the left side, going the opposite direction.
Okay, then I don't know.
Do you see this, Jared?
Yeah.
Who cares?
In my brain, the like what I'm imagining like the setup of this area is that so when they're going the same direction, we get to the intersection. To the left is where like the Bayou Road is, and that's where I would assume Carol was going. So he was like pulling up, he's taking a left. Denzel wrecks and then flips around, and then he's facing like right at him, and then he drives like through him, and then he has to like turn around and blah blah blah. That's what I picture when that stuff's happening. Very possible that's
just a weird edit showing like Carol's jumping around all over the place.
It's probably just the way that they're doing the camera cuts as well. Could just be very confusing.
Yeah. I gotta say, I got like some Transformer vibes. I think there's just a motif that causes my eyes to glaze over, and it's shaky cam car chases. I don't even process what's happening.
It's just
anymore.
noise.
Yeah, like I'm not entertained. I'm just like I just zone out when I see the camera going like, and I see a close up of like the fucking manual stick going. You see the tires spinning. I'm just like, I stop processing what I'm seeing, and that's all the sequence was for me.
I think it's more than that because you have
it's a little more than that.
Time travel thing.
I think it's after he loses vision for himself,
and he's just driving.
Yeah, then I'm just like, I was just zoning.
I mean, he's still having to like look the camera around so they can see it.
Yeah. I just don't know what it was.
I agree that the shaky cam driving is never great, but I also think that the scene and setup is important.
It was a unique premise which kept me plugged in for a little bit, but I was just watching this right now again. I could feel my eyes glazing over, just like, this feels familiar. Like just not like actually watching the scene, just having it muted and seeing the stuff play out. It's like, this feels familiar. Like, deja vu.
Deja vu.
But he gets to the Bayou place and he sees a mysterious ambulance just plowed through the house. Weird.
How'd that get there?
And then we find out he discovers the death place of his partner, and he's getting just doused in gasoline, and then just kablooied. It's like, close your eyes, you're about to or prepare yourselves or whatever. You're about to witness a
I think
murder.
you're about to witness murder.
Yeah.
Even though they kind of already witnessed one, like it was already
Yeah.
like
They saw him getting
dude.
shot. At that, yeah, 'cause they're like, oh, he's waking up. Like I would have assumed. He was
I would
just
assume he was already
already.
dead. He got shot like 4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if he's still
I'm like,
breathing,
oh.
it's not going to be for long.
Yeah.
Clearly.
And then he finds a little hidey hole of like alligators just chewing up some corpse parts, I guess.
Yeah, so like the
It's
guy dumped
definitely
him underneath the
Larry.
dock, and then the alligators like
Yeah.
found the body. So
Yeah.
gators.
Do.
Gator.
So yep, they've discovered this place and they're investigating it. And he finds I forgot to mention this during the autopsy scene, but old dead Claire was missing an earring, and he finds it at that crime scene. So he knows that that's where she was
Crazy.
killed. And he gives a little kiss, and then he goes off. And then
That kiss is super weird.
Mhm. And it
it's
is
just like a good,
literally
like
around
charm
this
thing.
time. So
It was on the
remember-
lips.
What the earring?
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of the kiss later.
We were
Oh, yeah.
talking about him just like kissing the earring that he finds on the ground, putting it in his pocket.
Oh, I mean that also was a little weird.
Not
I
informing
mean, it's just
any
like
of
a
the
it's just like a
C-
good luck
the
thing,
crime
like
scene
mwah,
investigation
like this is
people.
gonna like help me with the investigation. Like I don't think that's
Well,
like,
if it,
out
I
of the
don't know
realm
if it's evidence, I don't know if I'd be putting my lips on evidence. Are you
Well,
a cop
he-
or are you not a cop?
he's touching her lips with his fingers in the morgue. So I think it stands to reason that he's done this thing.
He doesn't
many
care.
times.
It's
It
fine.
is around this time that the facial recognition finally grabs a match. So good there.
Even though they got the bag after like 13 seconds,
Okay,
but
so-
the facial recognition takes longer.
so
The bag
this,
is way more unique.
This literally, I had to rewind this to make sure I didn't miss something when it happened. So they get the facial recognition, and CSI moment, they immediately just have in front of them a stack of papers with all of the documents of this guy's name. And they're just like, oh yeah, he has another residence here, here's a truck registration or whatever. And then he has another property. They go to this property, you have like some panning shots of this property. And they're driving up in there. We got like a SWAT team and all this stuff. All right, where's the cut that I'm confused about? We have all these helicopters, a bunch of law
When they
enforcement.
finally get
porn
to
stuff.
the like Everglades.
Yes, they get to like the Everglades and they go to this this residence, and they burst in there. Hang on, I need to process this. They burst in there. We got this whole FBI opened up like sequence thing of just all of them looking around of these empty rooms. They're trying to establish that there's no one here. They open up one of his safes. They find a bunch of like explosive stuff. Like this is probably the guy, and they're just like going.
He's
through
got like
this-
notes that say, "I did it."
Yeah, they're going through his empty abandoned place looking for evidence, and they're finding a shit ton of it.
Yeah.
And then they find a receipt for like Little Country Store or whatever. And then it cuts to these SWAT guys interviewing these dudes at Little Country Store.
Yeah.
And then it cuts to a boat chase
Full
sequence
chase.
with like 8 airboats and 2 helicopters right on the ground
So
chasing this
that
random
country
boat.
store, that country store was on the dock, and they rented out the airboats. So they had record. They like he was out on a rented airboat. That's why they were able to find him.
What I'm saying is that I didn't realize that was Carol in the boat until the
Really?
interrogation sequence. I'm like,
I think
I just thought I was still in like.
I think
brain,
that's a you problem.
I was still in like brain
If I'm
turned
being
off.
honest.
I was still in like brain turned off mode. I was like, all right, here's some more B footage of like some scrambled like law enforcement things just going around. Okay, cool. Hey, hang on. Wait, what? They found him? Wait, hang on. Did I miss something? And I went
See,
back.
sometimes you just gotta click the brain on just a little bit every so often.
I went back because like them cutting immediately to that chase sequence, it didn't register to me at all. So I was just still in like, all right, they're still in like scramble mode, I guess. And then rewinding back and watching it again, it still felt jarring. But then I'm just like, oh, okay, yeah, no, this is definitely like a chase sequence. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But
They're just picking up clues, and then they.
it did not. It
Find
felt
him.
like it happened real fast to me.
I mean, it's definitely
I'd agree, that's
quick.
probably
Like they, for how like
It's-
difficult they made everything else seem, like them finding the guy and getting him was like the fastest thing ever.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't realize that this dude's like first introduction to like live in the movie was gonna be
Was
like a
captured.
faraway shot of him just getting
Oh,
chased
like on
by
the
things.
boat. Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
thrown
I
for a
definitely
loop
I
there.
feel what you felt, but I it's definitely like clear that it is the bad guy. It's just you're not like
I think the way it sets it up, it's like all these cops and like airboats and like helicopters and stuff are flying around, and then they're going after the.
I didn't even realize that the dude in front was like the bad guy. I thought he was just the one leading the charge or some shit. I don't know what it was. My brain was like
they were clearly
all the
chasing
way
him,
off.
but I don't know.
All the way
I don't
off
know.
on that point.
Could just be me.
No,
I can understand where your brain went with this because of how like abrupt it is. Like again, just compared to the rest of the progress and like how slow it's been, they're just like get him, and then like they got him, and just everything
my
happens
brain also,
really
I guess,
quickly.
just turns off during like B footage shots, which was was all the setup for this.
I did feel like
but I think like they had finally gotten concrete information on who and where he is, so that you just gotta kind of.
Did they get?
They're gonna do kind of quick jump.
Where he is though? How'd they find him on the airboat?
Well, they're fine. It's like a trail thing, so you're just like, all right, we're going to this property.
They took a lot of shortcuts
here's
on that trail. If they went from little country store to chasing him down the river on an airboat.
The little country
they got
store
lucky.
was an airboat rental place. It was on the docks.
Was he just trolling around the river at the time that they checked out the?
Who the fuck knows what he was doing?
That's what I'm saying. Who the fuck knows? How did they find him?
There's definitely circumstance here. The circumstance
all right, so
is like
they went to check because of the receipts. So he had like receipts for like this place, so that's why they went to check.
I have receipts for Smith's Market like months back.
I agree that it's pure circumstance. It's very contrived that he had a receipt to a place, and like for some reason this receipt stood out amongst all the other bits of paper all over the place.
I also think it's very clear that it's just like these are clues to his whereabouts.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But like,
feels like you need more clues to find a person.
No, but I actually do agree with Jared though on this a little bit. I'm okay with. I understand that like they caught him and stuff. I'm not confused there, but I do agree that like they happen to find a receipt to a boat rental place. And they have this guy has been on the lam for however many days since like blowing up the place.
Still even using a fucking boat?
Yeah, why after like a few days after blowing up a ferry is he just like casually renting like a fan boat? And it just so happens that the receipt that they found is like the same receipt, like is either the receipt from like something he purchased like right then, or like he frequents this place, and if he's frequently renting, that like he just happened to be hanging out and renting at this exact time when they show up to get him. It wasn't like they showed up and like, oh yeah, we know that guy, he rents from us, and then they're like, okay, cool, like do you know anything about where he might be? And then they say like, yeah, like he sometimes goes to this place or this place. Not like, oh yeah, he just rented from us and he's on the water right now.
Look, there he goes.
Like that's a little bit circumstantial. Like that's a bit like quite a coincidence that like all the timing lined up so perfectly. But also again, like, is he not supposed to be on the run right now? Is he literally just casually hanging out in the swamps? But it's all like that part is a little bit shaky to me if I think about it. If I don't think about it and I just like what I do when I watch this part is I ignore it and I just say like, this guy's been on the run and like he rented from that boat place and it actually took them a lot longer to find him. But like they make it seem like seconds after like this, like they catch up to him. That's why I thought it was weird.
That's why I didn't even process that chase sequence when it started, and I just thought it was more B footage, and I just like glazed over any other.
Yeah, I think the main thing is it seems like there's multiple of this like receipts, like he frequents this place. So in his reason, at least the people would know who he is if they went to check.
That makes sense.
And then I'll agree. It's very circumstantial that he just happens to also be there at this time. But sometimes that's just the way things work.
That's on the same level of coincidence as other things in the movie where it's like, oh, that timing is interesting. Yeah.
So,
timing is normal. They do not make a good like a story.
Well, it would just be a little bit more. It would be more believable. Like it would make.
And honestly,
more
the
sense
point of the movie isn't catching Carol.
No, it's not. It's not. I understand.
I wouldn't want them to linger on like, oh, where is he? Let's find all these clues. I think it's better that to just cut it quick.
No, for sure.
They have him. Like it's just like clue. There he is.
I'm just saying it was confusing for me, and that might just.
Yeah, if you weren't like ready for it, I guess like it.
It just it really does come fast considering the pace of everything else.
I feel like I've had similar emotions to watching iRobot, where I'm just like, I don't know how much you want me to be turning my brain on right now. You're really making this difficult for me.
All the way on, Jared. Every time.
All the way on. More time for Denzel to stare at his dead girlfriend.
But yeah, so they catch the dude. They have this 90% superfluous interrogation scene outside of the random anachronisms that he spouts for Denzel Washington to parrot back at him in the climax. And then we get to the point where the
It's
FBI
just
is
like a
like,
scene.
case is
So
closed. We should. That's it. Like you're
We
off.
need some time
you're off
with
the
Carol
case.
to make him villainous.
we
We
need to see the villain. Otherwise, we're like, it's just some random
is the
guy
guy?
that
Yeah.
doesn't
Yep,
matter.
yep.
And it is a way so they could be like, all right, well, we solved it. We can shut everything down now.
Because
So
the
it's just
true
all
mystery
just
never
leading
gets
into that.
solved until the police officer is taken off the case.
Exactly.
So we gotta have that, but Denzel Washington's
You're-
still just
you're
like,
done.
what about Claire? And the FBI,
It's over, Carlin.
The FBI, understandably, is like, the
Like, she's
fuck
dead
about
already. You were
Claire?
at her
We got the
funeral.
guy.
What?
Like,
this is
what else
this
do we
is a
need?
slam dunk.
yeah, like literally, we got the guy who bombed this boat and killed Claire. Like, what else do you want us to do? Case closed. Bye. But he's like,
It is
no.
funny though that like the head guy who just strikes me as like he's the president. So the
Yeah,
president,
yes.
like I like how he acknowledges that they used time travel to get an agent killed. You know, he's like, no, an agent is dead because of you. You're like, wait. Like, so you're admitting that we used time travel to change the past. But then when I say like we could go and save them, they're like, no, we're done now. Like, you just admitted that we can do it.
Yeah. God damn it. So this is one of those points where I feel like just Denzel Washington is just in the wrong here. He's letting his dick do the thinking because like
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. He's not trying to
Val
save
Kilmer
those
is
kids.
literally just like, or first of all, Denzel is just like, then you tell me, what do I tell her father? It's like, bitch, this probably ain't the first time you've had a conversation like this. This is your job.
Yeah, but I think this is the first time that he's seen like, because he obviously time travel is a new
Sure.
thing for him. So now he's thinking, I want to be able to save someone before they get something bad happens to him. Not
Minority
after.
Report.
Yeah, like that's his whole thing is like, he wants to be able to save them before
Right.
the bad.
I get his
Literally.
internal reason, but he
like,
should
the
also at
arguments
least
that
have the
he's
logic
getting
to
thrown
understand.
Back, the arguments that he's getting thrown back at him make a lot of sense. Like Val Kilmer's just like, we caught the son of a bitch. We don't save victims, or we can't save victims. Blah blah blah. It's like, yeah. Our job is not to make relatives feel better. Like he's making all of these very valid points.
Especially you, ATF.
Yeah, but Doug has gotten emotionally invested in this at this point.
Because
so.
Well, and I think that's the point, though, is
corpse
that Doug
looks
is
pretty.
actually in the wrong.
Yes. So but this is where he decides, like, I'm gonna try and send myself back in time now. Oh God! But now we
Try and stop me.
He's going back to to Claire's house, which just had. This is another one of those Hollywood moments that I just couldn't not notice. It's just like
there's
they
something I'm
have-
missing.
They have like crime scene do not cross tape over her bookshelves and like an X.
You don't
Like,
know. There was probably
they're-
something relevant
They
there.
put like tape around the table. Like this isn't what
The amount of
crime
things
scene
caution
tape
tape.
is for.
How many crime scenes have you been to, Jared? Do you know for 100% fact that is not what they do?
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
I'm not here to say why you would or wouldn't. I'm just here to say it does.
That's what a crime scene. Listen, I know how these things work.
It was dumb. He goes back to the time travel place. He's like, I want to go back in time. I don't care if it kills me.
Exactly what he says verbatim.
Exactly what he
He
says.
says it like that too.
Yep. He strips nude except for his PG-13 underwear and top shirt.
Classic.
And then he basically just gets back in time. That's just
And where
what
does
he does.
where does he go?
He goes right to
Into
a
a
hospital bed.
Well, so you laugh, but it was on purpose that
It's
they
the
said
only
I know
place
it's
you
on
could have
purpose.
sent
I know
him.
it's on purpose. It's like because they say that like when you go back, your heart and your brain are gonna stop. Like
Yep.
like that means your brain, that's your heart, that's
Yep.
everything. But he goes back, but clearly it's not like dead because like he's seizing.
just,
So
like,
there is brain
seizing.
activity. Like his brain waves have not
This is in the
been.
middle of
his
like
heart,
open
yeah.
heart surgery or some shit. I don't know what they're
It
doing.
didn't look that important.
It
They're
looks
fine.
pretty important. And all the,
No, yeah,
all
he
the
is-
surgeons just ditch him.
It's perfect timing. He's literally there,
they're just doing
and they
exploratory
immediately jump
surgery,
off
it
of
doesn't
their
matter.
surgery to save this guy who just showed up in a room that was cleaned, and that there should not be a random guy in this room by any measure.
I'd be freaking out.
I
That
don't,
would-
I don't
that would- that should be
understand-
scary.
I don't understand when they wrote "revive me" on his chest, but I'll
When
just
you
let it
weren't
happen.
looking.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, you didn't see it because he had a shirt on, but
Yeah.
they wrote it before he got in.
Okay. He wakes
That's
up.
why
he's
I
revived.
think that's why he had the shirt on still, so they could cut it off and it said "revive me." That's the
for that
only
reveal.
reason he didn't go in shirtless.
But yeah.
Also, they'd probably panic a little bit more if a nude man was dying in that room than a
This is true.
clothed
That's true.
man.
That's,
I
that's
think,
some,
like,
that's some
nudity
I'm
is
on
the scary
observation
part.
duty shit.
That yeah,
I don't
like
know.
that, you
That's
burned that,
anomaly
you
right
burned that
there.
body.
But then Denzel Washington wakes up in the hospital bed and steals another hospital attendee's clothes to get out of there.
Nice. Yeah,
then-
get some flowers. Immediately.
Then he just walks up to some security guard and steals his gun, points
Yeah.
it at him, and says, "I'm a federal agent. I need
That-
an emergency vehicle."
I
And
need
they
I need
just
your car.
Let him have it. Like that was.
Well, what are they
They
gonna do?
wanna
They
get
have
shot.
he has a gun on him, Jared.
Why?
It wasn't a very
Then
good
why
cop.
go the "I'm a federal agent" route? Just steal the fucking. I don't know.
Well,
It was
he's
so
just saying
weird.
that
Like,
because he's like, I'm not a bad guy.
no,
like,
no, no.
like just
I'm
do what I
allowed
say.
to do this.
Yeah, like it's weird. It's weird that like I mean it's not weird. It's
I don't think there's any issue with that scene.
I thought
whatsoever.
I remember
bizarre.
like when I
like,
first
how
saw
else
it,
is he gonna steal a car? Like, take a car? Like,
when I first saw it, I was
He
wondering
gets his
why
ass
he
though.
needed to do it so urgently. But then I realized, okay, the time is like crazy crunch.
time is of the essence.
Yep.
He needs a gun and he needs a car. He gets all of
Just
those.
spare any time.
Fair enough.
So,
Fair
and
enough.
I guess in his mind, this was literally like a suicide mission for him. So he was like, I don't even care.
Pretty much.
I'm
He
gonna
didn't give
hold
a
this
fuck what
cop at
happened.
gunpoint.
So
It is crazy, like the escalation to where the point that he's at. But you just got
but like he needs like that. That's
he
the
just
sort
time
of
traveled.
he
Okay,
needs.
he just
So,
time traveled.
Yeah.
So,
You know what would be really sad.
and that's the part that's
You know, I wonder if he anticipated like you know, when he was going to be sent there and have his heart stop and have to be revived, like he was going to be put like
was he gonna
sedated right
wake up?
after that.
Yeah.
How long like do they keep you sedated, or how long are you in that state
It
before you
must have
wake
been
up?
a couple hours at least. So
At
I
least, like,
forget.
how much time did he
I
kill?
think
if only I
didn't
had
they
more
say
time.
like didn't they say it was like
Fuck,
7
I
hours?
Put in a
Did they-
different
15 minutes ought to
Didn't
do
they-
it.
Didn't they say it was
Fuck you,
like
Marty.
7 hours or something when he first went? Or they mentioned the time.
I
They mentioned the time, and then like after like waking up from the hospital, he went straight to the place. So I imagine he was asleep for a good.
He
couple
must have been
hours at
asleep
least.
for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now we got the side-by-side scenes of him speeding this ambulance down to the murder location while the murder is in progress.
Oh no.
It's happening.
Claire's getting doused in gasoline. She gets one of her hands out of handcuff and scratches the homie. And that's why it's like, can't have my DNA there. Better snippy snip.
Yep.
But then, oh boy, Denzel Washington crashes an ambulance into the building here.
I'll stop him.
I like how Carol knows that like he hears that noise and he's like, a car is about to come through that wall. Let me hold up my gun.
Better start shooting.
Yeah, I guess he hears the gate, like he hears him
Break,
crash through
yeah.
the gate, and then he hears like a car like driving and stuff. So I guess his like assumption is like if they
That's-
don't come through, like he's
That's
expecting
some
someone.
instinct.
He's expecting someone to like either like park and come through the door. Maybe I don't know if he's
He's
necessarily.
pointing at the
expecting them to
corner
crash.
of the room with no door or window. He's pointing at where the vehicle comes through.
Isn't that where like a door is?
No, not that I mean.
Are you sure?
I can't watch it right now because you're watching it.
Oh, sorry. I closed it.
Go to that point. Did you?
I closed it. Yeah.
Oh, it's still not letting me. Anyways,
Oh.
I'm at least in my memory. I could be wrong. In my memory, because it struck me as odd that he was pointing at like a corner of a room with no window or door. Like there's a window off to the left on that wall, but he's pointing at, like, and there's a door off to the right, but he's pointing in between those things at the corner.
Regardless, Carol is still extremely versatile in the fact that after an ambulance busts through his
Bursts.
headquarters, he's already ready with like loosening up some gas tanks and just like blowing that shit up.
Oh yeah, he's
Yep.
full gangster.
And if
James Bond level
Any of those
cool-headed.
sparks even remotely flicked towards Carol's way or Claire's way.
Oh, honestly,
She
just him
don't-
shooting that gun. She's lit up with diesel fuel.
Yeah, she's got fuel all
she
over
is already
her. Just
saturated with
she would have looked like
gasoline.
Anakin Skywalker just sitting
Oh
next
my
to a lot of-
goodness.
But thankfully that doesn't happen, and Denzel gets his first little moments in the romping around with her in the ground.
Hey, he's already saved her fingers.
As she struggles to
He
free
likes her
herself.
fingers.
So he saves her there, brings her.
I'm a
brings
police
her
officer.
home. Anybody in the house? She is obviously very confused about how this guy knows so much about her and what was going to happen. And
He
blah,
is
blah, blah.
being flagrant about this as well. He's just like, no, not just. He doesn't even care at this point. He's like, no, wear the blue dress, or like, I know where you live. He's just like naming off
It's
these
like, your house is
details.
nearby on the way. We'll stop there and get cleaned up.
He's not even trying to. The dress is the weird one where he's like saying which dress to get. Like that's over the line. I mean, everything else I understand you're in a hurry, but don't tell her which thing in her closet to get. That's weird.
Yeah. But they get back to the house, and he's cleaning up his wounds and stuff, and he makes a critical choice to rearrange the letters on the refrigerator to say you can save her. And then blah blah blah. He's cleaning himself up a little bit. He says, "Don't wear that dress. That's what the victim wore, a dress like that, and it wouldn't be good."
What do you mean?
If this is a new timeline, then why did he need to set up a thing for down the path for him to come back and do it?
Well, for
It's a whole new.
future
It's
timelines.
an all new timeline. Everything's good.
Well, because in this timeline, he still needs to go back in time here to do that, and he still has.
No, the whole point is he went back in time to start a new branch, which is what he's already done. So in that new branch, why does he need to go back in time to start this? It's a new branch.
Oh man.
Listen,
Anyways,
it's still time travel.
she pulls out a gun on him because he's been saying some real suspicious shit. And now
As you do.
we understand the whole thing with Denzel calling her voicemail machine because she called him first, asking for a description. He's black, he's 6'3", blah blah
Not bad
blah.
looking.
Not bad looking. And then
2 out of 3.
He writes the number on the candy wrapper like a good little boy.
Good boy.
So now
I'm a good
he
boy.
says the infamous question of what if you had to
What would
tell
you-
someone the most important thing in the world, but you knew they would never believe you?
I'd try.
I'd try.
I try.
Heart-wrenching
You never-
stuff.
You never know what someone might be able to believe.
Yeah. But now they are on the clock right now. There's less than an hour before this whole thing goes to shit. And they're having this sensual moment in the bathroom where they're taking their sweet time and flirting as they're like dressing up the wounds. Like, I'm not very good at this. It's like, you're fine. Blah blah blah. Like, people are gonna die in like 45 minutes. Like,
Stop flirting. Stop fucking flirting.
But yeah, so he realizes during this cleanup sesh that all of this stuff in the apartment is exactly how he found it in the future. So like, oh shit, you can probably still die, I think. So you gotta come with me. And he proves to her that he should come with her because he predicts exactly what the voicemail is going to say from Beth. And then we also
Genius.
get the scene of her picking up the phone and saying like, "What the fuck are you talking about, Beth? How are you?"
It's a
Blah
joke.
blah blah. Yeah, I'm with someone important right now. And now we get a reprisal of the opening scene of everyone going into the boat. The slow-mo ticket waving thing. I don't know what that was, but they spot Claire's truck in the on the dock by itself
In the fairy hole.
with nothing obscuring it. It's just there.
It's nice and out there, parked
Yeah.
right in front of the entrance to the ferry.
And there goes
There's
Carol.
no other cars around.
There goes Carol. He's already done his duty. He's good to go.
So no one. Terrible security. No one checks.
He's ready to leave on his motorcycle when suddenly, uh-oh,
Gasp.
I know that car anywhere.
I stole that car.
And then he changes his mind and he goes back. Denzel Washington gets very limp dickly like chased out of the dock there. He's like,
Sure.
all right, yeah, okay, cool, that's fine. There's a bomb in there
Even
that's
though
gonna
he
kill
sh-
500 people, and I am ATF. But you know what? That's cool. I'm gone.
Yeah, that is a good point. He doesn't even try to play the like, I'm a federal agent. You need to trust me. Come over here, and
He
I'll
literally
show
just
you what I'm
says,
talking about.
okay, and then leaves.
Even though like later on the stakes are finally high enough where he's like, drive the car off the boat.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter now when he had time.
Yep. So Carol gets back on the boat, and Claire sees him. And we get another shot of Elle Fanning dropping her doll in slow-mo into the water.
Yes.
No.
Need
that
another
lets you know.
chance.
That lets you know where we are in the timeline of things about to blow up.
Exactly.
And now Carol is just like fucking Spec Ops here. Like,
She is
sneaking
full on
through.
splinter selling her way down to the bottom of this ferry.
Yep.
Claire.
Meanwhile,
Jared said Carol.
sorry. Yeah. Meanwhile,
I don't know
Denzel's-
who. I can't tell which one of you was talking about the right person or not because it was.
Well, you don't see Carol sneaking. Carol
No,
just
he's
ends
just
up
there
there.
with his guns.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Claire is like
Claire,
running
yep.
and jumping onto the boat and
Yep.
like sneaking around.
Meanwhile,
and then she
Denzel
gets-
is kind of just like yupping it around with the Marines up top. He's just standing there while everyone's
He's
like,
just hanging. He's part
Well,
of the
He's
festivities
looking
now.
around and he finds his little hatch.
that's fair enough. And then
Like what else? What else is he gonna do?
He
He's gonna,
takes a so his whole he immediately goes down to where the cars are, then gets scared off, and then he walks around basically the whole boat looking for some like secret way to like get back, only to get there behind like both Carol and Claire by minutes. So how the fuck did Claire and Carol both get down there without like Claire at least had to sneak a little bit. Carol who knows?
Claire like jumped directly on the boat. Like she didn't have to go. Like she.
But that's the thing. She jumped directly into the boat, but still had to like hide around a
they
corner
knew
to like not
the
get seen.
moment Denzel got onto that dock with the cars, and they made an
Well,
announcement.
yeah, they probably saw him like walking down the stairs or something. Carol,
What about Carol?
Carol obviously villain, so he's just gonna pop up places.
Yeah,
But Claire, like she had the advantage.
jumped
like,
onto
no
that
one,
level.
No one saw her go down here, so no one's gonna be looking for her down.
She did have to sneak a little bit. She did some like.
But yeah,
ducking
like
down
but just to
and
make sure that like no one saw her, but like no
Yeah.
one was like looking.
She didn't have to get past anyone.
Right, exactly.
So we have Carol does get confronted by a security guard saying like, "Hey, you can't be here," and then
They just
Carol just pop, 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 pop.
killed him.
Game
Just
on.
an immediately automatic weapon dead.
Yep. And so now we have our super exciting shoot off with Carol and Denzel, with Claire duct taped and cuffed to the car.
Super excited.
Denzel tells her to start the car. She's like, "Oh, yeah, I gotcha." More shootout stuff, and then Denzel gets into his head by spouting some of the nonsense that he was saying in
Just
the.
repeating the things he was saying.
Yeah, he's like, "How did you do? Why are you saying those things?" And then things escalate. Carol rams the car into Claire rams the car into Carol, and then Denzel's like,
Clairol.
boom, headshot, and now they're all problem solved.
I killed him.
Yep.
No.
But
I
now we
killed
need
him.
to get rid of the bomb here.
Quick.
There's a lot of shit happens. They just drive the car into the water.
Okay.
Yeah,
Get to the point where Denzel kills himself.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
Watch
the because I'm not looking.
I need to watch.
Watch
Okay,
the
yeah.
point
Let me
where
see
she's
here.
out and
Yep,
then
I'm here.
because I remember it crushing the top, but I could be wrong, and then it could.
think you're
Let's
right.
see. He breaks the windshield. All right, hang on. He's still breaking it. She climbs out.
There's
Okay.
a.
He's about to, but the
How's-
car flips over. Yep. There is a brief shot. It's before you even see the car above the water getting like hit by the boat. The car just flips, and I think it
Yeah.
looks like it bumps the boat, and then there's a shot of the windshield just like it's crushed.
Ah, okay.
But it's
There's-
like
so
a
there is
3
quick shot.
second shot.
There is a shot though of the windshield collapsing.
Yes.
Gotcha.
All right.
And now Denzel's trying to get out. I thought for a second when we saw Claire like swimming away, and it zooms in on that propeller, and she's
On the
swimming by it.
hook,
I'm like,
grind up.
Oh no!
What a way to end the movie.
nothing comes of that.
They both die.
She's a strong swimmer. It's fine.
Yeah. But nothing comes of that. We see Mr. Washington trying to get out of the car. He realizes he can't. Uh-oh, time's up. Kablooey.
Time's up. Time's up.
There is no corpse or cell phone to be left from this explosion. So whatever
You don't know.
foreshadowing that they were maybe trying to
He-
do in
he has
the
a
first
Nokia.
act,
I still don't think that was even foreshadowing.
I would be willing to bet that it was intended to be.
I don't know.
But yeah, Denzel is super dead. Claire
can
is
see
for
that.
some reason super broken up about it. And then we got the oh my god, my daughter. But
Turns out our daughter was the teacher the whole time.
What? That's crazy and
That's the
super
biggest twist in the
relevant.
movie. Yeah.
But Claire is alive, and then we get current timeline Denzel doing his thing as he's walking in. But sorry. But this is where it's revealed. It's like there was always two Denzels on this timeline because we literally transported somebody physically into this timeline. So it's not like we rewrote time or anything and took over his consciousness or whatever. There was always two Denzels.
So he
here.
always had to die.
Yep. He always had to die. And now he comes back and he's talking to Claire. And he's like, "Oh my!" He said, "Have we met before?" He's like, "Yes, we have." And there's nothing. That's fine. He gets into the car with her. And he's just like, he turns on the I almost said Beastie Boys, the Beach Boys.
It's like the Beastie Boys of the 60s.
Sure.
And he is just like, it's on the tip of his
He,
lips.
oh, it's right there. It's
wants
right
to say
there.
the words deja vu.
Do it. Fucking
But
do it.
he
I dare you.
doesn't.
I
But
dare
he
you.
doesn't.
Fucking do it.
And you know what?
Thank God.
I did not expect that. I thought for sure that he was
They
just
couldn't
like,
hold back.
No.
Yeah, I thought that this movie would not have the restraint necessary. Oh, but wait, no, hang on. I'm sorry. Before that, we end the movie with Claire asking a very important question. What if you had to tell someone the most important thing in the world, but you knew they would never believe you? And Denzel replies with, "I'd try."
I try.
Perfect answer.
Yes.
The perfect
That
answer.
is the correct answer. Pussy opens up and unlocks.
Well, then he thinks for a little bit. And is like, nah. So he has a moment of deja vu there.
Nah.
But he doesn't
Is
say
what
it.
happens.
And then it
Well,
closes
no,
with,
like it'd be
It
stupid if he's
implied.
like, deja
He
vu.
implied though.
I think I just had deja vu.
although it does
Like that would have
cut.
been the dumbest fucking thing ever.
It does cut with them. So like the Beach Boys.
The
music
freeze
is playing-
frame?
The freeze frame.
The freeze frame. I don't
Yeah.
understand the freeze frame.
Yeah, I
at
didn't
all.
understand that. I
Freeze
thought I had
frames
a problem
freeze frames are
with my
never
player.
good, but that's just early 2000s. It is what it is. Can't do much
That's
about
like an 80s thing to do. That's how you ended movies in the 80s. So I thought
don't
it was
know, man.
weird. Like, what about this movie called
Prisoner of Azkaban. Freeze
Oh,
frame
dude,
at the end.
I remember, dude. I still remember seeing that at the theater, and as a kid, being like, "Why did they do that?" What? As like a 7-year-old kid, I'm like, "That was a weird choice to end the movie."
Yeah.
The end.
Wow.
What a movie.
What a movie, what a movie, what a movie.
Woof. So we're already a half an hour past time. We should probably get.
That's
to
because
ratings.
we killed a lot of time at the beginning.
We
to be
did.
fair,
Yeah.
Did.
Like 1 hour and 30.
blame Jared.
blame Jared's car story
Yeah, that's
and
his
Pokemon.
My bad.
fault. Pokemon was important.
Pokemon
Car
had that.
story.
Get your
not so
get
much.
your movie recommendations in while you can.
I'm in.
'cause Once,
I'm in.
Once ratings are done,
I'm
I'm making the
in.
wheel. But I can go
Currently
first.
hacking.
Yeah. My opinion of this movie has pretty much remained unchanged from our conversation.
There you go.
Usually the case.
Yeah. So this was a fun movie with an interesting premise that I enjoyed. But I was really taken out by a lot of the Hollywood schmaltz. There was a lot of things that I could just not look past or not think about, and it was similar to iRobot in the fact that like I struggled to figure out exactly what degree of turned on or plugged in my brain should be for this movie.
I was turned on the entire time.
So
very
I was
hard.
constantly having moments of just like, yeah, that's weird, but don't worry about it. To also like, but why did that? Okay, like, but the conditions of those things were always the same. So like it's not like there were some moments that were extra stupid and some moments that were extra smart. It was more of just like I couldn't figure out what headspace I was supposed to be in for this movie. So that definitely made me struggle to like get into it a little bit. A lot of the shaky cam footage, just like immediately I zone out for that kind of stuff. So overall, I would say that I definitely enjoyed this movie. I would say as a solo experience, this is probably like a low 6 for me. I feel like watching it with friends could maybe bump it up to a 7 in terms of an enjoyable experience, but I'm gonna give this a 6.
The social part of it and pointing these things out together.
It's also like a decent movie to watch again.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yep.
I would be hesitant to watch again just because it's 2 hours, but I wouldn't be upset and bored watching.
2 hours is nothing.
Ooh, that sounds like 5 criteria though, Jared. That sounds like your criteria for a 5 though.
Yeah, and that's why I'm a little.
You're in between 5 and 6 right now.
It's a low 6.
Yeah.
But that might change the more I get to like digest it.
Sure.
Yeah. But there you go. There's my rating. I believe Jerry's up next.
I'd like to hear from
Alright.
Denzel himself.
Yeah.
Then Jerry.
Then Jerry
For the
watched.
next 2 months.
Oh fuck! I
Also,
didn't.
you're
I didn't
not part
expect
of
this
like our
consequence.
crew anymore. You're not a moderator. Like you're not.
Oh no!
Oh, he's a moderator.
you were never a moderator, I
You're
guess.
nothing.
You lose. Okay, so more we talk about this movie, more I think like you guys hate this movie.
Oh no!
What it sounded like.
It sounded like it. If someone who doesn't know you like listen to this conversation, oh, these guys really hate this movie. No, well, in my perspective, I like this movie because my brain was like turned off while I was watching movie. Like at first, seeing like the Snow White showed up, and like he's using like a laser pointer, and I realized like. I was like trying to make an excuse for that, like as I always do when I watch the movie. If the movie doesn't make sense, I kind of like make a story by myself and apply it. So so if I apply this story, it kind of makes sense. So I followed it, but in this movie, I couldn't do that, and I realized like, oh, this is a movie like it's about the character. Like a cool character and cool storyline, like a fun watching. So my brain was like turned off, and just didn't even try to make it sense. Just follow the flow as the movie shown, and I enjoyed it. And at first, I was like I had a high expectation when they showed like the boat scenes, like the peoples that were. Like the Marines, and they are having vacation on the boat, and they were like celebrating, and there was like exciting music, but they used a lot of close-up shot that shows like something is going to happen, and so there was not just like enjoying like a happy scene. There was like some kind of omnibus behind it, so I had a high expectation at first. Oh, this is gonna be exciting, but I met Denzel Washington, who is coolest, badass. Yeah.
Danger Washington.
Biggest fan right here.
I'm not sure.
Number one
I'm not sure
fan
I'm gonna
confirmed.
say I'm gonna be the biggest fan, but I'm a fan. That's for sure. Yeah. So there was a moment like I was like. Throughout the movie, Denzel rarely show her emotion on her face. But it's not that his acting is bad, but it's his way of acting. But when he needs it, he express like dead or alive. Hey PhD, let me explain. If PhD can, like something like that, so it impact more because he's usually calm and like a badass and cool person. But when he explode, it impact more. I loved it. I fucking loved it. And the story-wise, because my brain was turned off, I didn't want to make everything sense. So in movies term that try to say it makes sense in other way of makes sense. So I kind of enjoy the whole process. There were a lot of hiccup, but I could just, pick take it away from my attention.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So good time killing movie. Fucking Denzel Washington.
Hell yeah.
Uh-huh. But in visual wise, just a old movie, but did it well in their field. 7 out of 10. That's a solid 7 out of 10
nice.
for me.
Very solid.
I would watch it again. Not that because I paid $5 for it. Because
You would deja vu.
Not because you want to get your money's worth. But because it's good.
You're up, Steven.
All right. I think we all know kind of my opinions on this movie.
Oh,
9 out of 10.
For all of its flaws that are apparent, or for anything that's like, oh man, this doesn't make a lot of sense. I think it makes up for it more than enough in its charm, just overall.
Oh hell yeah, hell yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, like it's got a very unique charm to it, where like, yeah, like a lot of the stuff is super heavy-handed and like they're really jamming like the paper things down your throat. But for some reason in this instance, I'm just like, yeah, I like this. Like I like, and to some degree, it's probably because like this movie was one of the first movies where I actually saw them like doing that, so it didn't bother me. So it still doesn't bother me because it's just like I've just seen this movie many times, so I'm not going to be thinking about like oh man, look how cliche this explanation of time travel is.
Yeah.
If it was first cliche, it was not cliche at all.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
in my brain, it's not cliche because it was like one of my first viewings of it. I think like the whole like time, like looking through a time window thing is super interesting. Like I always really kind of liked that idea. And I think the movie does a pretty decent job of having a cool story of like why we would want this technology or what you would use with this technology if it was somehow a real thing. And this movie is another thing where like I think because it's so charming to me, it overpowers any sort of
gaps
or holes. So like something will happen and I'll just play it off as like I'll even just come up with my own reasons for it.
Yeah,
which
sure.
I think is like fun in its own, where like especially earlier we were talking about some I forget what exactly what it was, but you guys were like, oh, what's your solution for this? I just made something up on the spot, but it started making sense in my head as I was saying it. It wasn't really making sense, but I'm like, what? I kind of like the idea of it being this way, so that's my head canon now. So I think that like movies like this, like with time travel that doesn't really make any sense with like their rules, I think it leaves room for you to kind of interpret it yourself.
Sure.
Because since it's so imperfect, you have to kind of fill in the gaps, and I kind of like doing that with these sorts of movies.
That's a new way of view. I liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
make
think
the fun.
Yeah, I think just overall, like I just have fun watching this movie. It's a movie I get excited to watch again.
Yeah.
I was genuinely excited to watch this movie again when it got picked, which is like, yeah, it's like I love this movie.
Yeah.
And I stand by that I like it like quite a bit.
I'm glad that I understand the rationale behind you loving this movie now.
Yeah. This isn't like a normal like when I give this a rating, it's a very like skewed one just based on the like how I feel when I'm watching
the way you watch
personal feeling.
So I am gonna give the movie probably like, well, I would give it like an 8.5 out of 10. I think.
Hi.
I'll just leave it at an 8 just because we don't do decimal points here. It's not
strong.
Just do the 9.
It's a very solid 8 for me. Like I'm always going to be happy to watch it again. I really enjoy it. I think like 9 is just slightly like it's a high 8, I'd say.
Gotcha.
Like it's very close to being a 9 for me. Just like the way I watch it.
This
and
is
how
on your
many times I've
list of
enjoyed
top
it.
movies.
Like this is a movie where like someone's like, name a movie you like. This one will make the list, sort of thing. And like it's one of those movies where like I think I've like been talking to people in the past and being like, oh, have you ever seen Deja Vu? Oh hell yeah, I love that movie. It's like that sort of thing where
Good
it's like
common ground.
yeah, yeah, like I think like a high 8, but we'll call it an 8.
All right.
That's
What
legit.
up,
That's
Bussy
legit.
fart.
Bussy fort. Like when you say his name really
Just about
deliberately.
Wrapping up our conversation on Deja Vu, and Andrew,
A lengthy
like
one.
always, is going to get the final word.
I will get the final word, and no one will be able to say another word about
Also,
this
what
movie
did,
once I have concluded.
I didn't see what did chat say that it was like 5 to 6.
Yeah, 5 to 6 was the results there. It was a bit of a spread between anywhere from 7 to 8 to 3 to 4, but the majority was 5 to 6.
Interesting.
All
3
right.
to 4 incorrect.
So, well, here comes the 3 to 4.
Oh boy.
So,
Oh my God.
you have to bear with me because y'all know how I
You're a
score.
traitor and I hate you.
I'm not a traitor. I'm not a traitor.
You're a traitor. I'm never watching a movie with you again.
Just to say again, no matter what opinion I have about
You
this
said
movie,
you enjoyed it when you watched the movie.
you
with
need
Steven.
to, all right, y'all need to bear with me. You have
You
to
said it.
remember how I score, right? Like I have,
And I just on a very just base level disagree with how you score just in general. But I'm gonna.
yeah, you have to
I can't-
put aside the fact that you don't like the way that I score movies.
Yes, because I think I just score them just like different, just based on emotion.
You're scoring it on whether or not you enjoy it.
You're scoring it on value, like it's
inherent value, like
Inherent
a
value,
a measurable value,
which is fair. And I'll probably like agree with most of the things you say, but
yeah. See,
I
here's
still
the
hate
thing.
it.
I actually agree with everything
I
Steven
still hate
said
you.
too. But like,
I will agree with you, but I still hate
if I
you.
have to like grade something on whether or not it's original, whether or not it has a theme, like it's really hard for this movie to like get high scores there. You understand that? So so obviously,
How many other time travel movies have you seen? This is the most original movie ever.
True.
So I don't even give it the worst originality score because I think that it does some original things. I give it a 4 out of 10. It needs to be like, to get a 5 out of 10, it needs to at least be able to say like, yeah, that like kind of stands in its own corner to a degree. This
Sounds
doesn't. I mean,
pretty
this comes from a room full of movies. Now, it does have its own sort of, I don't even want to call it a twist, but basically it executes in an individualistic way. And its individual way is basically merging like daytime crime TV aesthetics and genre with the like Minority Report, like future tech stuff. So trying to make like a really grounded crime movie that like is really accessible, but then like adding the flair of a little bit of time travel and mystery. So I think that's where this one stands out and feels a little bit more iconic. And obviously Denzel Washington, right? Whatever. So it's not super original, but it's also not the most generic thing. It does have a lot of generic qualities though. So 4 out of 10. Is this movie creative? Yes and no. Like I think I give it a 5 out of 10. Like I think it has some creativity, but again, I think it's very generic in other aspects. Like it's not really executing like the freshest of ideas and storytelling and how to like present us with these ideas. But the idea of like the television, like the way they see into the past is kind of neat, and like the constraints of the time, like sort of like science is neat. Like there is some creativity to that, and it does generate some interesting scenes. Like the pen scene is like, putting aside whether or not it makes sense, is like creative, you know, like it's an interesting thing that can only happen in this movie. And then like also the car chase thing is a very interesting scene that comes from the creativity. So it's not that it fails in creativity. I just think that they didn't do it consistently across the movie. Now obviously theme is going to get the worst score here, and I don't know how you would disagree with me on this, but if you're at the mercy of my scoring system, like it has to get a theme score, and its theme score is a 2 out of 10 because there basically is no theme. There is no.
You out at this point.
That's okay. Feel free to. Like this is the thing that you have to like watch the movie the way I do, and this is not to say I don't enjoy it.
Sounds exhausting.
No, it's not to say I don't enjoy it. It's just if I ask, does this movie have like sort of like central themes and ideas that unite the characters with the plot, with the scenario, the scenes, with the motivations, with the like the interpretation. Like there needs to be something gluing all this together. So I care about like why Doug Carlin is here. Why is Claire significant? Not just they are characters, like that they're just as significant as the person who gives you your coffee in the morning. They just happen to play a role in the plot line. And there's nothing more to it than that. Like the whole idea that there's like Larry Minuti's like relationship with Doug Carlin, it only matters that they had a fight. It doesn't really matter what the fight was about, even though we get like 15 seconds to explain what that fight was. But it's all like kind of shallow, and it's only there to prop up the plot point. And that's basically what the genre is. That's basically like an episode of CSI. So like there really is no theme here, and it's not. I'm not saying it makes this movie a bad movie that I don't enjoy. It just means that it's not a good movie that I would hold up in the pantheon of great movies ever made. So 2 out of 10. Story, it's not the worst story in the world, but there is definitely a lot of plot holes. If you're being objective, there are some odd things that like if you question and point at it, the story doesn't make sense anymore. But like that being said, you can still follow it, and it's not a confusing story. Like if you just pay attention to the way that the movie presents things, it doesn't do a bad job with that. Just don't look any further and don't read in between the lines. And so because of that, it's a 4 out of 10. Presentation, I think we all agree. Like if you know 2000s movies, this is very generic presentation. You could take any shot of this movie and like compare it to other movies of this type, and it would literally blend right in. This could be a Bourne Identity movie. This could be any movie with Clive Owen. It all is the same thing. So 5 out of 10. It's not bad. It's just it doesn't do anything unique. The only sort of unique stuff it does is the visuals with Snow White, which are kind of neat, but it still like is fairly generic to that type of like techie look in the past. So what that breaks down to is a 4 out of 10. And please understand, this is not I didn't enjoy this movie a 4 out of 10. This is if I'm really objective and look at the merits of this movie on the face of it.
Yeah.
Like it's not a super original movie. It does some creative things, but not consistently. There really is no theme. There's nothing more between the movie besides what you see at face value. And the story is easy to follow, but it has some holes, and the presentation is really familiar. So that really does equal like a 4 movie. But that being said, I do enjoy it, regardless of what the 4 says.
So plus point with your own personal enjoyment.
Oh, like
could you make one more category for your personal enjoyment?
Oh, that's not that doesn't.
But that's not objective.
You can't put a number. Well, it's harder to put a number on that, I guess.
For me it was, and that's why I did this, because it was hard for me to find a good reason to give something a number. Because I enjoy things because there's also different kinds of 5s and 6s, like a different kind of enjoyment. There's like bitter 5s and happy 5s and things like that. So it's really hard for me to do that. At least this way I can leave all that out, and then I can just say, and you guys can hear me say, I enjoyed watching this movie and would watch it again, and have watched it like probably 8 times at this point in my life, and I'm not upset about that, you know? Like we've definitely watched this movie a lot since I was a kid.
That's why I call you a traitor, because you know
I am not a traitor. I am just doing.
Thought we were in this
traitor.
Together,
I'm trying to be consistent.
I'm literally pointing at your voice, my finger.
I'm just trying to be consistent. I don't hate. 4 is not me hating a movie, anyways. Like I gave Chef like a 4, and I didn't hate that movie.
Me giving a movie a 4 is me hating it.
Yes, that's where our scores are different. I think that's important to note when we're scoring these, is that we all scored differently.
Yes.
I took it upon myself.
In my brain, you gave it an 8 also. So.
My level of enjoyment is probably like, I wouldn't say at the same level as yours, but in the same arena as yours. You and I enjoy this movie probably about the same. I probably don't rank it as highly in my list of movies as you do, but we both like it probably the same.
I don't know, Stephen and Andrew. What is the Memento? I changed it.
Where did it go?
Oh.
It's right between you two.
I like that one.
Oh, I like that too. I was wondering. Okay.
Or it was just like a JPEG that he found about laser pointer. And this
when I first saw the laser point, I thought you were gonna just put a laser point somewhere on the back wall, as if Denzel was like laser pointing into our stream.
And then if anyone ever looks at it if Jared ever looks at it with his eye tracker, it just like glitches the stream out.
I'll give folks some context here. How about?
Nah, we don't need context for anything. What are you talking about? When have we ever given context?
He just cries. That makes it even worse.
So that's the Memento. It's Luke with a laser pointer.
when Denzel was angry.
What if we
That's
ever
nice.
watch Memento? How are we gonna have a Memento from Memento?
Oh, Memento.
Oh,
But speaking
all right,
of
let's
which,
spin that dang wheel.
let's spin
I think
that
it's wheel
wheel,
time.
shall we?
Oh, well.
Let's spin the
We
wheel.
have, we have a pretty
Well,
stacked wheel. We got The Thing,
No one will ever get that
Parasite,
reference, Steven.
The Fifth Element, Coco, Whiplash, Jurassic Park, A Knight's Tale, The Boondock Saints,
Jurassic
and
Park.
The Hateful Eight.
Got a real classic on the wheel this week.
Classic.
It's a classic. Park.
Alrighty. There have been no redemptions for the wheel, and now it is too late. Let's go!
No, this is a straightforward spin. No exceptions. Come on, pick mine. Son, we're finally gonna watch James.
Nice.
It's
I
my
actually haven't seen this.
turn.
I have never seen The Thing, so this will
Nice.
be a new movie for me as well.
You get
That sounds good.
Alrighty. I am under the impression that there are multiple versions of it, but just use the one that's posted on IMDb. Because that's
What
the
the
one.
what year is it?
a version. It's John Carpenter's,
John Carpenter's,
The Thing.
1982. The important part is the John Carpenter, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I can handle that.
I'm
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this, even though I continue to not be
Sure.
picked week after week.
Andrew, someday we'll
You,
just
you
a
have
pity
been
pick for
okay,
you.
at least with the
Please.
past two choices.
I mean, at
I
this
have at least watching stuff I want to watch.
at this point, I would hate to Andrew picked. It's kind of being like our thing.
It would break. There's a story brewing
Can
here.
we pay points to decrease a wedge on the wheel? Alrighty. We are already almost like an hour over
Oh
time.
yeah, we went a little beyond.
So we're gonna send y'all to some kittens. We will
Cats.
be
Enjoy-
back
enjoy cats.
tomorrow with I'm on observation duty 5. Continuing to work on that. Maybe we'll beat the bank tomorrow. Probably not, but maybe.
Let's
be.
break the bank.
And you can take that to the
Yeah,
bank.
weren't we like pretty close last time?
I think we were.
We were, but then we got jump scared by an intruder who didn't let us like.
Oh, that was
report him.
bullshit. Yeah,
That
we'll
was-
definitely
that was
like
dumb.
we'll get
True,
this.
true.
So,
We were killing it. We had like 20 or something.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we were
Yeah.
killing it.
so hopefully we don't lose our edge when we start it up tomorrow.
Oh, we will. We'll need a
I'll,
warm up.
I'll be edging the entire time.
Lube it up.
Anyways, until tomorrow, 6 p.m. Pacific. Jerry, what do we say?
Love you, miss you, meow. Later.
I never
Since
know
we
how
are
he's
going
ever
to
gonna
cat
sign off.
Late.
That's
It's
the
like a
beauty
boot
of it. It
podcast.
sneaks up on you.
Yeah. Because I hear him like rustling with the mic, and I'm expecting him to just like molest my eardrums, but then he hits me with that. But yeah,
And
love
then
you, miss you,
that's
mean it. Later,
different.
Garbage Patch. Wait a
That's
second.
new.
Right.
Right.
So good.